go.
Ready?
Ready live already, Ann?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, we got 35 seconds left over for the Gundam Evolution Showdown to kick off. Guys, well, you already know what it is. This is your boy Craze. I'm actually here with your favorites of all time, the GOATs of the scene. Starting off with my guy over here, CyberRank 10. He is the #1 streamer for Gundam Evolution in the West. You know, dust off his shows and that one because he knows he is the best out there and the best overall producer and graphic designer in the West when it comes to Gundam. My boy, Lux. That's my little brother. Thanks for swinging by today. Thanks for joining us today for the Link Up Podcast. Everybody out there, thank you for joining us today. We have the Gundam Evolution Showdown. We've been blessed with the opportunity to stream the event officially. So I hope you guys are ready to go today with your snacks, with your favorite drink. Let's sit back and relax and check out the top 8 teams from the first season of the Pilot Academy. Duke it out for the amazing goal of having amazing bragging rights, but also that glorious $20,000 prize. Cyber, talk to me, my guy. What you got to say for the viewers out there? Cyber?
Who, me? Oh. I missed. What did you just say? I have no idea what you just said. I was switching microphones from my phone to my desktop, so I apologize. I was like, why can't I hear him? I see him talking. I'm like, what?
Of course, like this is live, like always. But
Always, yeah.
this is like your living room session, just to sit back with your people, chill, have a good time. Nothing, super convoluted. It's just let's watch our pilots because these guys are our guys. These are our teams that are duking out for this stuff. Nobody new. Nobody came out from left field through the LCQ. These are our official GNL teams duking out for the $20,000, and I feel like a proud dad. See my kid off to college.
I was the one sitting on the side with the video camera saying, "You're doing great, sweetie." That was me.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen today. There's a lot of good teams out here. One of the orgs that I'm actually a member of, we actually just recently picked up Tekka Dynasty, which is one of the teams that are competing in today's tournament. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to do today.
Well, you know what? We're going to be doing that. But while I do some stuff here in the background, because I know you guys want those glorious drops. Hey, Cyber, talk to me. What are we expecting today, man? Like, first of all, before I give it up to Cyber, I do have to say one thing. I am super proud to see the voices of the GNL, the overall faces of Gundam Evolution, our very own Wonder Chef and Jamerson Lee are currently casting the Gundam Evolution Showdown. Everybody requested it. We delivered. We pushed it, and they were, of course, their own work was recognized by GEVO Esports. So I'm super proud to see our two guys up there, really showcasing what the homegrown scene is able to give out to this amazing game. And this shows it, man. The opportunities are there. So I am absolutely proud of our guys. Go show some support. Go tweet at them, like congratulate them. But hey, our guys made it.
Yeah, I even seeing it in the chat too. I'm so happy that those two guys made it in there. And it's a no-brainer because it's like these guys have been the face of Gundam Evo competitive scene and the voice for very, very, very since the beginning. And it's just like it would be a disservice to the experience and the journey if they weren't there.
Craze, left ear only. Craze, it seems your mic is going only through the left channel for some reason.
Well, we'll worry about that right now while we're looking to some other stuff here. But hey, is everybody here? What, is it the chat is talking about that? They're only getting the left side of me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll
left side is always the best side, right?
Oh wow, and that's cool. It's so I'm watching the stream as well, and they said it's just going to be, I think, Wonder Chef and Jamerson commentating, I think.
There's 3 randomly unlocked objectives throughout the map, so of coururse getting
that's gonna be great, man. I want to see those guys do it. Let's see real fast here. I'll look at my setup.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's no, it's the opposite.
I
just like at the end of the day, like I just think that Jamerson and Wonder Chef have great synergy and energy, and they feed off of each other so well. When one gets excited, the other one like evens out the situation and like explains the excitement, or they just both get excited.
It's not worth spending resources.
These guys could be talking about a sandwich being made, and I'd be excited.
Back off and fight for a different point, right? So, and as the game has gone on, we've seen teams in Gundam Evolution
now?
have
Is it better?
better and better decision making.
No, you're only going to the left channel still.
I think back to Showdown #1, teams were just fighting nonstop no matter what. They didn't really think a whole lot about the bigger picture. Well, as time has gone on, we saw it in last Showdown, and we'll see it here. Teams are much better about keeping the big picture in mind, being more judicious in how they can serve their G maneuvers, and how to spend resources effectively over the course of the match.
And this is Mafty's map pick. And Chef kind of alluded to this earlier about a recent patch that hit over on April 12th. So you have Exia getting cooldown buffs, Marasai getting health and damage buffs, Mahiru getting health and cooldown damage buffs, I believe. New Gundam got some buffs, Hyperion got some buffs, Heavy Arms got a lot of buffs, and then Jamerson talked about those map structure changes. We've been stuck on Harbor City for several minutes, so I'm glad those changes came in too. What do you think about the patch?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see
Windows and your tedious
also, in my head, you just say new Gundam nerfs. It's just like, yeah, new Gundam, new nerfs. Like, I don't know. There's just something about the, how that translates. It
is storming outside.
Funny to me, but we've talked here long enough.
Just testing it out to everybody who's currently in the stream. Are you guys, or have you anybody received notification of drops being enabled?
I'm stoked to hear from this.
Like in the chat.
We've seen kind of different compositions in our last showdown. Everything from something super brawly like a Barbados,
got the first match going on.
Away,
I want to see the first pick.
Have more range. I wonder
there it is.
See that new.
There it is again.
Unit, right?
Two. That's three. Where is blue? Where's blue?
Part of the map, as you could see, everyone is dying left.
That's four.
Right. So
Wow. Okay.
The kill feed.
It's just red. It's just red.
Yeah, and just as we got in,
Red is Mafty. Oh, they had Earthworm space at the top.
That kill feed is full of blood. It's just red. All red. Okay, there's some blue. Okay. There's another team in the game, by the way, y'all. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, no.
I think they all disconnected.
It's Mafty against Mafty, is it right?
No, it's not a skill issue.
18%.
Oh, there's definitely a skill issue going on here.
At the top of
the number one
screen,
seed
against
blood. Wow, raining blood.
And then
oh my God, it's kill feed.
On the red side, you'll see when the will change the next objective. So for now, almost a flawless first round by the
bloody.
Back with a vengeance.
We're seeing, you take a look at the composition that is coming out here from Mafty. They're running something that
this is also why no one picks normal plan.
This is and the Doctor making space, but what's really
once you get locked out, you're locked out.
Room on this Pale Rider to throw in damage, and on top of it all, you're seeing Noxor freelancing here. It's a multi-threat situation that's so far.
The program says that it's going to keep up channels. I don't know what the problem is now.
Oh no, I'm asking. Azor and Mood, am I good to go on your end? Same thing we use Tay.
Oh, this objective is so hard to hold. It's surrounded by walls.
Yes, but it's
oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
So really,
no, wow.
You don't want to be the person
wow, there's just one team in this game. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wait.
It's going to unlock shortly. Mafty is there first. They're the team in the red. 45% and growing. They got G maneuvers to spare. And it's already the Suzabi one unleashing just a mow down and bulldoze all the competition, even coming close to it. But while, skill issue are getting run down, they do manage to get a few percentage points.
This is like
what we're seeing right now is definitely.
I would have like I would want a surrender vote in the game at this point.
Pretty vast difference between the two teams because instead of having very synchronized team fights, waits and delays, you're just seeing Mafty run at skill issue in a lot of these fights, and the poke damage is a huge part of that. Offbeat, able to take down TM Craze from afar, and as soon as they get one unit elimination,
that's not me, okay? The TM Craze, don't get it mistaken. Not me.
Takes down one, and it just escalates. It snowballs.
Red with
blood. Red gonna have to copyright that name real quick.
Wow.
This is the most one-sided affair, and I'm thinking back at our second showdown, and obviously this wasn't the case between these two teams, but man, the changes to these rosters have surely made a huge difference for Mafty, who are at 85%.
It's crazy how skill issue used to be really like one of the top teams. Like you could tell.
Online.
And like, they've been like struggling as of late. It is a new roster going to the showdown, so
you're only as good as your last match.
No, remember that skill issue went through a lot of revamps. Invictus was their top player on that roster.
also, you take a look, they got that.
He
They
moved
got to
on,
point A with still
and he
a long
joined last
time
second.
until it changes. The problem
So
here now, Lemma, is that they have
that
to be
team went through a
perfect
full
from here on out.
revamp.
They no
So
longer have any
honestly,
movement.
skill issue for what
and
for what
that's
it's
where that
worth.
garbage time is defined as kind of that last
This is
10
like
or
maybe
15%
past
of an objective, and
halfway
that's
through the
really
season.
all Mafty needs. But
Like, this
for
is a team
now,
that like
Skill
has
Issue
have to
trying
revamp
climb their way
consistently.
back, and they have
So them going into the
G-maneuvers, but
LCQ and
Moon doesn't feel
securing
like
that spot,
using
even if it was
both
like the third
trying to hold
spot,
it
or,
down.
you know,
It's a
regardless of what happened with the other
great
teams that
for
pulled out,
Skill Issue
they still
as
earned their
they
spot,
fight
man.
tooth
Let's see
and
what
nail
happens.
to
But they're going up
climb
against
back
the
in.
number one team out there,
Mafty
and the
will
best of the
give
West.
this one up for
Like
now. There's still
they
20
had
seconds
the
left
work
at
cut
this
out for
point,
them.
so you might still want to stagger and build up towards those G maneuvers for the next objective.
I have no idea how TM Craze did not die there. That was just razzle-dazzle, dancing back and forth. Staying alive is the main punching power right now for Skill Issue. Able to keep them on the point. Now, going over the C in just a few moments, that's a really big turning point. However, as I said, that
I mean, it's
focus
one of those
pick
things
off
where
the
it's like
card,
you
and
could
this is what your Skill
lose
Issue, you really want to
all
avoid
up until the
a big
time
engagement right now. Wait
is
until the last
over,
unit comes
and
up,
then
you have
just
time until
win
the
on that
last
last point
one.
on overtime.
Pico gets picked off, and
But,
now they have to hope for a miracle to turn
man,
this around. We'll see if
just
TM
that
Craze
kill
can do it
feed-
again. The
kill feed
G-maneuver
alone was
is
saying a
online.
lot.
It's so low.
Oh wow, this
And,
game's getting a lot closer here actually.
Solo,
Oh, never mind.
yeah,
As soon as I said
Mafty
that, Red Star killed
running
me on
things
feed,
down
bro.
all the way on the perimeters of the objective.
Mafty
I
said
like
it's
how they're
personal.
focusing on kills
Trophy,
before
Enders,
they keep
Focus,
the
Nox,
presence on the
Arrow,
point, and they're
and
extending out of
Baranox.
it. It's so well coordinated between Mafty.
You know what? You know what?
and
Okay,
that's
I
why
would like
think
to
they're at
see
90% plus. Skill Issue got a
what the
lot of time
official
on the objective
locked
in the middle
rosters
of the
are for
map,
these teams.
But this one is just one that is eluding
Because we
them.
haven't seen
99
anything, you know,
G-maneuvers coming
like for
out
the
of
event
Mafty to
itself.
clean up
So
what they
I would like to see what
started.
well, you know, what the
Comes
teams
back
win,
with
well, you know,
the
won with
butterfly,
officially.
But extra time
Yeah.
is initiated. Mafty are at 99%, and there it is. Round one for Mafty.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean,
It was close. It was a really close round at the end there. So
at getting
I don't know. Was it? Was it really?
no,
though?
it was. No, it was. Yeah, Mafty
Was it?
Hey, it was 80 to 50.
Was it really close, or
That's
were
crazy.
they just taking a breather and then just like bringing it back together and closing it out?
Can abuse that. They can just engage on you. They don't have to give you a fair team fight at that point.
That's
and TM
crazy.
Crazed was definitely enemy number one that was getting focused on a lot. And the reason why we saw that is that when he didn't get focused on in the middle of the match, he was able to bring it back from Skill Issue with some really good Pale Rider play. But, you know, so far it's a multifaceted approach from Mafty.
Yeah, I really like playing Pale Rider. For anyone who's new to Gundam Evolution, that's one of the, I think, the easiest units to just pick off right off the start. You're independent, you got healing, you got a G maneuver, which just kind of increases the speed and of your shooting, your rate of fire, of course, and it's just an easy G maneuver to use, and it's a ranged unit. It's very versatile.
Hey, that skill is pretty
I
cool.
always recommend the Pale Rider for any kind of ranged option, even for the
yeah, I think I have that
It's been a
skin.
popular pick.
That skill is pretty dope. Is that one of the that special event one?
The Skill Issue side.
It might
As
be.
they
I
look to
think
move on
actually.
in, and, you know, I think right now, if you're Skill Issue, number one thing,
Well, this Kofi
try
needs to be
limit the
blue.
early unit pickoffs.
Like,
It's difficult.
or else there's
How
there was
intense
never a
Kofi
game.
is mapping the fact that Nox moves to the side, and as I say that,
This man
TM
Cyber
Craze
only
is
sees
I mean
down.
it.
only
Enemy
sees
Red,
number one,
red,
taking
two
him out
colors.
of the fight,
Red,
and Mafty's gonna start
red.
out this first fight really well.
That's a
When there's
revive.
one
That doesn't even
Mafty
count.
player, there's the
Red.
rest of the team, the way they just farm each other like it's an army, and then they
Like
extend
red,
out this
red,
point. This
red.
point C here, it is so contested. You don't want to be the person who's sitting inside here. I believe you can even contest it from under this grate too. But the way that Mafty not only have the objective real estate, but they extend so far out of it. So Skill Issue are just losing
Damn,
fights
Skill
before they
Issue is
even
losing
approach,
fights
and this is
before
where
they even
Mafty had a
approach. I didn't say
huge head
that.
start in
She
that
said
first
that.
round.
And again, it
But I was
happens
thinking-
sometimes.
I mean, they're
Wasn't
dying
set
from
up
across
again,
from
and
before they
Mafty
get to
able
the point from
push,
across.
get an early pickoff.
There were like
You
2
see both
picks just
Kofi
coming
and
up the
Enders
ramp.
being super aggressive and just getting in Skill Issue's face. They're not able to really get into a good area.
My casual
to
games
make
don't even look
space
like
and
this.
Start contesting because Mafty is taking the
I mean, if they
initiative
were, then you
every
probably
single
ranked.
time here thus far.
It looks like Skill Issue in this last 18 seconds have already rotated for the next objective, because if you do like have only 1 or 2 people contest it, then you get staggered off spawns, and you really want to have your full 6 for this next point. This is a more ranged part of the map, and it's
I don't
great.
know.
This is where maybe Skill
You
Issue's
have
comp can come to fruition. They're
Mafty
on the high ground, they're
with
slicing and
high
dicing.
damage,
They've already lost
high
some members
DPS,
despite Skill Issue being
burst
comfortable.
damage,
They're down 2.
assassin,
Mafty don't care if you
burst
early
damage,
rotated.
high DPS
No,
burst
they don't.
damage.
And again,
And then you have
initiative that's
skill
coming in,
issue
especially
with
from the
Hyperion
line of Mafty is just ridiculous.
and
Team
Melee
Craze still
Zaku.
alive this time.
So I think what's happening here is they want to
early,
go for more of a
but
dive
now
count.
it'd just be poking out, trying to find answers.
But
Oh
it's
my
like
God.
they just don't
Who?
have enough like
Who's
front
diving?
line.
Got to him on the
No, so like that's what
Skill
the comp
issue?
is looking like.
I mean,
Yeah, skill issue.
so
Yeah, that's
far,
the
Skill
comp
issue's
they want.
diving
one
into the
thing
kill
skill
feed.
issue has to do
That's
No,
the
no,
only
but-
place skill issue's diving
Bro.
right
No.
So you want to know what's happening? So they don't have enough front line to actually efficiently dive. Like they only have a Zaku melee, but Zaku melee and Hyperion like by themselves aren't enough.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like, bro, if you'd asked me like Saz or Hyperion, Saz, Hyperion's not gonna do any damage.
Bro, if anything, you both Saz and Hyperion.
But the Barb is messing everybody up. Like,
Nah, listen.
yeah,
Listen,
Mafty's
the-
Barb
the-
is
the-
just
the-
assassinating
no,
folks.
no, listen. Seeing Nox
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
on
skill issue
on Barb
is
again
gonna
is so
have to
nostalgic.
find full recovery
Like he is a
and
melee
look for
god.
And then
in
look
this
at
game.
Arrow. Arrow's
Yeah, but-
Arrow's gonna end this with MVP. You just know he is.
Right now, it
Yeah,
just turned into
but this is
long
typical
armor.
Arrow, bro. In
Just
this
look
map,
at the kill feed.
this is the weird thing about it. He's doing nothing different. It's that people have been people aren't planning ahead.
Right.
This Arrow is Arrow all the time. He picks his
Right.
Zaku 2 range on thermal. He just continues to pick you off and
And that's
disrupt
what I'm
you.
getting at. It's like I don't. It's so weird to see
And
that like
that's
skill
a good point that
issue.
you bring up. The mobility,
like,
kind of the dash
Bro,
management
like
from
where's your
Mafty is
Marsai?
so clean.
Like
That's
hook
why even
him,
when their
grab him, and like
locations to a
what?
point,
Like
they still look
like
just that good in their
this is
fights.
just, you know,
It's a
I
first pick
this is
from
obviously
Mafty.
declared out. I'm
She
not speaking any
maneuvers
ill will
unleashed.
towards people. This is just
Skill
like
issue
the
just
units
can't seem to
and the
group up
gameplay.
together for a
But it's like
decent
where's
fight.
your
And
where's
although they
your
have one objective
your
in the
counters
round
to
one,
these units
where they
that
got
are
all
just
the
like
time on it.
running
This
wild?
point has to be it for skill issue.
Isn't this the
Or they're
meta
gonna
game,
be
bro? Like everybody
flawlessly
picks those
wiped
characters
out
that
by
everybody
Mafty
knows that
this
work.
match
But the thing
point.
is, though, they never
Yeah, and the
counterpick.
problem is they just have
They
to
they
run
run these
the
mirror
point.
matches
It's
consistently.
not coordinated at
And the
all.
only
They
exception right now is
immediately
Pikapo, whatever his name is, that's running a gun
This
tank.
maneuver coming out from TM Crazed. It's able to get one. TM
Like,
Crazed was
I
the
come
hero
from MOBAs, where
last
MOBAs
round.
is just
They
counter
do it one more
You
time.
know, like
Yeah.
if you're not very
TM
good,
Crazed
at least you
going
can have an
wild.
advantage
A lot
being
of
Oh.
resources
countered.
being used from skill issue, but
I don't
this
think they
is
can
what
reverse
they
sweep
needed
this.
to
So,
stay
like this is a
alive.
good start to at
That's
least
where you
trying to
need
stay
your
alive.
pale
in
rider to
this.
pop
Ooh,
off.
here
This point
comes
specifically, skill issue did such a
Baron
good job
Knox
of this
with,
in round
Hades.
1. But a 0-99 comeback. I'm a betting lady and all that being from Vegas, but I'm gonna put my money on skill issue. But it would be a
Can skill
miracle
issue
run
pull
to
this
off?
pull
Oh, yeah,
off. I like
totally. They could
positioning
I mean,
here.
the
Bro,
conditions
get-
are different
Butterfly
now.
got a 20K
Now
that round
Mafty's
one.
coming to them.
Watch what they can do
Bro,
on
look
the
at
Final
skill
point.
issue.
Yeah,
This is a
mispositioning,
ranged
bro.
battle
They're getting
where
picked
Mafty
off,
up
man.
Yeah,
from
Arrow's
weird-
flanking,
Arrow
yeah.
kicks things off. G maneuvers are available.
You can't counterpick a
and
Zaku
Moon
2
has
range.
to find
Marsai.
the perfect
It's
group
gonna be rough because
of
Butterfly
people.
inside is really hard to
Marsai
kill.
can counterpick a Zaku 2
Under
range.
pressure, take it
You
on
died
down.
with Butterfly. What are you doing?
That's what I'm saying, bro. He has to pull
All the way back in.
outside.
We have respawns going
He
on.
is
He
not
was
gonna
able
pull
to
a
get
butterfly
back
in that
into the
area,
fight.
bro.
No, not
And
anymore.
now, remember, A is going
Yeah,
to be
Marsai
with
can
the spot until
counterpick
the end.
his
If skill
Zaku 2
issue
range.
can withstand here. They don't have to worry about rotations anymore.
He's gonna do it,
However,
watch.
Pikapo goes down, finished off.
He
Not
has to
getting
pull it
brought
out in
back
here
up
though.
this time.
There's no.
Marsai
other
doesn't even have a
way.
health. Zaku 2 range doesn't even have a health
Pressure
No,
to
they
survive
got
a
the
Marsai
sight.
combo.
Touch!
Focus just goes
Touch!
wild.
Focus and the rest of the team of Mafty getting
Especially
those
the new
range picks,
Marsai with such a low
stepping on. You
cooldown.
got the Sazabi
Bro,
G
touch
maneuver
the
to clean
point!
things up.
What are you
and
doing?
Mafty
Nah,
take
bro.
a clean
It's-
2
it is what it
map
is.
1.
Yo, Akira. Yeah, I'm telling you.
man.
Listen,
You know, Mafty
there goes Lux. Lux is
what it
having
is.
it, bro. Lux is having it.
It is what it is. It is what it
No,
is.
man. I want. You know what it is, man. I want to see something different. Like a lot of these matches are very predictable, and against a team like Mafty, bro, like they know it. They seen it. Accuse them of whatever you want. Like the old accusations that go around about stream sniping or this and that, but Mafty knows what they're doing, bro.
From
It is what it
Mafty,
is.
offbeat alligator on the pale rider.
Like you're picking up
57
units that they
disabled.
have
Everybody
mastered.
gets love in the Gundam
Like
Evolution
people
kind of
got.
credits
I want to
to
see.
people
Well, I forgot what team did this. There was a team at the very beginning of the season
You did your best.
that their whole gimmick
I'm
was
personally
counterpicking.
Sazabi main myself,
I might have been.
so
It might have
you
been like
gotta
the
shout
beginning of the
Sazabi
second
there.
version of
Sucky
Tekka.
guy?
They almost 200
No. Team
Skill issue
Sucky
was not as
it
core
established the
as
meta.
expecting.
And then after it became pro, I think it was the second edition of Tekka with the new players. They were counterpicking. They were picking characters that nobody else picked. But it didn't work to a certain point. But I mean, I don't know. I want to see something different, man. Like
You don't have to play by the normal
The Zaku
rules.
2 range, like
Just
Akira said, is very
initiative
slippery,
and
hella
take the
slippery.
fight
And if you
to
are
the
well
other
played
team.
Z2R,
And our map number
it's so
2
annoying,
and
man.
3 have already been decided. We'll jump into that as soon as our pilots are ready.
Z2R is the
But
equivalent
since
of
this is best
of Greedent
we're
in
already on
Pokemon
match
Unite.
point for Mafty, and
Gets in the
this
back
was
line,
Mafty's
fucks with you.
choice
You
of map,
you don't know if
and
you
maybe
should go
this is
back
where
to
their
kill him
strength
or you
is.
should
You
just
saw
move
how
forward and just get
coordinated
killed
and
from
how
behind.
Really, the execution was perfect. The way that they got the point, they focused on kills, even certain objectives that they kind of ignored, like that point B that's kind of pretty exposed. They would focus on winning fights before objectives, and they just had a solid game plan. Map 2, though, we're on match point for Mafty. I imagine this is Skill Issue's choice. Ministry of Defense is coming up. See if Skill Issue will be better at that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think for Skill Issue, if there's homework for them to try and change things around here, clearly, when you look at the range side, I don't think TM Crazed is too far below what we were seeing from Offbeat Alligator. The problem is that Mafty's initiations, oftentimes, were taking out TM Crazed first. So on some level, if you're a Skill Issue, you have to figure out, how do we make more space for our Pale Rider player? How do we let him live long enough to be the carry that we need? And also, how do we approach
the
fights
Barb
that
wasn't
don't
giving
lose
anyone
a
time to
unit
think about
early
any of what he's
to
saying.
this
The Barb
very
was going
heavy
out there and
poke
saying,
game
"Ooh, a
coming
piece of
out
candy.
from Mafty.
Ooh, a piece of
Or
candy. Ooh,
also
a
the
piece of
fact that
candy."
Nox was lurking in the shadows on Barbados.
This isn't Call of Duty where, like,
these are the things
no
that
one's
Skill Issue has
running
to
around
consider
just
if
like
they want
taking
to
people
change
from
things
1 to
around as we
0.
head into Mafty.
This is
I love Barbados
Gundam
on that
Evo.
map.
If there's a
It's
Barb on the
just-
map and a
I always
Zaku
get
Range on the
beat
map,
shot
the
up
second
before I
you
can
step
even
out the base,
club anybody in
you
their head.
are a
But
piece of
that's one
candy.
the very few maps where it is very close range, especially that point B.
Damn.
As you can see, Ministry of Defense is
Bro,
coming
we're
up.
getting
Now,
all
this
the maps that are generally
can be,
banned. Like,
the
what?
ranged parts
What
of
are
this
these
map.
maps?
Bro, I don't know how they.
You could pull off any
It's
one
weird.
character if you know the close range rotation.
What were
for
the
it,
rules
and
on
you
the
are
map
very
selection? I know these guys didn't
intelligent
pick 'em.
with
I know they
your
weren't
dash
picking 'em.
management. You had pointed that out in round 1 or map 1.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it's
holy
also
shit,
the
they're
fact
playing
that,
every map that
you
we
have
didn't
the
play
melee
during the
threat, but
season.
you also
Right?
have ranged threats. You sort of have to, figure out what poison.
Minus
you wanna
thermal plant.
really worry about, right? Because
Yeah, but
if you
even
have Offbeat
thermal was
Alligator, that's a
like-
huge threat on
It
the
had a set, but it was like it
You
was
can
always
put
the
more
same thing,
resources
man. It
into
was
trying
always the
to
same
deal
freaking
with
map
Offbeat
picks.
Alligator, but you're gonna have less to deal with Nox. And if you're not looking at Barbados, it's bad.
If I remember correctly,
On the flip
Thermal was
side,
actually
if
picked
you start
quite a
focusing
bit.
too
It's
much
just
on
we
the
never
Barbados,
saw it
you're
on
not gonna
stream.
like flank, and
We never
everything
got a third
else,
game.
You're not looking at the Pale Rider that just generates.
To be fair,
absurd
having
amounts of
Zaku
damage
2
if
ranged
left
and
unchecked.
Barb on the
So this
same
double
team,
threat coming in from
yeah,
Mafty
that's a
is
very
definitely
hard
not an
counter.
easy
Like
thing to
that
get
is a
done.
very
Skill
hard
issue,
fight. That's a
don't
very hard
wanna find
uphill
themselves
battle.
Yeah.
Which is why I was saying,
Pretty
like,
early here on day
where's the
one,
where's the
they're gonna
Mars
have
side
to
pick?
find a
Where's
way.
the
I was a
Sazabi?
big
Where's
fan
the
of Focus's
because after a
Ashen
while
Mark
you just
too
need
when it
crowd
came to
control.
Mafty.
You
Felt
need
kinda
someone to
that
be like,
spark
ooh, I
plug,
got
especially
you.
with the G
And
maneuver
then,
of
you
just
know,
being
the
able to
Sazabi to
rush
either
in,
stun,
take him to
but the
skies.
Mars
We'll see
size
what Focus can do.
new
Initial
hook is so
scouting
low
is
on
always
cooldown. You
good,
can manage
as he
both.
kinda
If
identifies
The
Barb
fact
is
that he
up
can
front,
still
perfect
one-shot
the
too.
tank
Right.
at the front
Right,
on
he
the
still can,
Sazabi,
yeah.
able to use that shield and take a lot of the front damage.
Mafty
as
on
now they're
defense.
chasing behind.
Yeah, they're just gonna get flanked here.
Yeah,
I
this
don't.
is- they're
They need to turn around and fight the
actually
fight behind them.
right
They
here.
fight behind them, they win.
Runs
Nah, they're
the
getting
foul
finished. Yeah.
of the alligator once more.
They're gonna
Rox
die.
just got in there. Going, oh, you're gonna all go into a close
Yeah.
range area. I'm a feast on
Good
that.
luck. Check out the swag. Check out the swag.
This is,
Oh,
cool
is that a
features,
global
so-
Gundam
Swag
backpack? I see.
bag,
So,
baby.
yeah, you capture different points, A and B. So this
I
is
will
different
say though, like
combinations.
I've never heard of
We'll
this
see
brand
how
before.
Mafty
Never
will
heard of this
do.
brand
They've already
before.
gotten a few kills,
But sorry, we think that
we'll figure out how this
they might be
works.
releasing like these prototypes
You know,
really
this
soon to
is
the
one of
public.
those
So these
things
aren't that
where,
bad.
Yeah,
for
I like
Mafty,
the
they're
bags.
Yeah, it looks good.
So
Those look
they-
good.
Like I've never
like
been
the
into
big
book bags,
pockets.
but
to the point here in an
I've never been into
ideal
book bags. But after my kids started going to
Once again,
school,
take a look
now
at
I'm like a
TM
connoisseur of
Craze,
book bags. I'm
there's
looking
gonna be
around for like
skill issues
not the
that's gonna
name
be
brand ones, but the ones that the ones that people don't really see
Having
too much. That
difficulty in the
Yeah.
poke game
like there was a
often is
brand,
able
bro,
to
that they
challenge
had this thing called a
just the
desktop
same amount
backpack.
that he is challenging in
And it was
return.
Gundam. I think it was like they tried to make a Gundam theme, like anime theme, and it's like you could put your laptop inside. It has like a little reversible little. It was crazy. But yeah, man, hey, be on the lookout. You never know. Some Gundam swag is coming out this year. Bandai's pushing out a lot of content, so you guys already saw the new shirts that were coming out, all of that crazy stuff. Hey, stay tuned, people. You might see some good stuff on it.
Because of course, when you respawn,
I mean,
so
shoot,
far
they
away,
come out
it's
with a
hard to
messenger
group up
bag
and
version
keep
of
the
that. I'm 100%
momentum
confident.
going, and
There
Mafty
is.
seem to
Well,
be
actually, no. Is there
collecting
one?
that.
There's the one from High
So
Ground.
far,
They had that clear one where you're supposed to carry your keyboard in it.
Yeah, but is that a messenger bag? That was my question. Oh,
It's styled like one, but it's not. No, it's not like a carry bag. No. But that's like the thing. That's like the closest thing you might find. And it's like a see-through neon yellow.
You know what's interesting? The pics from Skill Issue, It looked like they kind of went with what
Mafty
Mafty was running in round 1, and then they just switched off. Like they had a Marsai for a bit, but nothing happened from that. And they had a
diffused that one time. You'll see at the top they have 2 minutes and 17 to do it.
Yeah, well, they have a Zaku range now, but it's like
so
there's a difference, you know,
in
skill between the two of them, because one's respawning and the other one's alive, getting kills.
So I'm looking at the map stats from the breakout series. Thermal Plant was the 4th most picked map. It was picked 24 times and banned 36.
Bro, Arrow literally went to the enemy spawn. 2 people came out of the spawn. He dashed forward, pinching himself, and still came out on top, attacking the 2 in front, even though there were 2 enemies behind him.
But Skill Issue got the waypoint.
This map is really hard to attack.
They'll be a little bit closer to these objectives.
Oh, he didn't have his long sword.
Having some
that's rough.
issues was able
You
to
need that
dance
for
around
that
these few units, but going in alone is never the
Bro,
plan.
they're fighting them on the midpoint, bro. That's even worse.
The G maneuver and handling things as the waypoint will be neutralized.
And they're not going to get much out of the 38.7% either.
The G maneuver there. This is just gratuitous.
They need to at least hit 75 if they want to have a chance to even close it out on defense.
A little bit on the Mega Charge plant they got there earlier, but that 38.7% might be all they get. Focus on the Ashmar, taking to the skies once again. More intel, knowing where Skill Issue is setting up, and with 52 seconds left, this is gonna be Skill Issue's last attempt at
Bro, you don't want to be in that tunnel,
fight.
not this late in the game. Like, why are we in the tunnel? Like, what's going on?
Say that the G maneuver coming on in. This is turning into a death cap.
Wow,
misses
bro,
everybody.
No.
This is a
Oh, no, it hit Arrow.
No, it hit a lot of people, but it didn't kill him. It didn't really fully kill him. I don't know, man. I feel like Peekapoo. Is that their strat? Is running with that Guntank? Don't get me wrong, Guntank. Woo, yeah.
Guntank's great
if
if Guntank is only good if his enemy team can create friction. If the enemy team has too much momentum and they're just doing whatever they want, Guntank's gonna die with the rest of them.
Skill Issue have 1 or 2, and Pika's looking for something.
He's just looking to throw
the size of
Baronox with the Hades series and close it out. I don't know why they're running Guntank, bro. Like in the comp setting, especially when we're in a full damage meta, Guntank isn't gonna really help out that much. You need burst damage, not consistent damage.
100%.
38.7% is in fact bigger than 0. There's always a greener pastures. I'm a glass half full kind of.
Show us their stats.
But it is match point for Mafty.
Mood, I swear, man, I need Mood in one of these events, man. I need Exia buffed.
Very, very quick. Where all
buff Exia, okay? You know what? Make everybody overpowered and it to be mass chaos in the scene. That's what we need.
That's what I want.
Mass
But
chaos.
the player base doesn't like that. That scares them.
give us the original Exia. Matter of fact, fuck it. Give us the original bar from the play from the CNT, the one that made people cry.
You don't understand, Craze. I can pull up a 30-page document on Reddit and Steam discussions combined about how that's going to kill the player.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, it happens in every scene, and I get it, and I get it.
You don't understand.
You don't understand how these people work.
Don't understand. It's like they don't care.
The entire team works so well together. Mafty.
Akira, like, hey, first of all, welcome to the stream, welcome to the GENL, the one-stop shop for everything Gundam competitive in the West. We run the West while the Triple GP runs the East. Stay tuned for season 2 that's coming up fairly soon. And if, I know you came in saying that you're one of Chaotic's friends. If you're not in the team or you're a fan overall, you know, we're the place to be at to watch, you know, the pro scene, you know, flourish. But yeah, like, again, I understand that, and I get we need the balance, and I feel like a lot of the times right now, we're at a point where the units are pretty evenly balanced, but I don't agree with at the cost of like making a unit like Exia, for example, out of all the melee units. Exia not being so like you just completely took him off the thing. He's no longer necessary.
Defusing! They got the defending it. Oh no, that was the plant. I'm behind.
It's over.
I need to refresh.
Well, The time is running down real quick. If they can even get back in force, they need a miracle, and that miracle is not going to be Mikazuki taken down once more. Bone Kel out of it.
That's it.
And now it is over. A decisive match one victory from Mafty, and
I don't know.
For a reason, Lemon.
Good
Mafty,
effort.
That was a one-sided affair.
Good effort.
Skill issue only
No
getting
one wants to
38%.
be
And the
in
fact
that
that Mafty
situation.
on
I'll
their
say that.
attack finish this up right quick.
No one wants to be in that situation. So that was a good effort.
What did you think?
Wow,
that looks like on the backside, TwistedSin looks like they're about to take map 1 Harbor City.
It's going to be a very difficult
takes a lot
one
to
for
show up
Skill
and do
because
some
Mafty
stuff,
have
but
been
good
getting
effort.
stronger and stronger. And UNZP pointed out really well. There are so many threats on that
no,
team.
no, I lied.
There's
They're
not
just doing
one that we can
internals.
actually
I'm
focus on
tripping.
because there are so many amazing players on Mafty.
I know. It's like all
can't
individual
tell.
skill.
Sometimes I can't tell what
If
they're
it was
doing because like
1v1 tournament for
there's
any
no way
suit in
I
the
can
game,
keep track
they would
of
all be
what
the
team's
potential
doing what.
winners.
Like,
It's
I have like a
unbelievable.
bunch of
Like
streams open
not
on
only,
my
of
end
course, they have
trying
that
to see
synergy.
stuff.
So there's a reason why they are considered the favorites for sure in this.
Yo, you know what's weird? They decided to
Yeah, and now, I
like
mean,
start
you
the
guys were
games at
pointing
different
it out.
times.
We had a lot
Right,
of
so like
threats.
SC,
Arrow
like
on that
after
Zaku
map
2
1
range was doing
ended,
an
now
amazing
they're gonna
job,
run
but you guys
match B.
consistently said
And then
Nox was
after
one that
one
you
map
had to
ends
keep
on that
an eye
one,
out
map-
for on
map
that
C
bar.
and
He
stuff.
was able
That's
to
some
show
shit that
what
we
he
should have
can
been
do on
doing
that
because we
unit.
have low personnel. But for them, with that whole
I'm a big fan
roster of
the
people
bar play. We're
working
gonna
for
see some
them,
really good bar plays
I expect
today
that thing to be
for
running
sure.
like
We are
everybody
going
at the
to
same
see,
time.
honestly, a lot of really
Time
good
is of the
specialists. I
essence.
want to point out while we're looking at these replays, Skill Issue did a great job, right? Skill Issue did a great job. They are the last seed in this tournament, but being able to go to like 60% in every single round of Thermal Plant is
I feel for
huge.
them.
Against
I
a top
feel
team
for
like
Skill
that,
Issue.
you tend to see 100 to zeros, even against some of the better teams in the entire league. And on top of that, Skill Issue, their comps are amazing. They've got the gun tank on Pikapo. That is one of the most rare suits to see in competitive play. We see the Zaku 2 melee, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, honestly,
they
like,
run tankless or at least like non.
I would even feel bad for any of the
We
teams,
did
bro.
see them go
None of them.
ahead and pivot away from that once we went over
Because
away from the domination, right? On Thermal Planet and went over.
Everybody
to
here,
the
bro,
defense.
they
went
put
to
in the
a bit
effort,
more
they put in the
standard. They picked up
thing,
the
like they
Suzabi,
grinded
they
it
dropped
out.
that gun tank
But this whole
and tried to play
roster
the dom
mania that's
trooper,
been
but it
happening,
just
bro, it
wasn't
affected a
enough
lot of
in the
teams.
face
That's what I mean.
of
Yeah,
Mafty.
That's why,
like, I
yeah,
feel
that's why I
for,
feel like
like,
season
opposition, it
2
looks like it's one that
with
I've
us
seen them
implementing the roster
play
lock is going to make
much
things different.
stronger.
Like,
And
as
so
our
this was
analyst
just like,
mentioned,
oh,
the
man,
fact that
like,
Mafty
good
ran a
effort,
tank,
you know,
or
good
at least in the
effort.
way of having a Suzabi, that chonky boy at the front, versus not having chonky boy at the front. Do you think that's what made that big of a difference for Mafty?
I mean, for Mafty, it's so hard to pinpoint what was the breaking point because the sum total of all the analysis right now is that everything was the breaking point. Everything was an advantage. I mean, even we talk about the point where for Skill Issue, TM Craze had some pretty decent moments, right? I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that on a one-to-one level, he was outplaying Offbeat Alligator, but he was also the high point of all Skill Issue. So if your highest point can't even outplay your counterpart on the other side, and you're getting hit from all these different angles.
Damn.
You're just losing on all ends here. What was the breaking point?
Damn,
You have to say it like that. Like
These
these guys starting fights. Like what the?
Then,
Come
of
on
course,
now.
Mafty, and we are going to see a we're at least
kind of
potentially more
aggressive
Skill
there.
Issue, which I'm glad this is
That's
the
coming from me, like,
I mentioned, they actually played really well. It's just hard to understand how strong Mafty is, but I do know that before we move on, we do actually have, I think you mentioned it earlier, we've got some of the trivia, which I'm excited to do. I'm gonna get embarrassed for sure.
My favorite part of the stream so far is when Cyber
I
said
actually
that
know
he
about
only
Gundam.
sees
It's
the
okay.
game
We
in
can be
colors.
a
It's
team
like
here.
red, blue,
But
red,
Yeah.
I think
red,
we're ready
red.
to,
I break
go
it
for
down
our
to
first
just
the
like, all right,
colors.
who's winning? Oh, I just see red on the kill feed.
Chat.
Well,
I
red
wanna
must
know
be
what your
winning because
answer is
like
here.
you
Question,
can't do anything
who
from the
owns
floor.
Haro that appeared in the first episode of Mobile Suit Gundam? And the
I'm not in the
answers
chat.
here: A. Char Aznable, B. Garmazabi,
Are we gonna win
C.
stuff for this?
Amuro-Ray,
Yeah,
they
they
were
gave
doing
out,
all
um,
last week, so last time.
They gave out like
Now,
10 supply pods
Chad, of
last
course,
time.
they're all geniuses. They're all gonna know the answer
Like
perfectly,
the
right?
earliest
But
like the
I'm gonna
earliest
go
people get
around
supply pods
the
last
bend
time.
here and see what all of us think. So why don't we start with Lemon?
I'm done.
No. So I'm gonna go.
Lemon,
with
just
A,
guess.
because
Char sounds like Charmander
and
does.
it's a very cool.
Oh, and look at the chat. This cheated. Look at the
I have
chat.
no idea. It just sounds cool.
Bro, I already
So
know
easy.
that.
I
No,
looked
they don't even
at
need
it
to look at
and,
chat.
you know, I think
I
that's
lied. I was gonna
showdowns
say
where I
because
just really just
Wonder Chef
wrote
and
one letter the entire time.
Wonder
I
Chef
can't
and
think of
Gamerson
anything
usually
ultra
interact with the
meaty in all
chat.
this, but you
But I'm
can't
like,
talk
bro,
about
they don't
Mobile
even
Suit
need
Gundam without thinking about a
like look at the
Ray.
chat
So
for
I'm gonna
this
say
because they already
C,
know.
But I'm also probably gonna try to find a way to answer C for every single question from
You're
here on
horrible.
out, and
You
I'm gonna
failed
let it
school.
ride.
You failed school, and I know you did.
All right, so it looks like map 1 is flat
Look,
for
just know your
TwistedSin
standardized
versus
testing.
Fusion.
Just play the odds. There you go.
Yeah, play the odds. You
Okay.
don't need to get all A's in school.
Dude,
to
the game
pass,
added
right?
Zeta, bro. Akira, if they added Zeta, you know what? I can't even say nothing against it. 'Cause I was gonna talk about the size of the unit, and Zeta is a fucking command center in his
I
own.
know it's Fraubrau's,
But,
Fraubrau had it at least
Hey, at the end of the day, I mean, they're adding so many people
I-
across the
I
board from a
guess
lot of these like main
it was
titles. I wouldn't put it
Rays
past
is
them to put
also my
Zeta in here.
guess because they
Can
were
you
the only
imagine
people
how
that were
his like
there,
how
like,
the
when
actual
show
units
started, so that's my
G
guess.
menu would be? It was like that a whole this whole lane right here. Okay, that whole thing is a beam. No more. It's not a sidewalk. It's a dead zone.
Gundam expert, the pro ultimate pro of us is gonna be Jamerson. Hope I'm not overhyping you here, but
No.
I
You
trust
pointed
your
out well.
knowledge.
You pointed
a
out
lot.
well. If there was going to be a trick answered here, then I would have said Frau, right? Because you're absolutely right. Those are the only two from the first episode. So if they had put that in there, then I would have had some questions. But I'm going to go with main character syndrome. Amuro Ray C. That's my final answer.
What about you guys? Like, if there's a unit you guys would be in,
Well, I'm
and,
glad that we have our answers.
I
Of
get
course,
it.
chat,
You don't have to
you
go
all
so
need to have your
niche.
answers
But
as
like from
well.
like
But we're gonna
think
get
of
the
this
answer when
more
we
like
come
a
back
like
from
a
the
question
break. We are
for
gonna be
Gundam
moving into our
casuals, right?
second set of the day,
What
so you're not
popular
going to go
unit from
anywhere.
all
We'll
of the
be
franchises that
back
we've
with
had?
our
Which one
return
would you
of the
like
Gundam
to
Evolution
show
Showdown
up?
right after this.
There is only one I have been saying this whole time. That one is Gundam Atlas.
I fucking love you. I love you. Thank you. This is why we get along. This is why we get along. This is why we get along.
I watched just enough
This
of
is-
Seed to see some like weird animal Gundam thingy that was running
Oh,
around.
the dog one? The
yeah,
dog-
I was like,
yeah.
that'd be pretty cool. I would play that in Gundam Evolution.
Yeah.
I think that would
Well,
be
he took my answer. I want to see Gundam Atlas. So that's for me is like a speedster kind of thing. He'll be like the equivalent of like what's his name, Barb, who's fucking quick, in out like a disruptor, right? A flanker. But since he took my answer, I would go from, let's say, because Seed gave us the most units out there, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to go Freedom because Freedom is too, it's too whatever, it's too.
Burning
I would go.
Gundam?
No, I can't see Gene Gundam units. It's hard for me to imagine it because I've already played those characters in Maxi Boost On, and a lot of these units that we have now, they have skill sets and like actual like the way that they function in the game are from Maxi Boost On, and all those G Gundam ones are like brawlers that you have to go in there and now it's so satisfying when you catch them in a 2-piece biscuit combo in there, but you got to get in there. I know Cyber will love it. Cyber will love a hands-on melee character.
I think
So-
I think that'd be cool. I think.
Okay, so for G Gundam, I would say Master Gundam alongside Burning
I
Gundam.
can see that.
But from Seed, I would like Destiny Gundam. I don't know. I would like Destiny Gundam because between the Freedom and Destiny, I feel like they were going at it. I feel like I had more of a. I'd like the Destiny one because I'm more of an underdog. I support underdogs, but I know they're gonna hit us with Freedom if they're gonna do anything from that scene.
From Gundam, from G Gundam, I
Oh,
would
I like
like
this.
What's his name? Master Asia's Gundam.
Yeah, that's
Oh, this is
Master Gundam.
cool.
Okay, so never
Bro, I
mind.
love this. What
want-
is this?
This is Gundam Info.
No, but I've never seen the commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
I would give me Jiminy Crickets, whatever his Gundam, the punchy one.
Jiminy Cricket. Oh,
Remember that? Yeah.
wait, you talking about the American one?
yeah.
The boxer? All right. I'll be damn. Thank God you said that. Because if I hear one more time, oh, Tequila Gundam or Bull Gundam, I'm like, come on, man.
Get out of here with that crap.
Come on, bro. I want this.
spamming
Bro,
Cap
I'm gonna
warning.
get this
Warning.
video for our commercials. Wait, do they? Wait, see, this is why I feel bad that I'm not really. I know Gundam Info because I stopped going because it was all Japanese. But do they have every single series right now dubbed?
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that Gundam Info video. That was really good.
Well, they're talking. We can't hear them. Okay, it's Chef again. Chef always.
That was my fault. Welcome back, everybody. We
Oh
are
my
the
God,
second
classic
set of
Chef.
what is going to be a very long weekend of Gundam Evolution. I'm already getting too excited for this next match. I was already getting ready to go get my popcorn and mute myself and just watch the game because I had a lot of fun in that first one. But before we get back to our matches, we of course have to answer the trivia that we got to see the question for earlier, and now we get to see if we're all fools or not. I feel like we're not going to have as many repeats, but let's see again the question.
Obviously.
Who was the hero that appeared in the first episode of Mobile Suit Gundam? Char the Bull Garmazabi, Amuro Ray, or Hata Kobayashi? And the true answer is... We had 3 for C. Please be C. Yeah, let's go. Amuro Ray is the answer.
Always
Yeah,
on the
it's
main
like the
thing.
reason I know is because I
the
watched
main
the
character
origin off of a
is,
Craze
is gonna
recommendation
be
when I was trying to
always
get
a
into
safe
Gundam.
bet. So at the very minimum, we got
And,
some. You know, I like the
You
Char
know, the
as the
origin,
Bull
that
one,
was
too.
it was a
That's,
gift from
you
his
can
dad,
also
so like
basically
that's how I
always
know
vote
it,
for
it was
Char,
owned
right? I
by
think that's
him.
a
I never watched the
pretty
original
safe bet
MSG,
also
but I
in the
feel
Gundam
like it was a
universe.
present
Always C from here on out.
since
I
they were
just
moving
said, I
to
should have said
what was the
Garmazabi
only
because
called
don't
Side
we
7?
really have a player
Something like
called
that?
Garmazabi somewhere here? I swear.
We do. Fun
Am I
fact
wrong?
actually about
Did I get
Garmazabi,
calling
they
wrong,
said
Craze?
that any winnings
What
that
was
they
that?
have, they're going to be
No, I was
donating
asking
to a local animal shelter,
the reason
which is
I
a really
the reason
cool
I
thing.
know it like
So,
the Amuro Ray
yeah,
got the
I
Haro when
know.
they were moving
For
when he
sure.
was that
I'm,
moving Side 7, right? Is that name
No, we've got some.
Well,
some
yeah,
great
like
people
when you
in the
first watched it, when you first
community,
watched the
but,
series,
I'm
the
excited
first
for
episode when
our
I forgot her
second
name
set
was,
of
she
the
walks
day,
into
and
the
pretty much all
thing,
of
she
the
walks
other
into his
sets that
home
we're
looking
gonna
for him.
have.
That's where
This
you
is
see
gonna
the
be
Haro.
such a
Like
good
Haro's like
start.
it's
We're gonna
it's
see
the
such a cool
dad's
play in that
actually.
first
Oh no, I was
Just
saying
thinking
off of
about it, 'cause it moves
the
so
origins
fast.
because I never watched OG MSG.
That's right. I mean, it's going to be Gugang versus
I'm in this flip
second
phone. I
win
want to
for our
order
second
Exia
match
Buffs.
of
Freedom
the
would be
day.
good
This one
pick.
should be
Whoever
much
picks the
closer
wrong
than what
answer
we
is
had
troll.
before.
Yo, I would lose it, dude. I would lose it. Bro, listen, I just whenever I get any of your feedbacks, any of the guys' feedback, I push it forward. I think one of these days I'm gonna have to say, hey, can we talk about getting some stuff changed around here? 'Cause I think the Americans don't really buy with these Japanese-centric buffs and nerves.
What are you talking about? You didn't like the Ashmere melt everyone's face buff? That's still in the game?
Well, I mean, did they even that out by making him part of the 800 Life Club now?
Right.
It's still not even though. Boy's still tough.
Probably.
Hey, I'm an Ashmar main, so you're never gonna hear me say nothing
Well,
about
we
it.
got Missile Base and Canyon and Thermal Plant. What are these map
Our
picks?
very first map of our
Look,
first
all I'm saying is
series
I
about
live
the,
in Spain
objectives
where
that
the
run,
S is
that
silent,
turn,
bro. Like
will
I'm an
be around
Exia
the
main
map,
through and through,
and
getting
it's
nerfed every
random.
patch
So
or
that's why
starts.
rotations are super
And I know my
important.
man
That dash
Cyber is in the
management's
most
so
pain
key.
because they nerf Zaku.
Yeah, it
Zaku
really
too.
is.
So-
I
Yeah,
am
I'm just
convinced
curious to see
that
what different looks at the meta we got here, right?
there will
Where
be
you think back to
a
the first
era
match, Matt
where I
just
shall
sort of set the tone of
return,
like, here's how
and
the
Melee will be
very
strong
aggressive
based off
Gundam
of
Evolution
everyone getting
team.
little
Here's how to
cameos with
use
all the new
multiple different
characters,
facets of
Yeah.
the
and
to your
Zaku
advantage.
Melee
You
getting
know,
shat
multiple
on in
different
2
ways to
videos.
use different units. There's the rest of the field.
He
These
shows
are
up,
big
shoulder
feats.
up, I'm
Other
and heavy
things
arms
in
just
store.
messes him
Ooh.
up.
This is where, again, we get to see a
I
little
remember
bit
that
more
first
of
event,
the puzzle.
we ran him.
Oh, this is such
And it
an
was like about a
annoying
week
choke
before
to have
that
to
the event
go
was up. They
through.
went
I'm
live.
not gonna lie.
Lux.
So this is where
And
you can have all types.
I was
of
like, nah, it
different
won't
units
matter,
that
man. The unit's pretty
specialize
cool.
in holding chokes. I know
That
about
day
Hero,
was
everybody
it was
hates
like
it,
bloody
and at least
murder.
and when it comes to esports, and
Carl
I'm
Sagan getting away with
My Hero
everything.
isn't,
Carl Sagan on
but
the
my favorite
original
hold chokes just
fucking
like that.
Zaku Melee was
Really?
atrocious.
But it will be
Carl
second
Sagan!
I bought that unit. I paid money for that
Sagan!
unit, knowing that
Already definitely
I'm gonna
seeing
just like
some
roll through and
differences
everyone's
from
gonna. I
the
knew
last
everyone was gonna
series.
hate
One
me
thing as a
playing
change,
that
both
unit
teams gonna be running
because I knew
Hellrider.
how strong it was going to be in a
really
game
good,
full of people who just wanted to aim,
from
and I'm just in their face doing like 800-900 damage. And I knew it. That's why we have a whole emote about
Yeah, this
Zaku
is where,
Melee
you know,
laughing
Dawn
over
Trooper
people's
is just
tears.
the
It's just
better
like I knew it.
version, and you
I
can,
knew my time would come.
have
I knew they'd nerf
different
him at some
ways of
point.
entering
Day
it, especially
one,
the
after the
screaming
nerf,
Nimbus
he was
has
still
to be the
strong,
funnest
but
G
then
maneuver
everyone
in
else started
the
getting
game.
buffs
You were
while he
quite
got
literally
nothing.
Screaming
And
Nimbus,
so it
AKA
was just
the
like
pain train, as I like to say.
straight further and
you
further
have
away from
mines,
God.
You have an armor gun that you can heal some
Hey, I mean,
allies with. It's really just an all-around.
It was a
great
good run,
flex
man. But hey,
pick.
you never know.
Will be
We might get
secondly
something. We might
starting
we
that
might get a new unit in the future, and then we might need a melee to step up.
Right, and I think that's
And
what's
then-
gonna happen.
Yeah,
You got
like,
any
oh,
predictions,
man.
by the way, for this? Mine is second win. I think second win's gonna come out on top.
This one, all right. Let's run some predictions. Let's get some things in
I don't
there.
know. Goose
Um,
Game's been
second
grooming
win.
quite a bit, so you never know. But yeah, I think second. I will go. I'll agree with you. I'll say second win.
Wind,
Wind is,
and
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
This is the
Zombies
main
is something
team,
that
from what I'm saying. This is like
received a lot
when
more
last
in the
second
showdown
and
than we did previously.
IQ.
Hey, you look at
This is
the
Wiki,
IQ.
Exponent,
This is like their
Red
this is
Protocol.
like their A squad right now. So this should be the team. Look, they got Tizim and everything in there.
Yeah,
So let's see.
yep. That's what I'm saying. I think this is
defense has already lost one. Now onto the high ground, you see some.
But no, Kamille is
going
gonna get his
to
time back, and then I'm gonna laugh again and start making
all
all these big ass highlight reels once again.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm a patient guy. I'm very patient. Very patient guy.
And second win,
All right, guys, predictions out right now. We currently have for map 1, who takes it, Goo Gang or second win? Put your votes in. Drop those. Drop that Gundanium for more chances to get yourself, some additional Gundanium points out there. Hey, in the future, we will be having more stuff coming along the way. More emotes. Static, dynamic emotes, alongside with some cool little features here and there for some interactable moments like what you guys see from Cyber himself. So, hey, just make sure you start stacking them up now for when the day comes. You guys are good to go. You guys can go and subscribe to the channel to support to the GENL and the rest of the people out there. Let's see if we can get ourselves up to 50 subscribers, hopefully, for the start of the next season. But let's see. We'll be doing way more content for you guys, so just stay tuned. Follow our socials. Follow us on Twitch. Follow us on Twitter. And, of course, go check out our YouTube. Lux has done an amazing job to, make sure all of our content is well, not maintained, but well, stored away, the vault, if you can call it, of all of the events that were ranging from back in October at the first ever Evo event to our current event. So go check us out. Enjoy the rest of the content. Go check out the highlight reels, and or you want to sit down and watch 4-hour videos, you guys can check out our old events. So go check it out.
This might be it. As I say that, Plague Reaper comes on in, gets one, sets up.
I think Zaku needs to have that additional boost that he gets, that dash. Take it away.
He was good.
That's
where
probably
he
one of
was.
the biggest buffs any unit could ever receive, because no other unit can do that like him.
Yeah,
No other unit can get a free boost.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was already strong, but like once again, like a lot of these buffs and nerfs are Japan centric, and they weren't really running Zaku 2 range over in JP. So like just to see him get that buff is just insane when he really didn't need it. Like a lot of these, and it's funny because like the way you see Japan meta is completely different from the North American meta. So like all the characters that they don't run over there, we run, and all the characters that we don't run here, they run over there. It's like it's very interesting to see that too.
Make it into any eliminations, and they overextend.
I never what was it? The gun tank meta was always a thing out there.
Yeah, it was
never
gun
ran
tank, gym, Zaku 2 melee's always been run, even when he got like hard nerf.
But I don't think so.
Just getting the time down as low as you can, at least something Goo Gang
Yeah, this is gonna be this should be a point right here.
Yeah, they were saying in chat, Wonder Chef was saying like it's so weird that he never sees
gym ult
anyone
is
play
huge.
Mahiru on this map. And I was just like, well, to be fair, a lot of the pro players don't play Mahiru enough, and even though his rework is really strong, they don't have enough experience to be able to play him on this map. So it wouldn't be good to just switch, even though he's strong. They'd rather just play someone who has more experience.
Where they were able to get second wind all down to about
Hey, listen, Mahiru is actually, listen,
Mahiru's awesome.
People been sleeping on Mahiru,
Yeah.
bro. Like, yo, like for
He's great
Zaku 2
now.
range, for Zaku 2 range, I just go for Mahiru. Like, I love his kick, his mobility. He's fast.
just escalated against Goo Gang.
He's a very fast unit. People been
The
just sleeping
problem
on him.
is, and this is what Hawklight told me when I was asking why they don't run Mahiru. He says that the teams don't run Mahiru
And a
because of the
minute
fact he
15
doesn't
is
have
nice
enough
for
health
second
pool to
one,
survive
obviously. I think
and
they
play the
could
role
do
that he
way
needs to
better.
do.
But that
So like
minute 15 will
he's at
matter for
he's
the
in
extra
900 health
rounds
now,
if
right?
Goo Gang
But
manages to
but
also
he
capture
can't
those
survive
points. That
like
timing
going
that you
in
have
against like
remaining
good
will play
teams
a
like doing
factor
a
in
forward
the
front
next
kick
attacking
and then
rounds,
like then doing the
also win at
tutorial
the
cannon.
end.
Like it's
So
good
it will
value
be
out of
Goo
those
Gang on
abilities
their
and his
attack
skill
next.
set.
So I
It's just
feel
he
like their
can't
defense is
survive
pretty
doing it.
solid. I think just maybe
Unfortunately.
coordinating in those
Anytime
That's
you do
right.
that, it's a weird statement because it's like it's not like he's 1v6ing. It's a team game. So like I think it always has to be like under the right circumstances of the team play and stuff like that. Oh, he would shine and he'd be great, but that requires a certain level of teamwork to make that work.
delay
if
time on the point about as efficient
you got
as
it,
you can.
Mahiru,
They actually did hit the miracle
and
to
Sazabi.
stop
I'll give you a great
second
example.
win at
So you got
75%
Mahiru,
progress.
Sazabi,
But
and Unicorn, right?
attacking
And
is
then you
more
have
difficult,
Exia and maybe
in
Barb.
this game
Mahiru,
mode, they're
Sazabi,
not
Unicorn,
even
Exia,
guaranteed to
Barb,
ever
and then one
cap
other, because then they
point
make it
beats to
6.
begin with.
That's
So
enough
the fact that
chaos
7-1 was able to
happening
do
for the
that,
enemy
they're
team
still in
that
a
Mahiru
pretty
can get
good
away with
spot.
murder.
If we do go to extra rounds, they would
But
take
if you're
some time
running
getting,
like
on top of it.
Mahiru
I wanna give
with
a shout out
all
to Wiki on our
frontliners,
side.
well, yeah, I'm
The
sure
unit
Sniper
got
could just
buffed in
take
the
care of
most
Mahiru
recent
very
patch, was able
quickly.
to hook people in,
But
close range.
I don't know.
Once you do
It's
hit
such a
those
weird
skill
thing because
shots, I mean,
like
Mara's side does a
in
lot of
games like
stun
this,
and
skill
crowd
always
control
has to
in
be
general,
taken
so
into account.
we'll continue
And
that.
when a
Second
person
win,
who
defending.
is skillful on
This is a
other
choke
units
that
say that,
doesn't
oh,
seem
this
to
unit's
wanna
not very
help,
good,
too much.
my mind
This
always
second
goes
win,
to,
they'd
well, yeah,
rather
you
just
would say
be on the
that because
high
you don't play that
ground.
unit.
And Googan,
You
here
know,
comes
so it's
first
like
pick.
that's a no-brainer if you would make a comment like that because this isn't the unit that's your primary focus. So I'm pretty sure you don't see value in the unit.
Well, I mean, but think about it. Like, what's Mahiru's like? I look at Mahiru like I used to look at Junkrat back in Overwatch. It's playing angles.
Right.
He's bouncing off walls, right? If you're out in the open, you're looking to get popped off.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
You're supposed to be playing like that. You're supposed to be playing like undercover, using the
Yeah.
angles, hitting off of bouncing off walls. I would love him to have a little bit more, clips, like a couple more shots.
Yeah.
in the
But
clip.
he's the thing.
Because holy shit, 3 is
Everyone
like
says
kind of
3
random.
shots.
That's like
But his 2 abilities have such a low cooldown now. I think a lot of players aren't refocusing their mindset to, instead of trying to shoot him, maybe I should be flipping at them. Because the flip does what, 300 damage?
Yeah, but
And
that's
then
the
it has
thing.
a bigger pushback. And if you're on Harbor, if you're in a boat, or if you're in a team fight, or if you're in a situation, you can kick them into your team. You know, you can boost around so that you're behind or in front or to the side, kick them into your team and have your allies take them out.
Yeah, but that's also part of the problem. Though. Remember, you're saying kicking.
It's the thought
They can't
process.
survive. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like he can't survive doing that, especially when especially in competitive gear. You see a lot of people getting focused by like in casual and ranked that can work. But I've heard that they've tried it as well. Like they've tried it after the buffs, like a lot of teams here, but they just don't see value because like we prioritize targets. So like when you see a Mahiru come out and try to like hit someone on target and do his main like hit, his abilities, he's just not going to survive and get out.
Like Exia versus Mahiru, the Mahiru should win now. Because Exia is standing in front of him, Mahiru can just flip forward, do that big, 300 damage kick, and then do the, you get a free, I don't know if people know this, but you get a free grenade after a kick. So it's like, after you do your kick, you're in close enough to get a free grenade that literally it feels like it's an auto track because the screen focuses immediately to the thing you just kicked and it locks on for a second. You press left click, that's a free grenade. And then for those that don't know, when you throw your new stun projectile, it passing through a unit does damage. So you actually do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. Again, it's like, it's interesting because it's like, in shooters, I think hero shooters are kind of like MOBAs in essence, where it's like, or fighting game. Because it's like everyone says the character's bad, but then you have that one person that's just been playing it and 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 playing it. And eventually comes out of nowhere and beats everyone. And then they're like, where did you come from? And it's like, yeah, well, no one was looking at this character because you all said it was bad. So you never played it. Meanwhile, I kept playing it and I got good at it and I figured out all of your weaknesses and you didn't know mine because you never see the unit enough or you don't play it. So it's like, I don't know. I'm still looking forward to seeing that aspect happen where like someone's just like, yeah, this character's always been strong. You guys just slept on it.
Instantly on their first fight. There's a time deficit here.
Now we're down to
I mean,
5.5 seconds.
you know when we'll get to the point where we'll start seeing a little bit more different lineups? When we have enough units that we can start running. We have way more units, but we can start running like a unit band system, right? And then you're forced to have to learn how to make things work. I mean, I would love, like, out of all the plans that we have coming up for the GNL, to do like I was thinking about doing a creator class.
Oh, they got this. Googan got it.
Bro, with the extra time, they better.
No, why would you go for Reds? You know he's there. Oh yeah, they lost that.
No.
The one chance they had, they just lost off of like trying to get
I
secure
thought
res.
Googan had that for sure.
Maybe Magadanium.
Amato Shadow started flipping things
But yeah,
around.
so yeah, doing like some
Just
yo,
that 2K
we
was
we.
enough to kind of equalize the unit numbers on that point A.
I mean, what I mean,
2K
you would have thought that. Like, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I could tell.
Something.
I
You know, the
did.
C+
I thought.
that you got in high school,
I can't
CP,
vote,
that's
so yeah.
basically what the Goo Gang got, except they didn't go to college.
All
All right,
A's,
second
unfortunately, in
win.
that regard.
Bro, I gave it 10
just,
minutes, bro, and it,
you know,
and it
you
went
get
so
the concept.
fast.
It's not as easy to get A's there. Still get them, but more work.
I'm just kidding.
I know.
We have glasses because we're smart. At least it makes us.
I
look
gotta make
smart.
these things shorter, bro.
It's true.
Well, yeah,
But,
so.
yeah, going into that.
All right,
you
so
know,
I asked you guys.
like
Okay, my
brings
brain is
them
so
over,
fried right now.
there's
I'm
the
watching
game
some
over there.
banned
So
illegal war
it
criminal
is
recordings.
hard
What is
to
this?
attack. There is a big defender's advantage.
Oh
time.
man,
So,
listen,
you know,
yo, I
for a
would.
second when they were
Oh,
very, very
man, I really do want to see some
you
of the
know,
guys
just
come back
getting
and everything.
past
Like
the
I
front,
think
especially
the
running
best.
to
I think the
outside,
best
that,
showcasing
you know, is always
of
looking
like
It's
the
difficult,
talent
and,
within Gun Evo was
you know,
Best
it was a
West.
slower-paced game.
I'm looking for
Both
new
teams had
talent.
an
Yeah,
I just
opportunity
want
to
new.
Best of West had a
Stop
lot of
bringing
attacks,
these
but
some
even
crazy. You
still,
gotta let it go.
second
We
win
need
just
new
a
talent.
war
No new.
was-
No, that's no, but
New.
that's not let it go. That's what Best of the West did. It brought in new people that came in here because we had
That's
no
true,
region
yeah.
lock.
That's true.
So like that's what I mean. Like Best of the West was the best like showcasing of what we could get from the West. Now we have, and that was without South America. That was without like SA or Central America. Now I know that we're gonna be. I know that I'll be reaching out down to like the South American bandit accounts to see who's playing out there, get more people out there. But we also count on streamers like yourself, like like Cyber, to get the ball rolling with those other regions that are now being included in our in the game. But I would love to see what these guys have down there. Like I know that the ping right now is not that bueno, but it's still new talent can come through. So I mean, we still have a lot of possibilities with things getting better.
Yeah,
But at least we
relative
have
to switch game
new
modes here, things will
faces
probably
coming
be a
through, and that's what I
little
want to
bit
see. Like
more
drop the region lock
chaotic
for
and
get the
open,
Europeans back in
point
here,
capture is one of those
and
things
then we
where,
have all
you know,
these
if you're
regions
a
fucking
team that's
kicking
set up and
ass.
you have a good
That's what
plan,
I'm
you
looking
can really play around it a little bit more just because the nature of the
Oh
game
yes,
gives
actually
you
only one
more
Dynamis
time
kit
to
back
set
here.
up
Yeah,
and,
I got
I'm definitely curious to
Barbatos,
see what changes here as we get to another
Dynamis,
map, but
New
I'm just
Gundam,
excited the fact that we are seeing
Sazabi,
a little bit different
and I got like
gameplay
3
from the teams
Freedom
relative
kits
to
for some
map one,
reason.
which was, a full-on aggression
Bro,
scheme
every
run.
time
Hey,
I hear
you-
Dynamis, all I think
this
about is how we
a
got
little bit
roasted
more
in that
set
one
up,
video we
a little
posted,
bit
bro.
more profile.
I'm not bringing it back up because he took the
I don't know
blunt
what
of
you're
it, but I take but I took responsibility. I defended. I said that we
Right.
made him say it like that. So
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Lex didn't do it. I went and did it.
I am the talent. I was just following the
I did it
orders
too.
of.
I wrote the script. I wrote the script. So it was my fault too.
It was funny.
Hey.
So for those that don't know, the funniest part about the entire thing was I recorded like 2/3 of the entire video saying Dynamis, and then I was like, wait a minute, guys, should I be saying Dynamis?
Holy shit! They got the wrong name in the
I
map.
had to go back and re-record
Bro,
it.
this is UCC. They got. They said cannon.
Continual mainstay, because, hey, damage is
See, even the
it's
bigger
getting
productions that get the
so
bigger
we're not
money can
changing
still fuck
modes
up.
here. But again, for the sort of game mode,
No,
your game plan
nah,
is
don't
very
say.
different.
Oh, no, I'm reading the wrong chat. Somebody said NA production. No.
Someone said
Oh, we have a
Underground Canyon
substitution
City.
being called in. Chaotic is coming in for Wiki
Nah,
when
Fusion.
it comes to second
But
round. Wiki
nah,
was,
man, I'm
the
just
Mara
very excited to
side.
see what comes up next season. Season 2,
What Chaotic will
man,
come
season
in
2
play.
has to be.
Gundam? What are you talking about? That already
But
happened.
yeah, this is best of threes
GNL.
until we go to the
Yeah,
finals. Best of fives,
always.
like you
I was
said,
like, what?
the,
But nah, season 2 for
so we don't get the what, like
I guess
3
I gotta start thinking GNL. I gotta start thinking more like Pilot Academy.
The bracket reset, that
Even
was
though we are
fun,
the majority.
But
Um,
also, every format, it's ups
if
and
region
downs,
like
but
gets
also you can
dropped-
find fun in everything. So
Holy
my
shit.
doesn't even necessarily matter there. But here we go.
The
We're heading
power
on in.
scale
Map
is gonna be
number
shifted.
2 is Goo Gang.
I know for a lot of
To bounce
teams.
back
Even
and
though
take this
Omni
on
has
to
a lot of
3, second
people
win, meanwhile,
raring to
looking
go
put the
from
score
that, and we
away,
saw it in Best of the West.
I believe they win this, the winner of this
It'll
gets
shift the thing where maybe
very
Mafty
big
might
honor
not
of
be
fighting
the
back.
number 1 team for
I don't know
Omni,
if
right?
it's honor, but
It
that
might
is
be
really
Kamille,
Wait a
or it
minute.
might be the other squad.
Is this Canyon base?
Something scary.
No,
But I like
oh,
it.
that's
It's
no.
supposed to be Canyon based,
Yeah.
but
Evolution,
they set Underground
just like
Command
this
Center.
one.
Is it
We're
underground?
looking at
Oh.
the Jeeps and the
Yeah, so
cars.
they had the visuals for Underground Command Center,
You
but not
actually
for
are
Canyon base.
sized like
Lex
a
is
unit,
losing
like
himself
a
over there.
whatever, whatever.
Oh, no, I don't
It's
care. I thought it
3
was
times
funny.
larger
I know, I see the
than
laugh on
the
your face. That's what I
cars,
meant.
and
The
you
smile on
truly
your face.
feel like a unit
I'm not.
rolling
No, it's
around.
funny because I was watching
That's
a lot
great.
of
Also,
other
Harbor
productions.
City
And I'm like,
has
oh
like
wow,
similar
Sinister
kind
was
of. You're as
oh
tall
wow,
as the
Valorant
building.
also
Oh,
has
yeah.
guys
Godzilla
like-
out there.
Oh, totally.
Oh, even Blast messes up, the best production company in the world right now. Even they mess up. But yeah, it's just funny seeing that. Speaking of, I hope you guys look forward to season 2 of the Breakout series, going off what Craze said. We have a lot of new stuff coming in, and I think you guys are really going for it. So look out for it.
Long range.
Yeah, man. We're gonna make the announcement once we have the official date. The season 2 is planning to be started. We'll drop all of the dates for the GNL events. We're looking to do more than what we did last season. We actually gave other content creators the opportunity to fill in those slots on those weekends. But now that everything's more established, people know what's going on. We're gonna move in to take more dates. So you'll be seeing.
Hey, actually, down here, nice. They can kill Omno. Omno's a free kill. Omno's a free kill to swing.
Who's GenL? Who the hell is this?
We got some gym
love
action.
To see some Dynamis action too. Second win, get that clean fight.
Wait, is it Red playing gym again?
Nikki and Iza, Nagi on the other side have to back off. Now second win, are just chilling.
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
Again, on the defense, where, by defending first, this is one way to make the match a close match. Just don't let the opponent get point A quickly.
All right, predictions is going up. Got 5 minutes to vote.
So
get those points in, get the Gundanium set out.
Not really super rich in terms of G maneuvers.
5 minutes, like the first round's almost over.
Be that long, right?
All right, bro. Listen, I put 10 minutes at the beginning of the last round. Look how fast it went.
How many points
I gotta be,
No, just make it 2 minutes. Just make it 2 minutes.
I can cancel it halfway, man. Don't overthink this.
Oh my God, all of second 1 just swung that corner and just clap cheeks.
No, definitely not. As exponent comes in over the top.
Kind of want different cameras, man. I'm feeling I'm not.
Me too. Anytime I got an ear, I'm telling them like, hey, please, can we just update that custom system a bit? Because like, whatever you guys give us, we will use. Maybe some up and down sensitivity settings, so I can do better camera perspectives and movements.
Yeah.
Again, the thing that's going to be looking in their favor is that they're still building towards G maneuvers.
Bro, I think if they just implement the system like through Tarkov, like the movement speed, I think that would work perfectly because like your scroll, you can choose how fast up and down you want to be able to go.
From the side, immediately gets one, applies
I think that paired with the controller would help out a lot.
Nimbus flying on in, but second win more than willing to just say, hey, we're gonna use some G maneuvers, we're gonna buy more time, we're gonna force you.
Wait, what?
They pushed them all the way back to their spawn, bro.
Wait, what was on the wall right now? They were shooting at.
On the flank, screaming Nimbus into 4 units, grabs the
there was something he was shooting at the wall and it was actually making contact. I don't know what was there.
Are so confident in this match. The way they just are running down Gugang are doing very risky things that I feel like most other teams should be able to punish. And I think that's Gugang's strategy right now is when second win go for these cheeky plays.
Welcome to the stream. Well, everybody out there, welcome to the GNL stream. We're all glad to have you guys along with us.
Where it's all or nothing, it might be nothing. As I say that, they're still trying to move in onto point, but Amano has just been devastating. Not particularly.
These guys. You guys said I think it was yesterday that Dynamis isn't really a good pick at the moment.
He is. I'll say this: Headhunter's making him a good pick. No. This is the thing about these games, and this is just from my personal standpoint. Every unit is viable in the right hands. And so you have a lot of people that think they're the right hands, and they're not. And they make these statements, and it's just not true. So I've been watching Headhunter play. That man's been destroying people.
Hell yeah.
And so it's like, and he's using Dynamis to do it. So what that tells me is, in the right hands, this unit is exceptional. It's just that everyone's not that guy. And so, it's like, it's not, it's such a weird statement that is definitely not factual,
Shout out to Eagle for that tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, brother.
So the way I see things is like, you'll have units that you have to pick, right? Those are the must picks. then you'll
really
have
get things
units that
going,
are
and,
good,
you know, a lot of
and
that,
then you'll
the
have
range pressure
situational
coming in
units,
from the
right?
combo of Pale Rider
There
and
are
Dynamis
bad
is
units,
strong.
and I'm
We're
sorry
also
to say
good to
this,
see Dynamis
Cyber
getting played in the
Guntek's
tournament.
not a good unit in like competitive.
Yeah, I think once
But like,
second
there's a
wind-
lot of
or,
situations.
sorry, Gumi
Dynamis, I
caught
would
that
consider
out,
a
second we kind
situational
of
unit
realized and started
because
to
he
hide
requires
a lot
long lines of
more,
sight for him to
so
work
not kind of
efficiently.
revealing
You can't really
their
get him to
foreheads
work on
to a
in
sniper, of
situations like,
course.
for example,
And you know,
Cannon
the
Base here.
pistol
You mean
where,
solo or in
does
team
do
play?
less damage.
Team play.
If you can get
Okay.
to your G
Where
maneuver,
there's
of course,
5
you
other
can do more
people around
damage
him all
with
doing
it,
damage, and
but
he can
I
just
think
finish
the big
people
reason
off.
you bring the Dynamis
Yeah.
is for
Okay.
the power
Azer with the
I'm
get the
talking
sub to
team
mood.
play.
Appreciate that, bro.
Right,
Thank
right,
you.
right.
Defense to not
Yeah, I'm talking
reveal
team play. Like
themselves
when I'm
unless
talking about this
they're
stuff, I'm never talking about from solo play. I'm
But now
talking
Right.
about it from a team
Because that's the
play.
thing. A lot of the perspectives I hear are like them being like, "Oh, he sucks," and it's like, "Why does he suck?" "Oh, because he's not good," and it's like, "Why?" And it's like, "Oh, because he can't." And it's like it really sounds like you're trying to 1v6, and you're not understanding your place within your team and what's like. Because a lot of folks are like, "Oh, he sucks." It's like, why are you trying to kill 100% health targets? Why aren't you finishing off targets that are already weak?
That matchup
You know.
with Mafty.
Yeah, it's like that's my thing, right?
Right,
He's not gonna make it back in time.
Yeah.
He got there to scan way too late.
I can see that
Oh, no,
too
he made
with
it back.
what Mood says
To
about
see what
Ash,
units
but then
could be
again,
coming
Ash has
around the
way
corner.
more
We got some
value.
sweaty
mobility.
tactics
No,
coming,
mobility.
honestly,
It boils down to
mad
mobility.
respect.
Like Ash can kill someone on the ground, fly into the sky, and then kill someone from above, and then throw the molly and do more damage. So it's
Bro, they
like,
gave up alley, bro.
yeah, that's
bro,
like,
why are you
I
giving
feel
up
that. I
alley?
feel
A
what
little
you're
bit of
saying.
spam on his unit.
That's
Instead,
definitely a
almost gets
factor
full
of just
over,
like, well, yeah, there's
fully
definitely
under
more.
pressure,
That's what I was saying.
falls.
What was
Getting
wrong with
found very
Dynamis? It's just
quickly
like
by Victor
he's cool and he's
Zombie,
new,
and
but I'm
second
like,
win. They're just
he's
rushing in. There's
just
not a whole lot
he's
of
so much
pretexts.
single target
They saw the
damage. He
early
doesn't do
weakness,
something
got the
that
early poke,
these,
and it is
everyone
all
else can't
down
already
from
do.
here.
You know,
Mono
the only
X1
exception
gonna do
is
the rest, and look at
the gravity
progress. It's
grenades.
just about there, and it's
Craze.
over.
I'm like, it's like the
That's
Jetsons
all
where
she
I'm like
wrote,
the
big
wife holding out her hand.
congratulations to second win. I mean, Izanagi might have been able to
All my
scout, but all
predictions,
he
like-
saw was an L at the end of the
No, I feel like
day.
this whole stream is just me molding
We
at
come
the
back to our
teams
four
making
box.
mistakes.
What's up, Chef? What's
I'm
up,
just getting channel
Jamerson?
points.
Another
I'm just winning
one-sided,
channel points.
quarterfinal.
Yeah,
Cyber is
you know,
focused
I
on
wanna say it's
beating
one-
I
colors.
started with
and
500,
channel
I'm now
points.
at
Craze
3K.
is over here
Not
talking
really
to
used to
Wonder
seeing
Chef
as
in the
much
main
in
chat.
competitive,
I'm
and
over
there
here
are some
molding at
really,
teams for making
really tough
mistakes.
choke points here. You can see that even like some of the times that they were able to like kind of get in, if they got like picked off like one single time, the entire reset.
they're saying that there's no drops
drops
in the official
Both those
stream.
maps kind of similar in a
Yeah,
weird
it's
way.
weird.
So,
It's like, I think you
that
do
they
have
play
to, like,
but,
connect your
yeah, I mean,
Steam
we've
or
got some
something
really
to make
strong
drops
teams here,
work.
and you can see why.
Because when I did it on the OSNYC, I just streaming in the category didn't activate drops. Am I missing something? Are they talking?
No,
They're
no, they are
muted.
talking. They're just
Oh, there
yeah.
we go.
They made a
Oh my
Lux
goodness, I'm so
mistake.
sorry. I've been muted this whole
They
time.
made a Lux
sorry.
mistake.
I was talking about how good
I like
has
this.
been. He played
This
four
is cool.
separate units across every side
screen's
on both
nice.
these maps, and so it goes to
Yeah.
show how flexible of a player he is and how strong he is.
You got you
Yes,
put
I
1K and got
love watching
5
the
points
team-
investment
watching the team
warlord.
all the time with every
That's
single
'cause no one voted
all the
against.
ways to play the gun tank, even though it's cool. got to
We
see
all
how
knew. We were
how
like,
rare
bro.
that suit is, but we actually got to see it on both sides. But to have such good aim and then be playing gun tank, I always feel like that's almost a waste. But we can see, I mean just how many
again,
great
it's
aimers
like,
they have on that team. The fact that Mono's the one playing the Pale Rider just goes to show it's kind of you have an embarrassment of riches.
It's,
of players
I'll
with
keep
good
saying
aim.
this. It's wild
my
how
quick
strong
question was,
the
like,
free
y'all
units
got
are
to
in this
cast a
game.
lot
Like,
of
I hate to
tournaments
say
and
it,
qualifiers
but like
and
I can't really
et
think
cetera.
of
Was
any
there kind of
paid
any
unit
uncommon
that's just like, oh yeah,
units
this
They
that
guy.
nerfed all the
like,
paid units.
and that was
separately.
that's what I'm getting at. Like,
That you
I think
might have
the
not
biggest two
Yeah,
were
in
Zaku
particular,
Melee
I
and
wanted to
Exit.
point out that
Zaku
we saw
Melee,
a very
but
heavy
Zaku
focus
Melee
on
got
the
it
gym
first
coming in when we were
because
on
everyone
missile base.
hated
Both
him more
squads
than
ended up
Exit.
running that, and that makes sense.
Yeah, my
You
user
know,
was just
everyone
always
hated him more than
have a
Exit.
lot of
Exit
area
got
No,
a
you
free
know
pass
what?
because a
You
lot
know
of
what?
a lot more
All
people
the-
played
all the
Exit
paid
than Zaku
units,
Melee.
The choke
Yeah,
points.
all the paid
You
units
mentioned
were
it yourself,
strong,
Lemon Key,
except
that
for,
we might have seen the
Mahiru,
Mahiru coming in on
actually.
missile base, but instead we had
Oh,
more
actually,
spam
they just-
coming out from those
so they
two
kept
units
they
there.
buffed
We did have the
Unicorn, and they
Mahiru
buffed
actually
Mahiru,
coming
but they
in
nerfed.
once we went over to Canyon
but they
base, and
nerfed.
that was where I was
Oh,
more
no,
expecting to
and they nerfed
Yeah, one of the
Zaku 2 and
things I was also
Exia.
noticing is
Mahi
that
or
not only
Marasai
do
was
we get, like, a
always
little bit more
good,
tankiness
but they buffed
in your
him
lineup,
every
but
patch.
also,
To be
speaking about
fair,
map
that
strategy,
400
talk about
damage
being
on
a
that
Call of
pull
Guard.
was
That
absurd.
second map was
Yeah.
Gang's pick.
That was
and it was
absurd.
even
That was
tougher
like,
for them
whoa.
across
That's
the
half my health as
board.
Exia, bro,
Right,
and then
and
one
just
shot
the
kills me.
If you want to surprise your opponents with a pick,
Bro,
your opponents can
it's a
turn it
pull.
around
He
on
hits
you,
me,
and,
thing, one shot
Purple saw
headshot
that
me,
there.
800 units every time.
Right.
Like, and then it's just like the stuns in this game last so
honestly,
long
like
compared
I
to
mentioned before, it's
Overwatch
really hard to
or
understand
Apex
how
Legends. It's like, dang,
weird
bro.
it is to
Like,
see
the
these
stuns,
guys.
that's what my
Usually
biggest
there's,
complaint
like, a
in
map
this
order
game
where
from the
you used to see a
beginning,
lot
at the
more
very
of,
beginning,
like,
was
the
like,
normal-
there's no
these normal set
counterplay.
of, maps. We've
So
actually
it just
seen,
turns
not just in
into,
this set,
hi, I want to offer
the
promotion to your
previous set,
channel.
4
Oh,
maps that
wonderful.
are not
Oh, let
in
me
the
help you out with
usual
that.
map pool for most of the tournaments
Help you out
of the
with
Academy.
the
So
promotion.
this
I
is
got
for
you.
the first
There you
time,
go.
kind of how we're seeing a lot of these teams, especially with the current
Yeah, it
new
was just
meta.
there's no
First of all, we're seeing how they
counterplay.
play new
And
meta.
so
Get
it
him
sucked
outta
because
here.
I'm like,
Dynamis,
oh, I
super
got caught by
pumped
the
about
thing.
that.
Good
It's a
job
really cool suit.
on catching
We're
me.
gonna see more of it during
Can
the
I come
tournament,
out?
but
No, I
also
can't.
how they play on these
Yeah.
maps. That
So
even
it
though
might
they're
have
not
well just been an
new,
execute.
It's like
I
every
feel
map is
like
so
it's a
different,
fighting
every
game
objective
thing,
is
though.
so
Like, I feel
different,
like this
every
game
point
is
on every
trying to,
map
like-
is so different that
I feel
this
like
is
this,
a
like, in
pretty
mood
big
sense
brain
to me,
game.
like,
You know,
when
you have
he
to have some
plays
really
this, he
good
has like a
strategies,
fighting game
very
mindset like
different,
with Exia.
and
Because
I
like
just
every
love
move
seeing
you have to
these
do
things.
has orchestrated and telestrated
Yeah,
in his
in
mind.
particular, I was really happy.
And
with
like that's
the
where like
Mars
the
side
mindset I had to take
because
when I started
in the
playing
past,
Exia.
I
It's
feel
like you have to play this
there
like
are
a
very
fighting
few maps
game.
that we
You
were
have to
able
like
to see
think
him
about
on.
what you want to do,
Definitely their
and
missile
then like
base
how
was
you're gonna
great,
do it, like
especially
how,
when
and
you
you
need to
got also
break the
you have to
high
also
ground, and
predict
that's what
how
Wiki
you
was
think
able
the
to
person's
do
gonna
when
play
on
the
their
situation.
first
Like,
initial
that's sort of
attack
like the mindset I had to
or
take.
second wind. When
So
they're
I can
there,
definitely see
we
why
typically can't
it
see
feels
it,
like this,
as
but the
well
stuns
if
are
we
just
go
really long
over
for
to Mountain
FPS perspective.
R&D,
Like
I believe,
it does
because those
like
are
when you think of
also
it from a fighting
that's
game
also
perspective,
another
it's not
map
that
where
bad,
the
honestly.
2 points
Right.
high ground
You
needs
know,
to be
it's
broken.
just
We
like-
get a pick with the hook.
It's just that feeling of like, oh, I have no counterplay. I can't, like, oh, you got me. Well, if every time you catch me, I'm just gonna, I can't do anything to get out of this, then it might as well just be a barb ability and I'm just automatically execute. You know, instead of like the frustration of like, oh, I'm still alive, so you've actually CC'd me longer because, you know, I could be respawning right now, but instead we're playing this game that you've already won.
First semifinal, we'll see them down the road, and of course, any losing team drops down to the lower bracket. Well, they'll most likely be playing off stream, but we'll let you guys know what we're catching.
I guess they're
ZP,
streaming every
this is like
match.
the start of the day. I think the competition's just gonna get tighter.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm already very excited to see what happens with Mafty versus second win. Even though, like I said, I think it's a little bit of a cruel
coming up
irony
now
where
against Fuse.
you get all the hype from going, all right, we won the first round of the tournament. Who's in the next round? Oh, it's those guys.
I don't know. I
But,
do
you know,
have
I
to
do think
admit
from what we
that,
saw, second one will probably be giving Mafty a little bit of a tougher fight than Skillish did. But you never know. Mafty could just have the unique talent of making their opponents look a little bit worse than they are.
how do I
That
phrase
upper
this?
semi-match, something I'm also very, very excited about.
Because Wonder
Me
Chef
as well.
and
These are honestly they're all gonna
because
be
Wonder
really
Chef
good
and
matches, I
Jamerson
swear,
are
like,
familiar
even
with
down
these
in the losers
teams,
bracket.
I would
you mentioned
actually
that it is a
like
skill
to
of
hear the
Mafty to make
insight
teams
from
look
them
worse than they
on
are,
prediction
and that is
because they know
1000% true.
and they've
I
seen
feel
these
like
teams
every
face each
single
other
match you have to be
before.
like, well, hold on, they actually did really
So I think
well. They did
they
some
can definitely
really
provide
good
some
things. So,
interesting
I just
insights
feel like I
on
just constantly
what
mention that.
stuff's
So we're
going
gonna
to
see
turn
some really
out.
good play, even out of
Yeah.
the teams. That it may
or
have
how these
looked
matches
like
are
they
going
had
to
some
go because,
one-sided
and I hope
matches,
they
but
bring that
again,
up
we're gonna
because
see more
like
of that later. We're also going to
these
see more
two
of the
have
trivia,
seen
because we actually have another
what was that Mafty
trivia
fight
question.
last
Like I said,
second
we're gonna
and
have
stuff
these
like that,
throughout
and
the
they've
entire
commentated
day.
and they're
So
familiar with
excited
it.
to see what this next one is. Oh no, I can already tell I'm not going to get this one. What was Setsuna F. Seiei's profession before becoming a Gundam Meister?
Everyone's a child
A,
soldier.
Test pilot. B, child soldier. C, mechanic. D, barber. Now, this one I'm definitely not going to know. So, chat, I want to know what you all have as an answer for this. I'm going to ask again around. Let's start with Lemon.
Barber, please be Barber. That would be
Wow,
the
she
funniest
went
thing.
full
You're
and
just
everything right now.
cutting-haired one day, you're
She
like,
lost it.
I have a dream. I want to be a maester.
Barber, stupid.
I mean, to be fair, he does have
Barber
a
tats?
I'm done cutting hair. Minimum wage stuff. I want to be truly great. I'm
No,
gonna barber.
Cyber, don't.
You know, for me, I look at this and I actually do know the
Chill.
answer to this one.
My bad
But,
puns.
you know, that has no impact on what my
Tell me.
answer would actually be regardless. So, you know,
Hey,
that's
I gotta get my
I
licks in,
made
bro, when I
it
get the chance.
at the start
barber
of this
toast?
broadcast that I'm picking C
Oh,
over
he didn't read what I
everything,
wrote
so
after.
It's C, mechanic, regardless of whether or not it is or not.
I really hope that all the answers are just C and you just get a 100% success rate. That would be amazing. Production, can we change all the answers to C, please?
No.
Just kidding, all right.
Hey, chat, real quick. You guys, can you guys
So
verify
I
if
know
the
this is
drops are
from
new for you guys
Gundam
now?
Below. I believe it's Exia's
make sure there have been
pilot,
since, like,
but, I haven't watched Gundam Below, so this is immediately a big fail for me. I actually forgot what the answer for A was because I was
Oh no,
thinking so
the
hard
drops
to
aren't
answer,
like
so
that.
I'm
It's
gonna go
more
for
through
A
just like
because I
it should
think that,
mention
you
it
know,
to you in the
if
chat.
you can't know know that you're making the wrong answer, then you can't make the wrong
it
answer.
doesn't.
But,
Well, it should
I'm
mention
gonna
it when
guess
you first
A,
show up
and,
to the stream,
Jameson, it's
but
A.
like,
Yeah, I was hoping this would have actually been
I got all
a,
mine, and I
Iron
think
Blooded
most folks
Orphans
might
question
have
because it
theirs.
would have worked in perfectly for the
So
That's what I mean,
you don't get
yeah.
notifications after we already got it.
But
cut his mic.
See if I can look into Enders right now.
I'm gonna go
Make
with
sure.
Child
I know
Soldier.
this
I think it
account
would
doesn't
also
have
say
That one.
drops
So
in your
B
tag.
is my final answer.
Even like the
From
official
Gundam
Gun
S.
Evo stream doesn't have drops on.
Yeah,
It's molded from the womb, you know, just
Yeah.
ready to fight.
that is
since
one
he
you
popped
was telling me.
out.
Yeah, I think because you have
Honestly, there may
to.
be more,
I think
child
again,
soldiers
you have to
in
like
Gundam
connect
than, pretty much
Steam.
any other series around.
You gotta
But
go
we're
to the
gonna
drops
find the
page
answer
and
for
then
that
sign
after
up as
the
if you're
break, of
getting,
course.
as
I'm
if
just
you're
gonna
collecting,
assume
but
that
and then
Jameson
stream.
is correct,
Oh yeah, I already did that
we're
one
gonna
already.
get,
Okay.
like I said,
So I don't
do a
know.
short
I have
break.
no
We're gonna
idea.
come back with our third set of the day, and of course, to answer that trivia, give me all your answers. We'll be back right after this.
You have to connect it to my own. My kids' nursery rhymes.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this needs to be some Carson box.
Oh man. What's guys, I have a question for you. What's an ability? Because obviously we know shooting is shooting is shooting is shooting. But what's an ability you'd like to see in the game? What the hell is this? What's an ability that you'd like to see in the game that the game does not currently have? Like, you know, I think the most current one was Dynamis's gravity rocket things that none of us thought could be a thing. So like, you know, is there any other abilities you'd like to see in the game?
Damn, you know what it is? It's a lot of them are very. They're very similar.
Maywall?
I mean, throughout all the series, they all have similar abilities. Like even like the Trans Am going in with like. The Trans Am is very like even like when like the G Gundam, I forgot what it was called that they had when he powers up. I forgot what that thing was called. Like that stuff is already like similar to Trans Am. So it's like it's a lot of repeated stuff, just different names. I don't know.
You know what though? See, thinking of Trans Am, you know what would have been cool for Dynamis if when he Trans Am'd, he didn't have gravity anymore. Like he could just fly and float, and you know, for the duration of the Trans Am, he had free vertical movement. I think that would be kind of neat. You know, you don't always have to like be up in the sky, but I personally think it would have been neat if like imagine on like a thing like Harbor, where like he uses his Trans Am and then like now he flies up and then he can snipe from, you know, any angle, any aerial angle whatsoever. It doesn't even matter anymore. I think visually that would have made things look cool or pop off in a way where it's like second he presses it, you can hold the space bar down, right click, you can just start sniping people while you're dodging and flying around. So from like the third person perspective, for us as the spectators watching it, we just see this guy in the sky just like pew, 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 you know, and I feel like that would have been very Dynamacy of him to just like, you know, having these like cool dynamic shots, but from any angle. Where Jim needs a whole jump pad, which we don't see very often or at all. Like you never see Jim pop his ult, throw down the jump pad, jump up on it, and start sniping people from the sky. You know, I think that was a missed opportunity, especially since like in Dynamis's reveal trailer, he's like flying in, but he never gets a fly or anything like that.
It'd have been cool if he had like a glide.
That's what I meant, like even like a float type of thing, where it's like second you pop it, hold down spacebar, and then like you can move WASD, you can move forward, you can up, left, right, down, all that other stuff, and you have free movement in the sky, and you can snipe, and you have your charge. But obviously, well, wouldn't you be a big target? Well, yeah, but you also have that 300 shield. So like, you know, maybe you can get one shot off and then, you know, move to the left or right, or maybe he had an aerial dodge now that he's in the sky. You can boost and move in a direction faster. making him a little harder to hit, but then he can get snipes. I definitely feel like that was a missed opportunity. Now, who knows? Maybe you could still see that in the future, but I still think his Trans Am, like, he pops it, but he's still on the floor. It's just very underwhelming. He's like, all right, I'm stronger. Okay, let me go back to doing what I was doing before. Bam, but a little slower now. But I do more damage, but I have to wait for the charge. You know. Yeah, piercing damage would be neat. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, yeah, his ult is so like, all right, I got ult. But wait, maybe I shouldn't pop it because then I lose out on switching weapons and 2 boost bars. So, like, do I really want to do that?
Welcome back, everyone, to Gundam Evolution Showdown number 3. That's right, we are at number 3, and already
his pistols should get like auto lock, like gun tank or something like that. I don't know. I think it would have been neat.
More to go, but before we get into that, we have a very serious matter to attend to, which is
I actually think that would have been nice if, like, he pops Trans Am and then he gets his pistol get auto aim.
As I tried to put out there.
That is true, man. Like, having him just like swap out between weapons while he's in Trans Am would have been it would have been something like actually pretty cool. I thought that I'm saying, like, I agree with him, like, having to swap out weapons while you're in Trans Am. It would have been pretty cool.
Less funny than barber toes, but yeah, so much right answer there.
No, I should have just assumed
the thing
that
I don't like
the answer for
is you have to let
pretty much
go
every
of the
single
boost
main
button
character in
to
Gundam,
change
or at least
weapons.
a good passing
percentage.
You know,
I
like
feel like
if you
switching
want
weapons should
to pass
cancel
this
your
class
boost
that
for
we're
you.
suddenly in, but
It's like I have to do an extra thought process to, like, okay, I have to stop moving now, and I can switch weapons, but I can't switch while I'm moving now.
I hate this. I'll get one.
That's one of the reasons I don't like him. But
look, from my perspective,
me personally, I don't like
probably
him.
at least 25%.
I think he's good. I just don't like him.
First one right, and we'll ride that there. Maybe even more.
I'm sorry, I'm eating some good chicken right now, dog.
About trivia. We'll be back later today. Now we got some matches to talk about. We are heading into our third match of the day.
Should definitely be able to switch while boosting, and then the boosted weapon should be just as cool as your primary weapon.
You guys were hyping this one up before we even got on broadcast, saying this could be one of the must-see matches of the day. Tell us a little bit about it.
Hey, fix the name. Let's go.
This should be a much closer match, especially between these two teams.
TwistedSin
taking a look
versus
at the
Fusion?
relative composition, their relative strengths across the last few tournaments, and I
put a
think,
space between
especially
the
with the
Twist
map
and the
set that
Sin.
we have right now, it should
they
remain to
removed
be
it.
competitive. We're starting things off, Chef, here on Harbor City.
Ooh, yeah, I was talking about how we were getting a lot of maps we weren't used to seeing. This set is going to be a lot of maps that we are used to seeing in Harbor City. We mentioned this earlier, but this is a changed map. This is going to be the first time in competition that we have seen the changed version of Harbor City.
Yeah, there are 4 major changes, particularly dealing with the choke points around this map. That first bend, when you come out of the attacker's spawn, they added a little bump on that regard, and then I believe they moved
Crazy
back
asked for
some of the
predictions.
buildings just around that corner.
There you go.
The next change comes in once we get past point A, where you get into that initial choke point when you get onto the ship. They built a nice little pocket there for the attackers to have more angles to approach from, and I'm trying to remember what the last change might have been, but oh yeah, the last one comes in actually on point B. They added extra coverage for the defense on that high ground.
Oh yeah, that's right. The tiny little one platform, but here we go on the left.
You know what's funny about the rework to this map?
On the right, we are gonna
Team
have
still struggle.
Fusion. The very first point here.
We say this is a sniper-heavy map, but a lot of teams have
Because what they
pulled
do
away
is
from it.
they,
One team
especially
that
on
hasn't
attack,
is TwistedSin.
they
TwistedSin
hang out
here on
here,
the offense.
but they
Hogline
never
is an
move forward.
amazing
So they're just like,
sniper.
oh, we're
He has
fighting,
picked
fighting,
up.
fighting,
He's
fighting,
not
but they
gonna
never
pick
take
quite yet
space.
because Fusion
And
are
then they're
really
like,
playing
oh,
that fallback
we
style.
can't get to
But
the
here
first
comes the push
point
from TwistedSin.
because we've never tried to
We
move
can
up
see
to the
at
first
least
point.
that Hawklight Gym Sniper is building a lot of space. This is a really safe push that we're seeing. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage. He still haven't gotten a first pick. They are going to be trading 1 for 1, but now 2 members, 3 members are going to go down. This is actually quite a few trades on both sides. I don't know if they're going to be able to push this all the way.
They do have the repair gun, but it looks like they were able to finish them off. Luckily, though, for TwistedSin, they were able to at least force them back just a bit. Now they have to wait on the respawn.
Yeah,
Sarah's
Jay.
gonna have a very
TwistedSin.
long
Sorry,
run back, and
Tekka
he
got
is the
picked up
support
by
player.
the org
Huge pickup
TwistedSin.
from Hawklight to take out Blue Jay. Neo is there for that instant repair, but they're still playing a man down as Saris is running back. Hawklight, though,
See what I
gets
mean?
another free
This is
shot.
also why I
Never
think
mind. That's going to be
Sniper
nostalgia coming in, getting that
still
pick
has
up on the
nothing on
Lich Grave. It's a
Dynamis.
2-for-1 exchange.
Because it's just like
Now
Sniper
TwistedSin
can
are
just,
pushing
he
on
still
point
does
A.
1,100
This is such a good positioning. This is so tough for this Sazabi. Yeah, they're gonna attack from both sides, and then finally,
let's go, boys.
You cannot block.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a little biased.
Such a great push here.
Sorry.
TwistedSin almost definitely going to be able to capture this. One of the biggest mistakes you can make on this point, going into the hugest checkpoint. Or
and it's funny too, because you know, anytime you see turn A's on Harbor, you know the way
going to get picked off right here. This is going to be
I love
a chance.
I find it to be so fun.
Really quickly, but they're taking a lot of
Nostalgia, one of
damage
the best turn A players in the world, you know.
Yeah, they're going to try and fall back
cool to see him
towards
back,
that choke
honestly.
point. They still need to buy time.
There was a situation where two of the players couldn't
Luckily
make
for them,
it,
he
so
is
we had
at
to
least
get a sub,
fairly
and
mid to
Nostalgia
long
stepped up
range
and, hey,
with that
I'll come back
turn
for one
A
time, you know?
Gundam. But you really do
I didn't know
wanna
that.
have
That's
both of
pretty
your army
dope.
here ready to try and defend this. Lichgrave takes to the sky to try and find an angle. Oh, robot going on over, and that new little pocket allows the jump
Holy
on
shit.
over. Cardus gets
Look
the
at that
back
air
line
time.
on that
Holy
Sazabi,
crap.
but there was a
Oh, wow,
nice
they are
back from
breezing this
Team
map.
Fusion, dealing with that
they have so much
Blackie
space.
Blackie is a top turn A, man. Honestly, he's always been like my favorite turn A, but then Nostalgia started coming up and being like super cocky about it. And I was like, yeah, that's the guy.
Black finds one more pick
Oh,
on the
yeah,
hard plate,
Cardus
and this
dies
has to
here.
be a reset for TwistedSin.
Oh yeah, we can see Ultra Cardus trying to back up, but that is going to be a huge pick. That was some true focus.
It's interesting though that like the first part of this was changed, but then everything else is literally the same.
Ultra Cardus waiting for that respawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the first part of point B was changed where they added that little pocket on the side, but it's like, okay, cool, but everything else is still exactly the same experience. So it's like, all right, cool, we get this pocket over here on the left. That just means the turn A just has to make it an arch to the left more. But nothing's really changed.
They got a reset. Oh, that's huge.
Fusion are
I feel
still
a nostalgia
fighting
hit
back,
coming in.
fighting too. So TwistedSin might actually
Oh,
have
nice.
to
Good-
use their
good
G-maneuvers
butterfly.
to try and break through. There it is. The butterfly comes in from Nostalgia.
Oh,
That's
they
gonna split
traded
up the force,
butterflies.
and he
That's
goes
not
straight
good.
to the back line to draw them back. It was a counter.
Yeah, that sucks.
Butterfly coming out from Fusion Blackie though.
It was
to
a
stop
good
the rest of the
butterfly
push, and now
if Fusion
Nostalgia
goes for
is
it
here
as
at the
well.
back line by himself. His nano skin will not keep him alive, and he will
Oh,
fall.
I thought he caught him. I thought he got the ash right there.
Oh, that is huge for Fusion.
See that the birdie, the same thing with like Nostalgia was like Nostalgia always like he's good, man. He's one of the top turners. Like between him and Black, hands down.
It's funny because he's also someone that came from Battlefield.
He
said he's going back to Battlefield after this tournament.
This is going to be very difficult to push through this choke. There's 2 minutes left. They're waiting.
Now here's the
for
thing
some
about Battlefield though, like
they've already made it over that new kind
what,
of
is there
added
anything
side. We'll
competitive
see if they
going
try
on
to go
here?
over the
Because
other
I don't
side,
see
but
none of
we
the
are
guys from
gonna
Omni
see
playing anything competitive. They're just playing the game.
Nah, the comp
This
team
is
died
all
for
about
Battlefield
controlling the choke,
from what I've
and
heard
that's
from
what that G
Embers.
maneuver from the Gundam Unicorn is able to allow them to
So
do.
basically,
The
all the
2 for
pros
1
are like
piece
content creators at
there.
this point, I'm pretty
Ultra
sure.
value off of that G maneuver. One big thing we have to note is that for TwistedSin, when they make the swap on over from point A to point B, you see, I believe that they had to have Hawklight swap on over from that Gym Sniper to the Dom Trooper. So he's at a huge deficit when it comes to the Screaming Nimbus. That's another tool that a lot of teams love to utilize here on the offense to try and break through. On the other side, though, Fusion have their Screaming Nimbus ready, and they also have the Sazabi G maneuver ready to use if they so need to.
Yeah, this choke is hard. They don't really have ults. Wait, why are you guys using your ults? You're wiping here.
Lichgrave's gonna get a pick. Blue Jay's gonna get a pick. There is going to be
Cardus and Robot wasted their
probably
ults.
the same flame grenade, but this is going to be nearly a full team wipe. TwistedSin going down. They're gonna have some time to regroup. That was a very aggressive G maneuver on the side of the defense, but now, I mean, there's still time for one more push. Let's see if it's necessary. There's gonna be a counter on the other side with the
It's
Screaming
interesting
Nimbus
to
on attack.
see a lot of these strategies
You have to be careful because
kind
of
of
course
being
the
the same
defense can just
strategies
back
I've
away
seen
as they wait for the
since
respawn.
the very
It's still
beginning.
kind of a long run
Like,
back here towards B, and now they're trying to
There's
rush
a
them
blind
down, but
spot.
in that
Now that we got that
regard,
new area
Oh,
on the
this looks like a
left-hand
good
side,
push.
you can always just
as
like,
he
you can
tries to
jump
fall
up
back.
and
Cardus
then jump
stay
over the
alive.
boat
I need some
and then
damage,
fly
and now we
along
have
the side, left
TwistedSin
side of
getting
the
on
boat and then
point.
come up.
Cardus is low, but that's a huge punch coming out from Lichgrave
Yeah.
with the follow-up butterfly coming out from Team Fusion. TwistedSin are now down to 28 seconds remaining, and they have to make a mad dash for point B.
Alright, so we're gonna have the Lancer coming up here. If Nostalgia
They have to
gives,
get
we
through
don't
the
have time
choke.
now.
Their best chance is one
Yeah,
of the
they're gonna have to
flyers
just
to be
push. They
over.
have to
They
go for
only currently
Lancer.
have one.
That's all they're
That's
gonna
going to be Lichgrave. I'm sorry, not Lichgrave. A robot trying to get over the side wall, but there's no way that they're
Yeah,
going
that
to
side
allow
wall
them
that
to do
Sazabi
that.
just came up and
Nobody
over.
even close to the point with 5 seconds
Yeah.
left. I'm going to have to say that this is going to be no
That's unfortunate.
progress.
Like, you know what would have been
going
neat?
into
You know what would
the
have been? That's what I'm
second
getting
round.
at. Like, I feel
On
like,
TwistedSin, they
I
have
don't
the
know.
armor
And
in the
again,
air.
like when we look at the game
G-maneuver
from overhead,
ultimately
I
at
just
the
see
end,
like
they
MOBA
just do have the
strategy,
setup for
and it would have been
Fusion.
very interesting
We're
if
doing
like,
such a great job
what
when
if the
we walk
Sazabi
over
did
towards
that
B
thing he
side,
just
when we made
did,
that,
but then there was a
fight
turn A
over the
behind him
choke
who
point of
ulted.
being able to
And so
pull
yeah, the
back
Sazabi
from
was the
dives.
bait everyone grouped up to kill the Sazabi, but the turn A's all just wiped them all out in one swing. You know what I mean? Like that kind of like, oh my god, we've been surprised. A lot. I think it feels like a lot of everyone's actions are very telegraphed.
With Gundam Evolution, this game is so resource management intensive. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a big brain game. It takes a lot of strategy, and you can see a lot of how that came into play. How you use your G maneuvers, how fast you build them,
like,
being able to, for
again,
example,
I don't know
switch
if that's
off of a
just
suit and then not have as much G maneuver meter going into that first push. We saw that from Hawklight, like Jameson
the level of
but so much
strategy just isn't as deep
how you spend them. We saw the
in shooting games as
people
might have
these particular points, and that's going to come into play for sure.
Games where you get the overhead.
Yeah, one thing I was really
information
keeping an eye on was maybe seeing, that
no. So there is strategy to this. So like,
I mean, obviously there is, but I said as deep as like,
Oh no, it is deep. You have people playing specific positions on the map. You have strats where like
taking a look at some compositional changes here for the defense.
Like it's all like that's how all the strats work.
Yeah, but I don't feel like I'm ever seeing that stuff. Is what I'm saying. And so like even like if you look at the harbor map from above right there, like it'd be interesting if like the teams are like, all right, here's the plan. You're gonna play this unit. I'm gonna play this unit. You see these cluster of buildings here. These 4 buildings. This is your area. You guard that. This is your area over here. You guard that.
Yeah. That's actually something you can see.
Impact of that G maneuver,
like for example, robot playing on the right lane.
I think
and then you have them splitting up. Like this is how they're splitting up.
We'll see how this
split up
goes. This is
hold like a line.
place to try it out, though.
And that's sort of like, and that's basically trying to keep them passing that line. It's like they're all holding positions. It's just like it's smart.
I get that you see that, but I'm just like I don't see that being transferred, into some of these matches. It just turns into cascade. Like it's just most teams just end up cascading and then getting wiped out, and then resetting, and then cascading and wiped out and resetting.
He's gonna back away and actually survive for the time being.
Oh man!
So Fusion put a lot into that, and they're gonna be able to pick up Dark
rough
Infestor.
They needed to get that kill on the
and that's Fusion now. Clear skies, clear roads to try and push up.
But then again, aim plays a role. Your skill. It's all about landing your shots.
Yeah,
you land your shots, you're good. You miss your shots and you get shot. Well,
huge numbers advantage. This is almost definitely a grab here on point A.
The skill issue.
They're going to have a ton of time to push onto onto point number B. This is I don't know. I mean, they're taking such a great offensive kind of death ball strategy. We see that happen pretty often when you see a unicorn pick.
Just like Chef said, the death ball strategy.
Value, and that is exactly what they're doing. So again, we did see a pretty strong take from TwistedSin on the offense before on that first point, and now we'll see if they can hold off the other team just like they were.
Like funny enough, in the previous round. Where he's choosing to throw those gravity rockets, if you aim at the corner, the edge, where if you aim at the edge, you pull people over. I've done that before. It's like if you aim around the glowing floor area there, if you hit that, you can pull the entire team. Like if you did it right now, you can pull the entire team from that back area right over the boat.
Fusion Blackie starts it all off.
Oh, this is a good teamwork right here.
But looks like TwistedSin will be able to pick up 2. Lich Grave.
Oh no!
Find 1, but it might not quite be enough quite yet. Never mind. Fusion with the help of Bleach.
Oh, nice kill.
Holding things down here for the defense.
The problem is there's only now there's only 1 person up on the side of Fusion on the offense, but there was only 2 before, and it's so hard when you don't have a full team to make that full push on to B, because even if you break through this choke point, the best thing you can really do is try to hold a forward position as the offense and wait for the rest of your team to come back. We are going to see Neo now hold a very far forward position as most of the team Fusion runs through that left side pretty much uncontested.
Nostalgia does have his butterfly. Trans Am is popped by Hawklight here. Fusion is going to start things all off. Takes to the sky, but he gets shot down. Luckily for them, though, they created enough space to pick up 2. It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, but Hawklight with the Trans Am finds 1 more kill. Still evening things out here. It's the 3v3, and you can see now for Fusion, they're going to try and push up onto the point. You got Blue Jay extremely in the low, playing around their shield right now, but he will ultimately fall. Hawklight finding 1 more
baby
coming in for the defense.
Oh, and this is such good value from the Dynamis. I love that we get to see this, switching off between both modes. Fun fact, you actually reload while you're switched, so you can technically be shooting constantly. You can technically never stop shooting, but Hawklight, knowing that timing really well, switching, using both at the perfect ranges, helping to defend this point, you love to see it, and it's one of his first competitive showings.
Yeah, we also have a sighting of heavy arms coming out for TwistedSin. Nostalgia swapping on over to that. Saris, though, finds the first pick. That's a 2-for-2 exchange, as Fusion is finding it just as difficult as TwistedSin to try to get onto that B point.
Ooh, and Dark Infestor holding. This is such a great spot for a Pale Rider. I feel like we're going to talk about this a lot during the weekend, but there are certain spots where Pale Riders, if they can get the high ground and get these angles, they are just dominant. And that's why we do see the flame thrown into that area to try and stop that level of damage coming from that high ground.
But Hawk Lights on the Dynamis finds that first pick.
Oh,
That's
no, he didn't have
Blue
the
Jay getting repaired.
Molly.
He has the Screaming Nimbus punch from behind. Now they need to follow it up. Blue Jay
Come on.
doesn't have the rest of his team quite yet. It's a Robot the only one to fall until
Let's
they
go.
find the opening.
Let's go,
Their team
Nostalgia.
going down. It's still traded though.
Just live. Just have to live. You just have, oh no, they got
back
the
away
rest.
with that heavy arms. It's a 3-for-1 as Fusion gets that res onto Neo. Now we have 4 members of Fusion on the point. He needs to touch, but he will not be able to survive. He ends up going down, and that will be Fusion taking map number 1.
Ooh, that was also really cool, of course, even though it didn't quite work out to see that heavy arms at the end. Heavy arms, for anybody who doesn't know, new in the previous season, so not as new as Dynamis, but overall it got a pretty massive damage buff in the last patch. I think we're going to see a little bit of it throughout this weekend, if not a little bit more than that. We saw it before, even when it was a little bit lower damage, but I'm really excited to see that. We're just getting so many showcases of really cool suits, but overall, I mean, just the offense was so strong. That death ball strategy.
Getting somebody's feedback.
We've seen it before, and it's still working great.
Yeah, almost.
I'm getting feedback from somebody.
I think we've seen very nearly every unit. We got to see the Zakutu melee, plenty of gun tanks, Marasai, Mahiru. I don't know if
Fusion takes back
anyone
one
at this point because it just feels like everything has been played. Possibly, maybe not the methods. So it's great to always kind of come back to competitive Gundam Evolution to see, you know, how well all the units fare now in this new meta.
No, TZin was on Methus, remember? For some reason.
Oh, yeah.
The most random Methus pick of all time. I genuinely just don't even know why. But I think, I'm really trying to think if there's any suits we haven't seen, because we haven't seen an RX-78 yet, actually, right? Which is, I think, maybe we did.
No, we actually got to see it on Canyon Base, I believe.
Wait, I think you're right.
We saw it coming out from Goo Gang. I think New Gundam might be the only one that we haven't seen quite yet. But for our next map, we are going over to another point capture. This used to be the old standard, the competitive kind of litmus test for a lot of our squads. They just wanted to play default. Flak Fort for map number 2.
Oh yeah, we used to see this all the time. Flak Fort, that is going to be a point capture mission. It's a pretty, I would say, neutral map overall, though it has ended up becoming one of the most banned
we're still
in
seeing
the
I love the ban picks. This is very refreshing.
I'm not sure exactly why it sort of fell out of favor.
It's like for all the times that everyone was like, I don't want to run those maps. It's like, okay, well, this is the final big event. You're running those maps. You're running the maps you banned the entire season.
And a little observation here. These maps are the only maps that TwistedSin have been running during the events. They've always been the ones to do the off picks. So they pick Flak Fort. They would pick Harbor City. Everybody else goes to the other ones. If you look into our pick rate, they were the ones that who had the highest pick rates for these maps, specifically Harbor City.
Leads up to point A and play inside of that site proper. Doing that though gives you know a lot of space on
got my anniversary
offense, so that if they're playing things like Barbados or Ashmar, there are a lot of flanking angles that they can pick up. Also, this is another point where I think a lot of teams might actually be able to flex on over to the Mara side. We got to see inklings of it earlier today when we were on Missile Base, and it's going to be very similar here because we know that defenses, when they have a good Pale Rider player, they like to try and set up on point A with that Pale Rider and continue to hold down that high ground. But Marasai doesn't care about the high ground whatsoever when he's got that hook.
I think the thing that hurt the most is unruly. Like
also, we
his
mentioned this before, getting some buffs in that last patch. But I think an underutilized suit just in general.
Was there
pretty much all of
was there enough time to was there enough time to pop it off, or waiting for somebody to come? I didn't get to see that one.
No, he didn't. The thing is, he didn't need to pop it there.
To pick off, especially some of these melee
on defense, you
like you mentioned, the choke points are so small in this
time.
first spot, and whenever you get
pushed
that,
up
it is
in
just
front
a
of
free
his own
hook.
Sazabi and popped the ult and just died.
Trying to aim at, but you're like, you know what? Doesn't matter who I hit, I'll take it. But we can start to see at the very minimum what the defense is picking, and it is going to be a pretty similar comp overall. We are going to see Be There Shield being on this. I mean, just as usual, this is Zabi, one of the best Zabi players that we've seen, and we are going to go once again for that sort of unicorn strat, which works very well, I think, defending this first area.
Yeah, and I'm loving seeing more
just
of the
noticed.
double support, going back to almost old standard when it
Oh,
comes
shit,
to that,
we got a
Having the
farther
Dog
goal,
Trooper for the
1,000.
extra armor, but also having
let's
shield
go!
coming out from
Yeah, we just hit
Sarah's,
1,000
and
followers on
additional
Twitch.
numbers as well from the
Nice.
Gundam Unicorn.
Let's go.
But
Giveaway?
honestly, there's
Giveaway?
a
Giveaway question
lot
mark?
of beefiness in front of Hawklight, who
We'll
has
talk
now
about
gone
it.
over
Giving away
to
lunch.
the steroids. So they'll have the Hyperion shield. They'll also have the shield coming out from the
walks away.
Sazabi here. And
I was gonna say an
surprisingly
observation.
enough,
Like I just
for
noticed
the
that
defense,
they
they
base
are poking
that
out just a
fusion
little bit, will
and
back away as TwistedSin now make their advance on the
second
breach.
win
Yeah, this is wild.
separated
We're actually seeing like role
the
changes as
dynamic
far as
duo
we saw
of
some
a Mono and Blue Jay.
cash-ins in for Dark Infestor, and
Oh,
we're
wow.
seeing a switch from, of course, like the Jim Sniper role to the
I'll look into
kind
it,
of
Nosfer.
mid-range damage role, but the pick on the way over. They are going to be able to get
That's really
the
interesting,
pick
actually.
up
I didn't think
here,
about that.
So it's not going to be the end of the world. They are going to manage to get past, and being able to engage from this top side high ground is huge. But if there's a lot of AoE damage, they can all melt instantly.
Wow, the Armor Lumiere was popped a little bit early there coming out from TwistedSin, and so as they turn the corner, it goes down and they instantly get melted down. And so TwistedSin...
Everybody, reminder, I returned all your points and I started the predictions one more time. It was that the predictions ended after 2 minutes. So kicking off now, you got 5 minutes to put in for the second match.
Build it up as quickly
Will
as
it be
possible,
TwistedSin or will
you
it
can just
be
go ahead and
Fusion?
contest and basically destroying the entire team with that G maneuver. But as Cardus tries to make that pass on over
Wow,
to the
Nostalgia
side,
is getting
he ends up going
intense here.
down. Fusion with a right hold, with a really good hold, but they do end up giving away one tick for free up against TwistedSin.
Oh yeah, Sarah's going to go down to this low ground. This is a scary spot to be. You don't have that much cover that you can freely kind of run around in, but it does.
Yo,
look
Sarah's
like
is playing
at
that
the
front
very
line
minimum,
like a
there were
madman.
Some picks,
Yeah.
and they are going to be able to at least push them back just slightly again. It looks like the push
Yeah,
in from
Unicorn's coming in
TwistedSin
handy for them,
wasn't
too.
fully all
Fusion's
at the
doing really
exact
well.
same time, and I mean, just one little, I guess, like hesitation within pushing into this A point can mean literally the entire loss. So we're actually going to see a little bit of a challenge once again, just seeing who's outside. But they just need to get back together, man. TwistedSin needs to find a spot to go in, and that's going to be
Hawklight,
it.
okay.
We're going to see the Hyperion. You pop that shield, and that's going to be the first start for the push.
They can't group too much because Lichgrave has his punch ready. If he can knock down all
Man.
6 pins on the
Yeah.
other side.
There's
this
not
would
a lot
be
of cover
huge,
on
but
site. That
it
kinda
looks like
sucks.
they'll
But
be
they were
able to
doing good
just,
there for a
dry
bit.
Pick off 2 throughout all of that, though. TwistedSin at least get
Yeah,
one.
it's crazy.
for
This
their
is like-
effort. There's the
I feel like that's like
repair
one of the
onto
smallest
Neo now.
squares.
And for Fusion, they're going to be able to hold on to their G maneuvers for the rest of this hold. Lichgrave is a little bit low. He does back away to that health pack. Now Fusion hold down
he's
onto
gonna
the
die.
point
He's
once
getting
again
put-
with
yeah,
the push
he
out.
started
Try
to
to get a
die.
little bit
Then he
more.
should
Lich
just
has to
totally
be
back.
careful. But he stays
Or just hit his
alive for now.
presence.
Oh, and a pick of Nostalgia off screen. That does mean they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. I got to point out, Fusion is playing such a cool team comp because it's
Oh,
so
wow.
AoE
Fusion
heavy.
has, like,
Despite the fact we're not seeing the
three
double flame
team
comp that we
members
tend to see.
coming in.
We're going to see the fact that there's the
we should have 3 or
from
4
Pale
coming up here
Rider,
soon,
the flame,
so-
and the punch, of course, from the Ashamar. We see the collateral damage with the fact that the charge shots from turn A can go through people. There are just so many, and of course just Dom damage in general. So the AoE damage from this team is huge as they try to fight through these chokes.
Get the finish! Don't let him
Have
res!
the butterfly. It's
Bro,
a one-for-one
my-
exchange.
the Hawk!
As now TwistedSin are putting
Seeing
out
people
onto the point.
res
Repair onto
in
Blue Jay though might give them the match
competitive
advantage.
tournament
And
play
it looks like Sarah's really being able to utilize the range on that Gundam Unicorn, is laying waste to TwistedSin right now. They did end up using the punch, I believe, on a robot here. Now they need to back away. They have one fight left. They can't waste any more time. It's 40 seconds remaining here just to get point A.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, are they just actually going to give
Oh, no,
this
here
up?
comes
There
the
are a lot of
butterfly.
resources
Double butterfly.
on the side
No,
of
no double,
and we're
just
sure going to see
one.
the butterfly come out. This is uncounterable unless you have somebody
Look at that.
already sitting
Yeah.
outside. But we actually only saw one pick, only Unruly going down to that butterfly. That was a
Lich
great
Grave,
way to
I'm
separate
self-destruct.
and
Lived.
space yourself out so you're not taking all of that AoE damage, and that completely
Man lived.
wasted that entire G maneuver, and that might be
Nobody's
the
gonna
point
look to the left,
for
to the right?
TwistedSin if they can hold on here. They're taking a lot of damage, but they still have the numbers advantage.
Come on, close out!
He's got
Let's
his
go!
tiny Nimbus, but he's not going to pop it
Oh,
quite
and we
yet.
have-
He's
and we
really
have Butterfly for next
utilizing it
point.
Here, and
that's
TwistedSin
huge.
somehow scrap things back, keep it alive in extra time. Will capture point A. That does mean, though, they only have 2 minutes left in their time bank now here for point B.
Ooh, that is not a lot of time. This is also a really far run to get to the point. However, if you can get onto this point, get somewhat of a full team wipe, and grab the high ground yourself, it's huge. That's going to be a huge punch, though. You can see how many members of TwistedSin were all just trapped on that wall. That huge CC, but there's going to be a turnaround. Getting at least one pick, regardless, is probably not going to be enough. We're also going to see the G maneuver coming out from Ceres on the Unicorn, and that is going to at
Minute
least
30.
be a
We're only
reset.
gonna
That
have
is almost
the
a full
Lancer.
team
Robot
wipe.
can probably get a little
It seems like there might have been a small, like, maybe
And
break
Nostalgia
down
already
the
used it.
communication when we were
Yeah,
on
Nostalgia
April
got
Fusion,
canceled out.
right? Because
Or
I feel
killed
like
fast.
they were actually winning out on that fight. They had a lot of G maneuvers to finish things all off, but I think someone might have made the call like, hey, hold on to some G maneuvers if we have to fight over this choke. And well, you get to see why. When you have things like the punch, huge AoE, controlling the tunnels there. Now we've got the push out from the defense once again. Screaming Nimbus out here from Blue Jay, creating
yeah, we're just not focusing targets and we're just dying for
as
it.
well. Be their shield will pick up one with that, and the rest of
Oh, we
Fusion
have
will
Lancer.
follow up. Only 2 members up here for TwistedSin, and now they're left with 43 seconds here. Only one G maneuver, maybe a robot will get that punch in time for this final fight.
Well, we do see Unruly on that Hyperion. That can be a huge, huge G maneuver. It can also do absolutely nothing. We've seen it both ways, but that's maybe their only chance.
Right, we're gonna have punch here.
Chance left for them to push.
If this is a good push, we can get Hades.
This is going to be very difficult. They do have a nice little positional advantage here, and we might see the Lancer come out soon. It kind of has to be now, but if you use it too early, you just get melted out.
Oh, we got Hawkeye
You become a
Hades.
flying target, and look at this. This
Nice.
push might happen. Somebody needs to get on point, though. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds remaining, but Unruly is going to be able to hold on to his G.
Let's go! Good Lancer! That's huge!
Will survive. There he goes. He's going to
Hawkeye
pop
live.
Yo, second floor, second floor.
2 members gone. Cassian will fall on that TwistedSin side. Someone
Oh.
needs to get onto the point here as the punch comes out from Crave, and he gets sent skyward by that overhead throw, but it's not quite enough. Nostalgia tried his best. Now the point is still alive here in extra time, but they are running out of bodies to throw onto the point. Ultra Cardis on that tank line is still
Dang,
alive,
bro.
but a robot has fallen. Unruly will be the next one
Dang.
to fall, and Fusion on the defense will not allow them to gain a single
Yeah,
tick
that's
here
rough.
on point B.
Oh, almost. And just getting even a single tick is pretty huge, because that does mean that they're going to have to get more than that just to even win. And they're going to have to get that at least to tie. We've seen plenty of games that have gone this exact scoreline on Flak Fort, where it takes a long time to get that first point and you just don't quite get anything on the second. So really great defense. However, TwistedSin was really fighting back in. It kind of felt like the... I guess the adaptations have been made throughout the course of that particular round, but the problem is they don't have any more chances, right? This is their last chance to defend themselves here in the winner's bracket, and now they're going to be the ones who are going to have to really just wall out Fusion.
Yeah, for Fusion, I feel like they're just doing a great job as a defensive team, right? Especially when you have a player like Be Their Shield, named after a very defensive position, right? They handle the dives and the pushes extremely well. They are able to back away when they need to, and in doing so, TwistedSin kind of overextend in a lot of these fights, and they get picked apart. Neo Nile has had a lot of freedom to work with because of the support line coming out from Saris and Blue Jay, offering him a lot more survivability than most Pale Riders would have. On the other side, Hawklight, he has his own healing, of course, on the Pale Rider, but he can only really rely upon the extra shield armor, or the armor gun that comes out from Cassian on that Dawn Trooper.
Oh, and can I point out how cool it is, by the way, for anybody who's not familiar with these teams, Fusion Black and Nostalgia are some of the best, really specialists of Turn A. So if you're trying to learn Turn A, just watch everything they do here. We saw how impactful they were, especially, of course, their G maneuvers can be gigantic if used correctly. So this is just a great way to watch, but you can now see them pushing in. There's not going to be a huge challenge, as usual, as they're crossing the bridge. We're going to start over once again to fight for point A on Flak Fort.
This might be a different kind of opening. Take a look. Be Their Shield is actually indicating, hey, let's try actually pushing in from the right-hand side. Typically, oh, it's 2 3-man pods. One's going to take the high ground on the left, and then the other gets spotted out. Be Their Shield is just CC'd and stunned for days, but he's somehow still alive.
Oh, good
Never
wipe,
mind,
baby.
He finally falls.
Still survived for way
Let's go,
longer than
T-Sin,
was
let's go, baby.
feasible right there. You can see that regeneration from the Unicorn actually just completely saving his life for a really long time. Such a valuable suit on a map like this where you're really forced to fight within a choke point. But we've just seen Saris just absolute, I would say one of the MVPs of this set so far. Just existing, but also the usage of the G maneuvers, which we're not going to see quite yet, but just everything in general. It's a great suit.
That does mean, though, now there's a lot of damage soaked up. That's a lot of meter going on over. Card is now at 40% towards his funnels, along with Nostalgia. But oh my goodness, a pick off onto Hawklight, excuse me. That's going to allow him to push up. Cassian does end up getting the repair as Hawklight comes back up. He's able to at least get a trade, but the defense is slowly starting to fall down. Crave finds one more. The Ashamar players always find these flanks, but a robot be able to take out the Suzabi. It is an extremely chaotic fight right now as Unruly is trying to take this 1v1 up against Lich up top. No one going down quite yet there. Finally, Unruly will be able to take him out. But throughout all of this, the offense have been maintaining presence on the point. They've got 3 ticks, and now it looks like they'll be able to capture point A with 2 additional minutes on top of the time that TwistedSin had.
Ooh, this
is
hard.
a very different round now than we saw on the last one. There is a lot of time to slowly push up and kind of take forward positioning so that you have a safer push onto the actual point. You don't have to blitz in and get hit by like giant 5-man punches or anything like that. You don't have to take risks. You can play safe. You can wait. You can build up some of your G maneuvers. We are pretty far away from Fusion getting theirs, and then Nostalgia is pretty close on the defense. So, you know, you don't have to be too worried.
Bro, Service is just like surviving that shit.
For them to push it.
Bro, he got like an armor.
Be careful on that front line. They didn't have the Suzabi there to provide a little bit more presence, to provide some beefiness, and because of that, they push up a little bit too far ahead and end up getting taken down. So this is going to be the reset out for the defense.
Yeah, they're
as Fusion only have the 2 members up here, but TwistedSin, they learned their lesson. They're going to try and stick together as a death ball. That allows a free opening for Fusion now to get through a lot of these hallways. They've got 3 G maneuvers online versus the 3 on the other side for TwistedSin. The punch out from Lichgrave, and he finishes off Ultra Card.
Not getting that kill on Lichgrave is
and now
terrible.
They've got the 6v5, but they continue to find the trades. The Hades has been popped from the other side.
Good butterfly.
Nostalgia up in the skies. Everyone's trying to shoot him out of the air.
And we saved
he will
2
survive and clear out the ground game. TwistedSin, hold on.
Yo, Craze, this is
still
scary, bro.
have 3 minutes and 50
Yeah, man,
seconds.
so she had that 1 tick.
Ooh, that was a huge butterfly. And actually, now that the G maneuver is gone, we're going to see Nostalgia make the switch over, even though this
Robot has to save his
heavy
punch.
arms?
It's a heavy arm.
I mean,
The thing is,
Great mobility for this final
The thing
point.
is, Robot
And not
has
mention
to
the
save
damage
his
is
punch
huge.
for
Be their
the
shield
for the tornado.
will
He can't use
melt.
it.
Absolutely melt. I'm excited to see if it's where it's kind of gonna hold. You're not very maneuverable, except for vertically. So let's see. But we're gonna see the Screaming Nimbus come out.
Screaming Nimbus to find
no.
2 up here on the high ground. Make that
That's
3. And that's a clean sweep as Fusion now push onto the point. Finds the flank as well. And it's a clean team fight coming out from Team Fusion. They've got the butterfly out here from Fusion just to hold it all down and finish it all off. That's going to be Fusion taking the 2-0 victory in this set.
Wow, that was almost unnecessary at the end, that butterfly, just to be like, you know what, just in case. But wow, can we talk about that final laser from Blue Jay? That was amazing, flanking from the top rope with the laser, getting 2 picks. That was really what solidified all of that. So great stuff. And I mean, I know TwistedSin, they've got really high expectations. That was, in fact, a close game, definitely closer than the others that we've seen so far today. But Fusion, they've gone through so many names because they are so storied as competitors, and they are just looking to move forward.
Yeah, that was definitely a matchup, and then some. Like, we were watching that from the sidelines, just kind of admiring where both teams went. But for me, I know I looked at the very first side of things and go, you know, on Harbor, some things have changed, but some things have stayed the same, which is that taking point B on Harbor, man, is it a difficult task. And, you know, TwistedSin, they came in with the double sniper composition. Things were looking really good. And then they hit the brick wall that was point B on Harbor. Whereas you look at the other end, you saw that Fusion, they played a composition that was a lot more about, hey, we're going to get in your face and take this point quickly. They got a quicker point A capture and gave themselves enough point for point B. But speaking of stuff that Fusion did here, Lemon, I know we were talking about, and you had some thoughts on like some of the interesting composition curveballs that we saw from Fusion over the course of the match.
Speaking of curveball, the death ball. I mean, Chef pointed this out perfectly. Like, during all the action, the Saris Unicorn pick just allows them to play this death ball because one of Unicorn's abilities is to give armor to allies. So for anyone who wants to be more of a supportive, but also kind of a frag monster out there.
Yeah, good observation,
Unicorn,
Jay.
then of course the beam Magnum G maneuver, which pierces through allies on Harbor City. That was so big for
just pretty
Saris,
outplayed
especially on
him.
point B through those difficult choke points. Also, very much appreciated the Dom Trooper from Blue Jay, as Chef pointed out. The end was huge on both maps. The fact that you have the Screaming Nimbus to kick off your fights, you have a ton of AoE damage just with your normal primary fire through a lot of the chokes on both maps that we saw. I definitely got to shout out Blue Jay from Fusion. Then on the other side of TwistedSin, you have to highlight Hawklight's flexibility, going from different snipers, ending up on the Dynamis. I know some people are trying to figure out, like, is Sniper 2 better or worse than Dynamis, as they kind of both have that super long-range sniper role. I really do appreciate at least Dynamis because it has that GN missile, which pulls people from around corners, so you can set yourself up for success more, and it's a lot more versatile than GM Sniper 2. So, Chef, like, what were your thoughts on either Sniper 2 or Dynamis, because it felt like he was hovering between the two on Harbor?
I felt like we got to see a perfect example of like how the flexibility of Dynamis was super like paramount to making the like being able to back up and be able to like kind of bend but not break on that particular first point. I also had the same thing on the second point, so I'm just glad that we got to see the Dynamis. I think they're both really useful, but in that particular case, Dynamis shined for sure.
Yeah, one of the things that was also very interesting to me as we watch this is that the defining point between the two teams is that it felt like Fusion always had just better point presence, right? Like, you know, the very apt name of be their shield for your Suzabi player, that is quite literally being your shield. But also, Fusion always had someone touching the play, whether it be on offense or defense. It made things more difficult for TwistedSin in getting any progress at all. And on the same note, they were able to just sort of keep just progress on the point, even in fights that are often very back and forth. It wasn't really poorly played by TwistedSin at all, but on fundamentals, Fusion just looked better. We're also, in terms of names, Fusion and Fusion Black in the same team. That's not confusing at all, Jamerson.
Yeah, no, not at all whatsoever. But yeah, we got to see some amazing turn A play, and I mean, that's how Chef and I were really, I believe, introduced to Fusion Black. The first time we saw him, it was highlight reel after highlight reel. It was an entire tournament, actually, of just turn A Gundams, turning up, and really being able to show how strong that unit is, especially as like a quasi sniper, right? He doesn't have the same range or the same damage, but he still provides a lot for the team, and also having that self-reliance on that nanoskin proved to be pretty useful throughout a lot of this, so I love to see it. It was still a much closer game there in that matchup, but Fusion ultimately showed that they had better fundamentals, like you said, ZP, overall. So that was great. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket now with the third match finished off. We have one more to take place here in the quarterfinals. It's been all 2-0s throughout the day, but hopefully here, Sotoras Esports versus Kamille, we might have a map number 3.
Yeah, and you know, you take a look at this bracket, things are really starting to shape up in how the tournament is going about here. Where, you know, the Mafty
that is actually a really
big
good
surprise. We had our big match here in TwistedSin versus Fusion, and now we're, you know, you're taking a look at it, it's all taking shape, and you know, as it goes forward, it's going to be all right. How is that Sotoras versus Kamille matchup going to go down? But before we get deeper into the bracket, before we talk about the tournament as a whole, we have what's really important here. That's right, we got yet another round of trivia that's heading right your way. And I know people, they're all experts here. All people have good strategies for trivia. Mine best of all, because I always pick C. But the question is, canonically, what is the most powerful attack a single mobile suit can make? And this is a game here specific, so is it A, Turn A's Moonlight Butterfly, B, Gundam's Last Shooting, C, Double X Satellite Cannon, or D, Heavy Arms Custom EW's Full Hatch Open?
I guess I'll go first because I will be the first one to be wrong all the time. I like Heavy Arms Full Barrage, like just the barrage that they let out. This seems like the most amount of burst, and just based on how I've been playing it. I don't know what the Last Shooting is, and I don't know what the other ones are, but I do know what a barrage feels like, and it hurts. Go deep.
Yeah, it definitely does. And now, of course, Chef, you're pretty educated on this so far, but I'll say my answer is C. I'm always going with C no matter what, so. But Chef, what are you looking at?
All right, so this is, I've only watched some of these, so I haven't watched Turn A Gundam, but I am under the impression that Turn A Gundam is like pretty ridiculous and it has a lot of other Gundams in it, so I'm gonna go with the Butterfly, but also because we did just see that kind of dominant on that last match, so I feel like I would be wrong if I didn't choose it after we saw like 2 maps that are just run by that particular G maneuver.
And Jamerson, of course, last but not least, a lot of pressure here. You have a perfect record so far, I believe. What do you think?
Well, I mean, at this point, because we've basically covered our bases, we have A, C, and D. I'm just gonna go with B to cover all of our bases at this point. So one of us has to be right. So B is gonna be my answer for this one.
All right. Well, we got the answers all locked on in, and we'll see what the answers are after we come back from this quick break.
I do appreciate that these breaks are a lot shorter. They're only away for like 2 minutes and then they come back and then we keep the show rolling. That's nice.
Yeah.
Is it me? It could just be me. But does it just really feel like we're watching the same gameplay from like pretty much the beginning, kind of like the formations, the way you play the map? Like there hasn't really been anything too dynamic. We're not seeing like very much.
It's like a copy paste strategy.
Yeah, and that's why, like, as I'm watching, I'm like, damn, like, it would be nice if they made changes or added units or did things that changed the dynamics of the spectators' experience of the game. Because so far, like, I'm watching it, I was like, all right, and it could just be because I've watched hundreds of these, you know, and it's just, it really feels like the flow is exactly the same. The visuals are kind of the same. There's been almost 5 new units since the last showdown, but like haven't really seen any. We're still using the tried and true units from the very beginning, you know what I mean? Like it makes me wonder, like, what does that mean? What does that say?
It's just the style. It's just the
like
style of gameplay
stuff
from the West. It's
right,
just the West.
yeah.
This is the West's style of gameplay. That's why when you watch the East, you feel a little bit more like surprised because they don't play the same way as what we do.
Right.
So the way you feel right now is just because you've seen this all the time. Because we've seen this all the time. It's done different. But if you ask somebody from the East, when they look at us, they don't think the way we do. Because they don't really watch it like that.
Right.
So it's just a style of gameplay. Like every region has their own style, and it's tried, and like you said, it's tried and true, and it's just repetitive.
I think
It's just basically who can do it better. Like who can take this strategy and do it better. That's pretty much what it is right now.
Oh, what's this? This is a new game? This is new Gundam Evo? Is this what? What is this? Oh, this is sick! Oh, is that Ariel? Wow! Is this? Whoa! This
Don't listen to Cyber,
Gundam
dude.
Evo 2. What?
I know he's trolling. It's just gross.
Oh, I don't know. Is
Gundam
that
Evolution Showdown
the
Block
unit they're
3K.
talking about?
And we got more matches, including match number
Cyber?
one close between
Would it be?
Esports and Kamille.
Would it might it just be this that they're talking about? This latest high grade Gundam
I got one of those.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
What a quinky ding!
Wow, mine came from Bandai though. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
sent it to
no,
me in the
yeah.
mail.
I don't know. Mine stood up on my doorstep with a whole bunch of stuff. from
Yours came with a
Bandai.
Harrow.
Sorry.
It was like, hello, and then it just
Strategy
pooped.
can't
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Signal all the time says.
Maybe the secret now. So we got what C. B, A,
I will say, though,
so
these
it's gonna be
gachapons
D-Next.
are not that
Everybody
easy.
vote D-Next.
No, they're
That's
not. I haven't even opened mine yet.
I'm glad I was right, though. That was a full guess. I haven't watched Turn A. I guess I have to watch Turn A now.
No, Chef. This is where we go full mountain R&D, and it's just AC.
No, yeah, you know, like there's certain like words I haven't heard from any like of any of the commentators, you know, based on the state of the game. Like, you know, it'd be interesting to hear, like, for once, wow, this unit is dominating and it just came out. You know what I mean? Like, we're not hearing those words. Or it's like, wow, this unit's really strong. You know, this is the newest unit in the game. Like, we're not getting that experience. Everything has just been like, oh yeah, that's a great Pell Rider, that's a Zabi, that's Barb.
Final match
You know,
here in the quarterfinals in the upper bracket.
and like all of the new units are, I think Lux said it, someone said it, someone somewhere said it. But it's like a lot of the units are like, wow, that's a cool new unit, but that is not as good as the original roster of what we've been running.
That was a cool trick.
So where
You gotta
will
do
it
that
ever
more,
find a
but
place?
R&D,
You know,
a very fun map to watch. Maybe the most
I
fun
don't know,
map
one
to
day
watch,
when we
to be
get a whole
honest.
bunch of like units and
This
shit
is
like
going to
that,
be
maybe
right?
it'll
absolute
force
where-
some like
where will it ever
variation
find
of
a
strats.
place?
This is a very
We've
balanced
had-
one, the one that
what we
tend to
got? We
see
got
the
Exia,
most. A lot of it is this high ground that
Heavy
you're literally
Arms,
looking at
no,
right
Exia,
now,
Heavy
being able to
Arms,
overlook
Dynamis,
both of the sides, and you can jump over to the other high ground that looks
Hyperion.
over another
I think the
two
only one
sides.
that like
It's
finds a
very close
spot
together,
is
I guess is the
Unicorn
way
from
that I would
time to
put it.
time, because
Yeah, the
Unicorn
interesting
has
thing about
such
this one.
a
In terms of
look. There's unicorn in this
domination
one.
is that this is
Unicorn has such a
symmetrical, right?
like. Look at the
On
right
both A and
team.
B
Look at
sites. So those
Sotoras.
play
Bro,
significant,
that's season
being able to
1.
play those sites is
You get what I
significant.
mean?
That's
Like that's
66%
literally
of the
like
map. But here we
that's what
go,
I'm getting at.
heading
Like
out.
look at the
It's gonna
team
be Kamille
composition.
Esports. They've got
These are
Gas
literally
Man
you wouldn't
picking
have
up the
known
Barbados,
that
and
4
we've got-
seasons have gone
I
by in
thought
this
I
game.
might have seen a Zakutu melee, but no, it's gonna be Hero on that Zakutu range. Merle on the
Fair.
front line has to be
We are
careful.
seeing
One
some
trick Tony
Zakutu
pushes
melee
up, but
play.
Devotion is there backing up.
Or not melee, I mean
Both
range.
end up
We didn't
going
see
Right,
that,
but that's what I'm
right?
getting at. Like these are
Site
still
C
pretty much
Yeah.
all of the characters that were out in season 1.
I don't feel
You
like they
know.
put enough balance changes out for the units, honestly. Like I said, like our meta is different. Like if you watch the Triple GP, you can notice a team because their team comps change a lot because all the changes they get mostly affect them. But we're already running the units at their buffing, right? So it doesn't affect us that much. That's why like you're saying it looks like a copy and paste.
These are not clean
Like,
1v1s.
changes
It's
don't really
almost like a
affect us. They
tag
affect
team
the
and
only,
duo
like,
matchup
most of the
at this point
players.
with the Zakutu range and the
By the way, the
Bartel
kill
coming
on
in
that,
now. Gasman ultimately chases a
Zaku
little
range
too
was the
far.
reason
He
why
goes down.
everyone should
Kamille
always duo
Esports,
up
though,
with a
excuse
partner.
me,
Like play with a partner.
still have
If
control
someone's
over
doing a
point
1v1,
C.
go in there and turn into a
This is gonna be
2v1.
classic mountain
Because sometimes
farm.
all
Chef
they need is
C
one shot
is
while
the
they're
point that's
reloading.
open right now, but we're going to be swapping on over to point A. You can see players from Kamille, even though they have point C,
So
they're
again, it's just
already
like
holding
it's
that
so
bottom
interesting
up on
that
A
like
site. There's
you
still
know
18
you
seconds
just
remaining
see
here, and it looks
this is
like Sotoras
again
wanna
this
try
is
and
basically
sneak maybe a
season
few percentage
1's
points
comp
away.
right here all over again.
This is-
You wouldn't have
this is
known
just
that like
questionable.
like
It's
what
very
5 or
tough
6
for
units have
anybody
come
who
out
chooses
in this
to
time period.
fight and spend
Everyone,
a lot of
none of those
resources to
units are
not
in
get that
play.
much percentage, and yeah, we are actually
Yeah.
going to see towards Esports to start to back out. Just move over
Which
to
would
A.
mean
I
like
almost feel like it
they
might
must
have been
really
nice
all be
to move over to A
underwhelming,
preemptively,
you
because
know?
now look how
Like this
quickly you can just
maybe
jump
Hyperion
over.
needs
We're
to
literally
have
seeing it
Sazabi
live. The
health
entire team of Kamille is just immediately on the high ground for A.
a
That's what we
shield
tend to see
that
for this
is
map,
twice
and
as
they've already
long.
got
You know what I
some good
mean? Like,
positioning.
you know, maybe he needs to have these like
he needs some support.
overpowered
versus
things
that
because the
Zakutu
core
range,
roster
that
seems to be
Zakutu
very
range
overpowered
will
compared to
live up
everyone
its
else.
name and be able to just outpace you completely. So he doesn't take that fight. He does spot out Gasman though. He wants to try
Like
and
if
stay
someone
around the
just
corner
started the
here.
game and started learning Barb, why would they ever need to learn another
Finds
character?
The pick. He does end up going down for it. Never mind, he takes his own life there.
Or Zaku
He will
range.
decide how he ends
Why
up
would you
going
ever
down.
need to learn
Hero,
another
though,
character? Oh,
against
you would
Royal
never need to
Batman
spend money
will
to
be
buy a
able
new
clear him out.
character
Once that
if you
smoke
just
screen
learn
goes down,
Barb and
the
Zaku
play
range.
has unlocked. It's Kamille once again in control.
Oh, they have just, I mean, it's so hard to take back, they basically control, like you just said, from a team that can get in this good positioning, especially when they do have the
Silver
ability to
Knicks.
kind of group up, take that high ground with a Unicorn. That's the one difference between these teams. It's Unicorn for an Ashamar, which normally Ashamar is a very dominant suit on this map, but so far, it hasn't been able to push
The
them
upshot
off
at
of
least
that
is we
high
don't see the
ground.
overpowered
We're gonna see
new
another
unit
10 coming
dominating the
together
meta
as
for
Hades
5
pop from
weeks.
Cage
Or
Up.
we never see it at all.
Yeah.
Let's Spammy, that's the thing. Currently, we never see it at all.
Might be going to waste
You
here. There's
know.
only 10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Right,
and
if
it's
Heavy
still
Arms
a
had its
counter-engage
defenses
from the
buffed,
other
it would be
side.
nasty. Exactly.
Keep things
You know, like,
really
again, that's what I'm
active
getting
on
at. It's
the
just
points,
like,
but you can
it's
see
such a
they're still
weird,
contesting, they're
like,
still trying to
I
work
don't
things
know,
out.
from a
Batman
business
goes to the
sense,
Heat Hog
you would
flag
want
as well.
your
The fight's not even
newest
going their
unit
way.
to be showed
So a
off
lot of
in the
good money going
tournament
towards
so that
that.
it would
Of course,
encourage
Esports
people
are
to
forced
buy
back
it.
once again. We're going to be swapping.
You know, it'd be
on
cool if they
over
gave
to
each
point
unit a
C
passive,
once
right?
again.
Like there's only like a
You
unit a passive. Like
mentioned
Unicorn
this,
has the
how it's
automatic
constantly
aura
AC
healing
Right.
on this
passive,
map when we
right?
cast it for
So
some
like
reason.
a lot of
And,
units
you
don't
know,
have it. Like the
seems
tank
to
should
be accurate. We
like
haven't
the
seen
tank should
B
have
yet.
it.
Tank
Like
should
some
have,
sort
like,
a little bit
but
of
then I
a,
think that would turn
just
into
a sign of B,
classism, you
just say,
know?
hey, new viewers,
Yeah.
this is what B
But we
side
already
looks
have
like.
that,
You're
though.
not
We
gonna
already
see
have
We do. We
classes.
unofficially have that
RNG
already.
which side it goes
Yeah.
to, but oh, here we go. We're gonna see a G maneuver, and that is going to be
Yeah, like
just
the
one pick, but a
it's
lot of
and that's the
damage
other
on the
thing that
team
it's so
to
interesting
try
that like
and preemptively get this
in other
5%
games,
that they
like
need.
Spammy brought it up.
And they
Like
still have
League of
the
Legends
maneuvers
does that.
in the
They'll
tank. The
release a new
Hades is
unit
there
and then they'll
for
release
Herb,
it
and he
so
will go ahead
that
and pop
when
that
the
now.
tournaments
I think he
happen,
needs a little
that
extra
unit is
support. Has the
overpowered.
buttons as well. Boom now
Samira,
goes
you
in
know what
with
I
the
mean?
Hero.
Like, and everyone's
Up
running it.
one
And
onto
then
the Devotion.
casual
Will
players
get a
look
little
at
bit
it and they
more.
go, oh wow,
Gasman
that's
as he
nuts.
returns
I can buy
on
that
the
right now and do that today, that's actually good marketing. You know, that's the marketing economy of new units. But when you see the free, every unit up here on Team Kamille is free.
I'm both teams is free. Oh, no, I lied. The unicorn is paid
going
for
to
it.
Kamille.
You can unlock it. He's kind of free because you can unlock Unicorn as soon as you're done with your new player thing.
Gasman would be angry at me if I didn't say the full name. The full name of the team, Kamille is a man's name, and I'm a man. You have to say it like that, exactly like the show.
All right, now the drops are enabled. Sorry about that, everybody. Now the drops are enabled. And so, the issue was that you can't share the Twitch accounts. So sorry, the Steam accounts are already linked. So my Steam account that I was going to use for this one was already linked to my own personal personal Twitch, so it would never work. So I had to create a new Steam account in order to attach that to this Twitch account and vice versa. And then so on and so forth.
I think
So now this one has, so I have my other. So now to say that to like OSMRC, like have them create, or you create one that's specifically for a brand new Steam account.
Pressure that he's able to put on that barb,
cool.
even though we've got the mirror matchup
I'll
with the
go back to my
Zaku
original
range hero
account. Just
has
appreciate
been able
that
to
stuff.
or at least outpacing just a bit up against Royal Fat Man. It seems across the board that right now Kamille are just showing up. Now there is a difference, like you said, it's almost mirror compositions, but you've got Zombie
I'm
on
inside.
that
We're probably
Ashmar.
just laying down this
Typically on
bed
this
right
map,
now, just
if
chilling
you
on his
don't
phone.
have an Ashmar, you're losing in the
That's what it
zombie
sounds
battles,
like.
but it's still Kamille actually coming out ahead.
No, yeah, it's just, man,
just the fact that if they
I
can
look at it and it's
Welcome,
very
Silver.
weird that we see like, you know, the big teams are the really the teams that are doing really well, but then I ask myself like, all right, what's the current state of the game? Like if I'm watching this, imagine I'm watching this, I haven't watched another event since the first showdown, and I'm like, wow, all these units, they added new units to the game. Like this looks exactly like the same roster that I remember when the game first came out in season 1.
Having that extra AOE from Zombie, you've got the AOE heals like you.
And I get that they want to balance units, and it does feel like they definitely like scaled units back since season 1 when they start releasing units. Like they're very okay. We're gonna scale this back very much because they're very. It sounds like they're very scared to have that narrative of oh, this game is pay to win.
Doesn't have his swap quite yet.
Because that's the counter. The counter is, oh, the game's pay to win. New unit comes out, it's going to be very strong, it's going to have 3 times as much health, 2 times as much damage. The game is too pay to win. Well, okay, well, on the flip side of that, it sounds like the poor people are complaining. Because, like, what's keeping you from just buying the unit and then being part of the movement that's winning games because you have the unit?
Yeah. They nerfed all the pay to win units, bro.
Exactly, right, exactly. And that's what they did. So it's very interesting. It was very interesting how it's just like it's totally the opposite. You know? Totally the opposite, which I think is kind of hurting it in a sense because it's like cool, but like from the visual perspective, the gameplay is exactly the same as it's always been.
We have the heat on Slash coming out from their ranged Zaku. As One Trick Tony ends up going down. Sotoras Esports, though, need to start making that transition now over 4.A. They need more players here. As you can see, it's the full regroup coming out from Kamille.
Ooh, this is going to be just a slight lead, probably at least to start things off.
Sotoras, like, Royal Fat Man just started turning up on that first one there. Oh no. I don't understand, like, Gasman, I don't know how Gasman gets away with it. Like, every turn that he plays in, he's able to just walk on site and just cap it, but that was Zombie, so they're not going to be able to I don't know how he's able to do that every
how he plays around and, like, see, like, those the midway points.
And that is going to mean that this is still going to be maybe
so the waypoints, like he just goes and he just waits it out, man. He's super patient. Like he trusts in that team to do what they got to do and distract. And he goes behind them, takes away the waypoint, and that's what's gotten them so many victories in the past.
The Screaming Nimbus is out here as Boom Diggles has to be careful. Took a lot of damage, dropping low. He has his G maneuver to back away if it needs to, but no, it's Merle with the follow-up damage. The Hades has been popped by KECHO as they are trying to fight for point B, and so we have broken the curse. We are going on over to point
Diggles
B
is sort of like an underrated
point
player.
looks like.
No one really talks about him because you have Gasman and Chaotic.
Like,
Boom Diggles, honestly, is like he's up there for sure. Like just watching him like compete in our tournaments,
is going to hit a lot of people all at once, and both these teams have a lot of AoE damage. I like the fact that we're seeing teams
you can really see it.
This higher ground, these little tunnels, but it is kind of easy to get picked from there. And look at this, Garmin Zombie going in with the Screaming Nimbus, but nobody's around because all of Team Kamille was in the hallways, and that is going to be a wasted G maneuver. That one won't, though.
A lot of G maneuvers actually being utilized here. The punch out from the Ashtamar from Zombie allows them to pick up a few more. Boom Diggles go ahead and utilize that G maneuver on that barb, and it looks like Sotoras will have a slight lead. They take the points.
Bro, Boom Diggles is 1 HP.
Hero needs some backup for himself, but Devotion does not show up in time. He will fall. Hero has to back away. Sotoras Esports striking back after round number 1, trying to tie things up 1-1 here.
Ooh, I love
This is
to
a good
see
game.
this. They're doing so well. They made such a good adaptation, and it wasn't in a team comp. It's just how they're actually fighting these spots. We tend to see that certain teams are very good at B.
I don't know.
just
I
in general
agree
with
with
how
you
their
now, Lex,
playstyle
about the aura
goes.
thing.
And
Because
it
like,
looks Sotoras
I'm
may
thinking
be
about
one
heavy
of
arms, and
those
I'm like,
teams. They have a huge lead.
yeah,
here.
heavy arms
We
would
need to
be
see
a
retake, or this
crutch.
is going to be the win for them.
As I
The
look at
percentage
each
is coming down.
character,
Someone
and
needs to get
I
on
think
point.
about their strengths and their
Funnels from either side, the
weaknesses,
Hades is popped
and
by
then I
Hurt,
start
but
thinking
he
about
has
the
not
newer
found any
units,
kills
and
quite
I'm like,
yet. On
no,
the other side,
heavy
Royal
arms would be a
Batman
crutch.
with that Heat-Hawk
Hyperion would be a
slash,
crutch.
with the
Like, there would be no
follow-up
real
kill
use
onto
for them.
Merle,
You might as well
and
just
there
have
is
Tail Rider.
another knock going down onto Devotion. Perp gets that res, but Devotion is left
what is
by
it that
himself.
makes these
The
new
rest
units
of
not
Sotoras now
viable
swarming onto the point. Hero's gonna try and keep things alive.
on
Kaiser
maps like
has
this, or
respawned
team
and
comps
gone
like
back
this?
into the fight.
Dynamis would not be good for this situation. Like, for what? Like, there's too much cover.
Taking down someone from Kamille is able to touch the point just in time. Boondiggles backs away, and it looks like the Sotoras have done just enough to tie things up here 2-2.
What a turnaround!
Wow, this is a crazy map.
100 to 0'd in the first round, and then turning things around to not only win, but win pretty dominantly.
So for those who don't know,
that they were very
or
good
are
at
new to
fighting in that little
Gundam, this
B
is
area.
domination.
I don't even know exactly what
essentially
the
it's sort of
whole
like
turnaround
king of the hill,
strategy
since
was.
there's
It just
3
seemed like
points
their fights
set on
were
the map.
just
There's
going more
A,
their
B,
way.
and C,
It's
and
sometimes
teams
hard
are
to pin
basically
down
fighting
exactly what's
for
going on in these
or
team
vying
fights
for
because
control
they
of
come from
those
different
3
angles
points.
here, and they all happen very
The
quickly,
points
but
rotate
we
every
can just
minute.
tell that
There's a
Sotoras, they
30-second
woke up,
break
right? I mean,
in
this is their
between
first match
each
of the day, but I
point,
love
especially
the
at the
fact
start of
that
the
Mount
round.
RB so often goes
And
around.
once the point unlocks,
Yeah, right
that's
now
when
it
you
really
start to
feels
tap
like
it.
both sides are playing
And
around
it's the
that
first team
arc
to get to 100%
both
that wins the round,
and
or
I believe
it's
Boondiggles
basically
are
it goes to
drawing a lot
sudden
of
death
attention to themselves. So
when
both
it goes
sides
through
are
all
really
4
trying to
rotations
focus on
during the round.
backing away from it. Now, I feel like
And-
Kamille should
and there's
have the
no
upper
clear
hand.
winner,
They've got that
and it'll just
extra
force overtime at
CC
that
to
point.
try and lock him down with that unicorn
Winner of the
CC.
map,
They
the winner of the
haven't
map
been
is the
able to do
first
it.
one to win 2
Gasman,
rounds
and of
of
course Boondiggles,
domination.
both of them being on Barb. They're Barb
Quarterback,
players.
I
They
think
do
it's that
Barb
called.
things, kind of overextend at some points, and it's Sotoras just eking out a small advantage in that regard, able to convert on that overextension coming out from Gasman. So we'll see if maybe he can try and find better angles to approach things from. We're going to be starting it off here on point A in round number 3.
Oh, the classic, no more B, but oh, wow, what an early pick, but just an early brawl. And both these teams are playing such high damage comps with so much flank that we're just like 5 seconds into the game. We're already seeing players go down, getting picked back up, getting picked back down again. There was a Barb duel somewhere on the map, and we just didn't even get a
You know
chance
what's
to
great,
see it
bro?
'cause
I
so
was
much is happening, but
mauled
it looks like Kamille
in
is
the
gonna
first
have
2
an advantage
games
going
of the
forward.
day,
Big pick, but
and
he's
then
not
now
gonna get- okay,
I'm like,
Will's
okay,
gonna
we finally
kill
got some
and
good games.
barely gets
I
down
can
on the
Right,
other side of the
yeah.
wall.
There's a big
Reservoir
difference.
spot,
It's like
but
this game
nobody
does
available to
well
safely do it.
when there's
That's
a
actually
struggle
huge pick.
versus it's just one-sided.
Unlocked, but Kamille hasn't. Still getting contested right now as they find a few.
How did he
more
die?
kills. Someone
Wait,
hits the
oh, he
top
died to him.
second here
I
as,
Cyber. This is what I mean by those mollies. He
Yeah.
died.
Makes any progress.
Yeah.
There we go. Kamille will start things.
That's
off.
why-
They're
yeah,
not gonna get
that's
the
why Ash is so
full
strong.
Percentage points, but they can
Like, you
get
would think the
28
thing
here,
that goes
as
through
now
walls
Sotoras
wouldn't be so
Esports are
strong,
gonna be on the
but it
re-engage.
is.
Boondiggles trying to take the 1v1 to the back. Well, back away, maybe try and approach from that high ground
Bro, it
instead.
shouldn't go, bro, I'm just saying, it shouldn't go through walls in the first place. I will die on the
Even
shield.
if you miss the slam, you can get a lot of mileage.
Yeah, the guys who's hiding behind the corners. That's how he gets you.
Huge amount of Sotoras Esports taking that high ground. Gasman is going to sit on the point. Devotion kind of try and move down to support them. And Hero, this is a huge push actually inside from Kamille. They're going to be able to at least
man.
get a
I feel
numbers
like a lot of the new
tie
units that are
here.
coming
That's
out
a-
are just too squishy
All right.
to deal.
Let's do a trade-off here. Spammy just said it. It's a shame that whenever you die, the Molotov disappears.
Yes.
Bro, I don't get it. Like
Either side getting
Dom Mine
extremely
stays
close to their
there,
G
right?
maneuvers
The
right
Dom
now,
Mine
looking
stays.
for,
Like the
Kamille.
Pale Rider
It's gonna be
nade still
Kaiser that's extremely
activates.
close, but Hero
The funnels
on
from
that
Unicorn
Zaku
still
2
do
range,
damage.
he's just hit
But
one
like the
clip and will have
Ashmar's
that Heat-Hawk
like
slash
Molly
for the
just
fight.
stops
Barbo
when you
won't
die.
be able to
Oh,
utilize
but it's
the high
fine
ground
though
to
because it
pick
goes
up
through walls.
two.
Right?
As Devotion is caught out by himself, and he ends up going down. So
Like,
despite
I don't
finding the initial
understand,
2
bro.
picks, they're gonna have to really utilize Gasman and Merle. The powerhouse is the Dom and that and that Barb. Pick up the picks, and
I
so
heard that gym
as the
bombs
point
keep
unlocked, that's
damaging
gonna
you
be Kamille
dive.
taken again.
Yeah,
Will
no,
they
it
be able
does.
to finish
I'm
Well, I
it
know
sure it
off?
does.
if the
They're
Molly
about to RD with
hits
another 100 to 0.
and you die, it continues. 'Cause I've done that to the headquarters before. But if I die and the Molly's in midair, it disappears.
And I mean, I mentioned this before, but it's so much of this map is just who gets that early advantage. And look how many players
wearing
just grouped
jerseys,
up on
dog.
this
I would put mine
and
on.
with that extra shield from the Unicorn that just get passively from sitting around it while no combat's happening, that's huge. But oh, Boondale's gonna down Gasman, and Merle's gonna get a trade back in return. Let's see if they can get the res.
You know what? Good observation, Spam. You know what? I want to look at that too. Apparently, the gym C4, whatever it is, it actually stays burning even after he dies.
As long as possible,
Yeah.
we're going to be swapping back on
I'm pretty
over
sure
to
it
point
does. I could be
B
wrong on that.
for the next point. Despite
Ooh, that.
having such a great fight there, towards Esports don't get any
Oh,
advantage
finally,
whatsoever.
Luxuck
Nice
finally
little
putting it
duel
on.
there. Zero get that one clip on
Bro,
the
I
right
didn't
side.
know you were rocking it,
Instead
bro. I
of
forgot
trying
to
get
ask
that
you,
finish,
man.
but he's able to back away from the mud. He ends up
Swag
falling,
off
but it's still a
Bro,
1-for-1
yeah, bro, you know we
exchange.
got rocked.
Now for Kamille to try and finish things
Shout
all
out
off.
to,
Chef,
Grandpa
they have
and I
4
for sending
G
it to
maneuvers
his
in this next fight.
Unknown grandchild.
Oh, that is scary. Those are
Yeah,
four
shout out
very
to
scary
Jibo
juniors for this
Esports for
squad
supporting
B.
the brand, supporting the
Specifically,
team out there.
Devotion on
Much
the
love to the
That
team
team
out there.
the entire game
Getting the
is
exclusive
standing
swag or
together.
one of a kind, not for
Also on the
sale.
other side, and they're gonna be trading- Whoa, they're getting rid
As
of a
part
lot
of
these
our,
maneuvers just by taking
ongoing,
down the person
commitment to
using them.
Gundam
Devotion
Evolution.
is
So,
still up. The last
just like I
chance
said in the
there,
recent
but
tweet,
even if Devotion
we
gets
just
enough
hit a
picks, it's not
milestone
gonna
of
be enough
1,000
for
plus
Wolf to
pilots,
try
1,000
and
plus
push
new
back
types
in, but
following the
despite
channel.
that,
We are super
Devotion
grateful for this,
taking
and we
down
appreciate
so
every single
many
one of you
Sotoras.
out there.
They're gonna
Remember,
be
we do have a
holding
Discord
on
channel. You guys
those
will, if you are
2-point
interested in the
leads as they're
competitive
trying to
scene,
start evening up this
or
score.
just want to
That's
meet and
massive.
greet, have a little
Coming
meet and
in
greet
with
with
a
the top of the,
huge
with the
counter
top of
to
the
Nimbus.
top of the
But
food
now,
chain
as
of the
Sotoras
Gundam
try to hold
competitive
the
scene.
point, they end up losing
Please feel free to
out
join our
on two.
Discord.
Gasman with the pick onto
Ask
one
if you
trick
join
Tony.
Discord in the chat,
The
get you our
team
link to our
line is a
Discord.
little bit
Go
fragile
ahead,
here
even
for
if you
Kamille
aren't
Esports. Merle
interested
will
in
go
being
ahead back with
competitive,
heal
if
up.
you
The
just want
Hades
to
has been
be
buffed,
amongst people,
but Perk
to
ends
gather
up
knowledge
burning
and to
down.
share,
We'll see if that
things
is
that
enough
you
picks
do,
for
like for
Sotoras to fight
people
back
to
into
kind
this,
of, break
because it looks like
down and
Kamille
kind of
wants
learn
to
the
try and
game
finish
in
things off.
at
There's
another
only a few
level.
percentage points remaining
Feel free to go
here
ahead and
as
join our
Boondale's
Discord.
goes
Our Discord
for
open
that
to
G
everybody.
maneuver
Oh
to
yeah,
turn the fight
no
around.
toxicity,
Perez onto
no,
Gonzalo, keep him alive.
none of that,
Now we're going on over to
bullshit
point
from
A.
like other, other
Ooh,
communities.
and
We
we've
want to
seen so
have
many G
a
maneuvers
clean
used,
community
when
where you
time
can
is
come in,
almost out,
get the
but
job
the
done,
nice thing
and
about
go
this
have
map
some
is
fun.
that
So,
even if you do manage to get
the
a little bit
GNL
of
is
team
here to
life and
stay.
not a lot of point value,
Catch
you
us
do
coming
get
up
the
with some new
advantage
stuff
being
along
able
the
to
way.
get you in
But
position.
today,
We've seen
again,
this
thank you
strong
so
position
much,
for
and
at
thank you
least
again
4
to
members of
Jibo
Sotoras
Esports
here,
for sending
and
us
they're gonna
out
have to
these
hold off really well. The
amazing,
punch comes out and they're trading
quality
1-for-1.
jerseys.
They've got the Heat Hawk
Yeah.
slash. Royal Fatman goes ahead and
Shout out
pops
to them
that
for
one.
sure.
Doesn't really find the
But yeah,
follow-up,
good going off. Like,
unfortunately.
we had
Nimbus getting chased
Boone
down,
Dill was
walked
just
down
popping
by
off and getting
Gasman.
3
He has to be
kills.
careful.
One
He
with
turns
the
the
Mace
border
Slam
to
and
try and
2
get back
the
towards
Live
his
Various
spawn.
system.
That's going to be Kamille Esports pushing them back, able to take the point now as Hero is trying to take this duel up against the counter. Zaku 2 range peaks once again, but he needs to help out a little bit more on the point here as Royal Fatman comes back for round number 2. But never mind, he's
Bro,
got
this
a
is a
partner
crazy
in
game
zone.
right here.
He's got to back away as Merle ends up falling here. But and on the chase,
Oh,
it's
dang.
all Kamille finding the spots, finding the pickoffs.
Oh!
Keito now is able
Boone
to find
Diggles?
one for
Oh, they're
Sotoras
both
Esports.
low.
Extra
Oh,
time,
wait,
but
here comes
taking
Rusty
away.
too.
Gasman has his G maneuver, but he can't pop it. Hero needs to get in with this Heat Hawk slash to finish things off.
Oh,
Boone
wow, they
Diggles is
flipped it.
swinging
Oh,
for
wow.
the fences here
They
as he gets
flipped
stunned
it.
up and taken out by that Heat Hawk slash. But again, it's going so back and forth. Extra time now, so Sotoras cannot leave this point.
Oh, and they got the red
Boone
beside
Diggles
me. They got the
so
res.
many picks in that fight. Got like 3
Nice.
or 4 assists twice. That is huge. But Gasman is
Over here talking
has
the whole
G
entire
maneuver.
day
This
about
is gonna
getting
be
the res.
huge. This is gonna be
Competitive.
great.
It
This
says-
is gonna connect on at least 2 of them. Only gonna get 1 kill, but that is again so much damage that you have to deal with very quickly. Not gonna be able to get the pick altogether.
Still think it's
but
wild
that is
that one
so
of
many
the
Sotoras is
strongest
worth going
characters
down.
in the
That's
game
the
is free.
retake from Team Kamille, and that is game number 1.
And then
in
every
round number 3,
paid character
round
that's
90.
come out after
Wow,
that
what a
doesn't hold a
back
candle
and
against it.
forth. It went to all 3 rounds there on Mountain
That's
R
wild.
and D.
Well,
The
you know,
first
free to
round,
play
though,
players,
it was
they can't say it's pay to
extremely
win.
dominant coming
Yeah,
out from
that's what I was saying
Kamille.
earlier.
got
They can't say
clear
it's pay to win.
100
They
to
can't say it's
0,
pay to win.
but it looks like Sotoras
Not
were
say it's
able
pay
to
to win.
make that.
It's funny to
kind
think
of,
that like 2
swap
months
and
ago,
make the
everyone was complaining about
adjustments
not being
really
able to
to keep
get
things
the
competitive.
characters like the pay to get.
Yeah, the fact that even in round 3,
Like 2 to
when it
3
looked
months
like
ago,
they
and
were
then
being,
now, like,
kind of
they're not
shut
even
out,
using
they
them,
managed
using
to
those
find
characters
some
anymore.
really good moments, especially on that last point. They were able to get, I don't want to say close to tying things up, but they were able
So
to
this
at
will
least
mean-
set themselves up for like one hold victory, which we've seen plenty
Okay,
of
I've
times
been
on that
sla- okay,
map.
okay, sorry, guys, I've
It
been
does
slacking
seem
on the
like they're
predictions.
starting to wake up more
Go for
as
game
the
2.
set is going on, and we do know for sure that Team Kamille is so many dominant individual players. They're playing very well together, but this is a team that they are fighting that has been together for a while. So this is an exciting match to see, right? It's just kind of like a history match versus a new players match.
It's
new
refreshing to see
together match, I
Sotoras,
should
right?
say.
No
And,
matter what,
I feel
I just-
like, you know,
I
we
just
haven't seen a
hope-
game 3 yet.
Aren't
The
they one of the
hype-
longest standing rosters?
That's
outside
what
of
I'm saying, though. I will give it. I will give them their kudos. I just hope that the current standings doesn't get to their head.
Let's check out though what we have in store for
I just hope it doesn't get to that point. I want to keep the same focus that they had when they first started down here to where they are now. I want to keep the same focus. All right, none of this. Oh, we can get fourth place. No. I want every team here to have the mentality of we want to take down the number one team. That's what I would love.
Yeah, I would love that too. I hate that
your bar players can absolutely shine.
I forget what the word's called, but the loser's mentality is the only way I can
they're content. Some people might get content.
Watching how these teams have kind of adapted to playing Quarry, and also can I know
talk themselves out of
this is
stuff.
the 8th map in 4 games. Look, we've not seen a repeat map. That is really cool.
Yo, Hanlara, yo, how you been? I seen Honda all the time on Twitter.
Huge on this map, both on offense
Guy, the first time seeing Han around here. No, he's not new, but I'm glad to see him back around. I appreciate you coming through. I'm not gonna fall. I'm not gonna fall. You can ask anybody. What do you know? I'm not gonna ask.
Yeah, we had one
of the other guys asked a
earlier
question
today, I believe, when we were on Ministry.
But Kennard, I appreciate you swinging by. Welcome, first time chatter.
Welcome
to the GNL Twitch channel.
In where the action takes place. Because that waypoint.
Bro, I love see this. Like, thank you, Lux, for the idea, for the initiative of the watch party. This is just a vibe, bro. I appreciate everything because just sitting here, just watching like this for us is like all of our efforts are in the showdown right now.
It's honestly just kind of a unique map within
the casters, Jameson, Wonder Chef. They've been with us like since the very beginning, back in November, early November. I think November 6th, 5th and 6th. They've been with us. It's really cool to see them at the showdown. It's really cool to see how all these players have developed since the very start of the competitive scene in October.
That spawn point. So it's
just really cool. Like all of it shows like all the hard work you've done. Like it's cool to see it all paying off here, you know. And it's just nice to have the watch party. Just chill out with us,
see how each team decides to approach it differently. We've seen some teams, in fact,
just falling so I can go between back and forth quicker. No problem, man.
From Fusion was like a highlight player point planting on A. They were very, very good at playing on A. A lot of other teams, they just go for the close in team fights of B on that first point. But some teams don't even get that far. Sometimes teams don't even get that waypoint.
Yeah, a lot of times for the post plant, especially if you're a team that likes to run the brawlers, that likes to run the barb, you want to go ahead and plant for that B site so you can have that drop down, utilize that CC. But if you're a team that's relying more on a turn A, having the longer sight lines, being able to disrupt plants by being able to charge up your shots and penetrate
we're going to see a Dom and
a Sazabi does not stand in the way of that charge up shot coming off
if
from
this
turn A. So
was
we'll see if that comes
second
true
win,
here,
I could
but
definitely
really,
see a
once
turn
again, I think we're really looking forward to the barb duels.
No, that's
also,
Fusion.
We have to throw in the new kind of wrench in the works.
Yeah, I can see with Fusion Black. I can see. But I doubt any of these teams are running. We're probably gonna see a Zakutu range.
Complaints here.
Pale Rider.
None of the Zakutu ranges using the new skin with the new sound effects. They are so
because it's expensive. Wonder Chef expensive. $20 ain't cheap, bro.
They just added these skins. They have new sound effects. These retro sound effects. Also, the gunshots when you hit people with or the ground with Zakutu range. It's like dust comes up. It's so sick. But come on, we've seen a lot of really good Zakutu ranges today. Bring out the skin. I want to see it. But I agree with you. Zakutu range can be absolutely huge on this map, just with all these tight corners. And I mean, we are seeing a lot of that suit right now. It is strong. It is very, very easily one of the most annoying suits to deal with in the game. It can get away very easily, as well as being actually, I think, I want to say, aside from like snipers, technically the highest DPS suit in the game. So if it can get close and land all of its
sorry about that piece. Man, it's heard like something just crash in the.
Yeah, I mean the only thing to know, right?
Like when my wife was doing the dishes, the bowl fell over and she just crashed. So I had to run outside.
That reset with the smoke screen. The only issue that it runs into is that it only.
Oh, Kurowa, you know what? I appreciate you coming through. Remember, hey, Twitch drops are enabled. Make sure you guys are locked and loaded, connected, to with your accounts. Get those 4 freebies. The current wave, the first wave of Twitch drops is coming to an end. So make sure you guys get that out there as soon as possible. Get connected now, and you guys can probably get between today and tomorrow. Probably get all the drops between these 2 days. So it takes about like 6 hours in total to get it.
When it comes to that,
yeah, I think it's 6 hours.
About 6 hours, right? Yeah. So between today and tomorrow, you get those those 4 nice Twitch drops, especially that last one, which is that that Twitch icon for the Twitch in-game profile icon. And then the next one, I believe, is coming. It starts on May 10th.
On our faces for now. We still have
So next month we got another wave of Twitch drops. So make sure you follow the channel. Go and matter of fact, shout out our guy Cyber here. Make sure you guys are following Cyber. The guy, he's on a roll. He's on a roll. 200 plus viewers, man. He's killing the game.
We've seen a lot
the
of
GOAT.
teams, especially on defense, for
Cross-platform Black Shadow, I cannot promise you that. As a long-time Bandai fan of all the cash grab games they've released, I will never say no, because games like Demon Slayer is cross-platform, so I can't say no. But they have a long track record of not being cross-platform.
On in their kind of like meta life, just to kind of hold that spot and be so hard to deal with. Now we do see some great counters, especially now that we're starting to see more barbs kind of come into play. You can jump over and get a slam on just a ton of people, but overall I do still think it's strong as long as you are just paying attention to where the enemy team is, where they can get their burst on you. And this is going to be maybe some different styles of defense once we see them both try it out.
Yeah, typically we have that kind of counter dive style, right? For the defensive barb, they will go ahead and control the high ground just in front of that waypoint and always be that constant threat that kind of forces teams to not even trying to contest for it, but then you leave yourselves in that vulnerable point. Like
one of our friends overseas
dive on over to the
are
other
currently
side,
streaming now today. Total 10-10?
One-shot your entire
no,
team.
not today.
So it becomes a tricky issue to try and break through that waypoint, which is why a lot of times, like you said, Chef, we don't even get to see the second half of his map.
I actually look at
you don't get to see the second half of most maps, honestly.
That's right, it's Corey. No, but just for anybody, again, you know, I just really want to get a lot of information for people who maybe are just checking out the game right now. Once again, please try the game. It is so good. It is so fun. I love this game so much. But if you're wondering why we're talking about why these particular suits on this map are so good for their specific situations, this first really all-important push is kind of set up as, I like to say it's very similar to kind of like
this is only Gundam Showdown number 2.
There's a lot of
not 3.
walls that are set up.
It is 3 because the first one was like Content Creator Showcase.
Yeah, but the thing officially,
first one didn't count.
Yeah, the first one didn't count. That was just a creator class. The actual showdown, the first one officially was in December.
On this map that are good at going over the walls, right? I mean, if there's a wall in front of you, just go over it. So the jump from the Barbados is really strong right there.
Hey, I was playing. I did try the game on PS5. I will say it is way more comfortable on console than it is on PC.
Really big, specifically on this first point.
It's weird. I mean, we went through the ringer, bro. Like getting to this point, like it's still. Wait, what happened here? We still didn't get like a fully fleshed out game on PC. Console got the better game than we did.
And then you did also mention the Sazabi tech, right? It's not just to jump on over, utilizing the axe to get that really high jump. We'll see a lot of times in the opening, the defensive Sazabi utilizing the axe to jump into the air, just to get a quick scan on the entire enemy team, see where the offense is going to approach from. But here we go. It's going to be map number 2. Kamille with the 1-0 lead over Sotoras Esports.
Right, so
it does seem like there's going to be a compositional
unfortunately, we don't have a bracket.
They have
Actually,
the opportunity
wait, do we have a bracket on the site?
Yeah, we do.
We have a bracket.
Yeah, we have the bracket. I can send it if you want.
That Gundam Unicorn.
Yeah, send it real quick.
We've also got
Let's look at what we currently have.
Like
what we can expect from the next one, because a lot of teams I've seen, and I kind of heard this around town, around through the grapevines.
Really cool
some teams prefer to go down to losers.
We talked about how different all the points can be
to have an easier halfway to go to the back, even if it costs them a couple more games.
Dynamis is like that's the
which
name
is
of the
odd,
game.
but hey,
I'm really
these
excited
girls.
to see how well it does here. I hope they stick with it. If they're on offense, they could switch even at the last second. But I think it's a very cool pick. And on the defense, like you mentioned, we are going to see a pretty similar team comp. Actually, exact same team comp, I think, overall that we saw in Mountain R&D.
Yeah, and that's weird, man. Like, look, I just saw your DM right now. That's weird because they should have way more players than we do. The player base on consoles is way bigger than ours.
Yeah, my friends, I tried to get my friends into it. They said they couldn't find any game. They were in for like 30 minutes.
Even at the lower levels?
Yeah, like they downloaded the game in the tutorial and they couldn't find a single game.
Oh wow!
Is what he was waiting for. There's the dash.
Casual. Nice one.
Oh man, these barb duels, they're just playing footsies right now. As Gasman tries to back away to pick up up this pack.
Yeah, you can see he was so ready for that fight that he
I'll put a
preemptively
bracket
let
up
go
on
of
the
the
stream
swing just in
after-
case somebody was standing there.
after
That's
this
a
game.
very common strategy, and you know that both Gasman and Boondiggles are ready for these fights. The Barb Duels are going to be a huge part of this. They're going to actually be going at it again, but in the meantime, Hero on the Dynamis is going to be getting a lot of damage, and that's going to really help them push in.
Skill issue in Goo Gang, and
nice.
then
Getting
TwistedSin
that
against
second dash is coming to play
loser
so
Max D,
often
which will
from
be
the
this game.
Dynamis
So
that
whoever
we've
loses this
seen.
game goes
Being
against
able to have
TwistedSin.
a sniper with mobility is wild.
This is a great defensive hold coming out from Sotoras. I know this is just the first fight, but they are
Archer!
not whatsoever. They're actually staying not too far.
The man behind the
safe
Iron
at
Blood
that point,
League.
as
How you
all
doing,
of
my
them
friend?
were eyeing that health pack because they are so extremely low. They don't have any heals. Perp has gone down. Oh, excuse me. KHO doesn't have his health pack, and so he cannot heal them quite yet. They back away just to try and get that passive healing. Boondiggles on that lurk, on that low ground once more. Gasman
Had
has
to
be
switch over to
careful. There's
Archie
counter
and get the
dive
drops.
coming
Yes,
out
sir.
from the other side. Kaiser will be able to punish one as Gasman falls, but that's
Appreciate
a 2-for-2
it.
exchange now, as Kamille still have not
I'm
broken
mad
open the
Craze
defenses
is
quite
munching
yet.
on them
No
chips,
one has
bro.
pushed forward
Bro,
for,
listen,
that
if you're gonna eat a
Perp
sandwich
will fall.
and
Royal
you don't have chips
Batman
on the
was
side,
trying his best to lurk, but he will go down. Kamille,
yeah, probably not bad.
now with that
Or you're probably
waypoint
not.
will charge
You're
forward.
not
It looks
God
like
fearing
their
person.
intentions are being made here to
Or if
push
you
on
aren't,
to point A.
you guys are weird.
This is such a cool strategy. We're
Second,
gonna
and if
see
on
the
top of that,
potential,
if it's not
Trans
salt and
Am coming
vinegar,
out from the
we got
Dynamis
problems.
pretty soon,
I don't
and being
fuck
able
with
to
salt and
have that
vinegar like that.
flexibility
If
of
you're
the
not eating
Dynamis,
salt and
you
vinegar
love having
chips
sniper if you can plant A. It is
next,
so
like
hard to deal
you know,
with.
especially
Dynamis,
with
you don't
an
have to give up,
Italian
like, the mobility,
sandwich.
You don't have to give up the ability to fight close up. You can
Weirdo.
use it on the first point and have
I
that
don't do
flexibility
that.
and build up
I'm
shooting
sorry.
meter. I love it so much. I'm barely even talking about the fight, but we
I don't
can
really
see
get
right
chips,
now
honestly.
that
Bro,
I just get like,
nah.
I get
down
extra meat
in
on
a
the,
few
on the
numbers,
sandwich.
but we're not still gonna
and
see
then I just
enough
eat
for
that.
this
I don't
full
really
plant.
get
Wait,
side.
maybe we are. No, just a
Homie,
little bit of a
listen,
bait.
listen. It could
And
be in the
this is,
side or whatever. Yo, you eat them at the
very
same
well throughout
time
the
in the
entire
sandwich,
match so
whatever
far.
you want to do. You gotta
Three
have salt and
pickups coming
vinegar
in
chips
for
in there.
Kamille, though,
I appreciate
and,
Sorry, yo, calling it out.
You got
one
side
G
money,
maneuver
sir?
remaining for
We get a
Sotoras
combo?
Esports. Kaiser is
Bro,
trying to
listen.
get that plant down, but he
If you can
burns
afford it,
with that
you get a
Ashmore
6-inch
flame.
sub, and
Now
you
they
pop
end up
that thing on the
losing
side
out
with a
on
drink.
one. The mega charge though.
Bro,
Oh, by the way,
Other side
Yeah,
over
what's up?
at B. It looks
my
like Gasman
drink of
is
choice,
able
and
to play
this might be a little
distracted here,
weird
but now he's
in
getting
Subway.
chased down. Boondiggles
Oh,
is here.
Gasman
He
with
does
the
have his
flare.
G
Oh, he
maneuver.
got
He
somebody.
whips
That's
two.
wild.
Hits the third, and there it is. The
Is
follow-up to
I
finish
rock-
off in that duel.
Because they don't have a large choice either. They don't have a long list of like flavors anyway. So I get the vitamin water
He has a response. Kaiser
with
is
the
a little bit
lemonade
low. He needs some help.
mix.
The funnels won't be enough as KHO will be able to burn him
I can see
down.
that.
With
My
the
rendition of pink
Perp
lemonade.
answers back, but again, these Pale Riders just do not have the
Kamille is
HP
just
to
running
back
through
it
Sotoras right
up.
now.
The Mega Charge is still ticking throughout all of this. Looks like Boondiggles will try and go for that disarm, but someone is there, makes his way back to the mini pack, and Perp.
Bro, you know what, Archer? You did it right there. That's the only vitamin water they have. Is pomegranate vitamin water. I mix that with a lemonade, and that's what gives it that little like bitter, sour thing. I love sour drinks. That's me.
On over to the second half of the map.
Ooh, it's close. There's people close, but not gonna even attempt it.
So,
they had to really just rush
basically,
in there. They
if
had to know
Sotoras
that that was
loses
not gonna
now-
be enough. And one of the biggest things here is you gotta back up.
Which
You
I-
gotta be
which
able
I
to defend
haven't-
this
wait, I haven't
waypoint,
done the
get
thing
back
yet.
onto
This
point,
season.
or this happens. We're seeing a lot of picks on the side of Sotoras Esports.
Bro,
here.
I might
They
just
are
start doing
going
the polls,
down,
but-
and they
No,
are
no, no,
going
no,
to
I
give
did
a
it.
huge
I did it.
advantage
I did it for
to
map two.
Kamille as
Okay.
they walk forward and
So,
basically allow them to either choose to take
if
this waypoint, which will happen relatively quickly.
Sotoras
or
loses
just
now,
push onto the Mega
that
Charge
means
site
that we're gonna
really
get a
quickly. However,
rematch
they are gonna at least be able to defend this
of
choke point.
Final Strike,
Finals.
Choke point in this game
Yeah.
can be one of the deadliest choke
which will be
points in the
between
game,
TwistedSin
especially if you have a
and
team like that.
Sotoras.
Yeah, he ends
Yeah.
up picking up one. There's the second follow-up coming out from One Trick Tony, and the waypoint has been neutralized.
Difference is now the
But
nostalgia is on
Gasman in the
thing, and there's a lot of people that weren't on the original roster.
Will be able to
so.
take him out and take
Yeah.
it back. And now they can try and push forward. 5-man. They've got 3 G maneuvers online. Devotion has
B is
his
free
alone
here.
Kaiser's
What-
funnel
where is
and the
Sotoras?
Screaming Nimbus. Gasman once again with the Mega
Wait,
Charge
you're
down.
going for an
They're
A
the
plant?
on the high ground, surprisingly enough.
Wow, the 1v2 into the Mega Charge plan. Gasman
Gasman
definitely
is
gets a star for me for that. That is a ton of value.
Gasman just
Really
built different,
doesn't
bro.
slam,
It's
though.
all that Dr.
Two
Pepper you be
range,
drinking, bro.
very slippery little suit. A can be
You know what?
very hard to
Also,
get
I
the
believe, man.
disarm
I feel like people don't
on.
really
You have to be
like
worried about
take
so
him
many different
serious,
angles,
bro.
especially when you've got a bar flipping
I think his
all over
character
the
outside in the
place. And
Discord
right now,
just like
this is
deters
full
people from like
control
really
from
looking
Team
at him like,
Kamille.
yo, like he's an
Merle is
excellent
holding
bar
on
player.
his Screaming Nimbus plant down all the mines on top of the point as well. Devotion is up top. 27
Spammy
seconds
V. When I was in
remaining
college, we
for
did an
this mega
8-person
charge.
Magic
There's
draft
no
with
one
3
for Scores on
Johns.
site.
So
They're
John
going
beat
for a
John,
full
then John
regroup.
would be playing
Three
John. The
funnels
next
look
round
like
was
coming
John
out
draws.
from
In
Kaiser
which case
here,
John
and the
plays
charge now
John.
comes out. Red look back away and take a
Oh,
look at the
man.
damage going across all
Wow,
of the
Kaiser
damage
still
done up by
survived that? That's
much.
wild.
They need to follow up damage. The Lumiere is here. The charge
the
up from
Lancer had to finish him off
Devotion.
there.
It's a
Team
three-piece
kill?
for him.
Wow, they
They'll
did
be
it.
able to hold on. The mega charge will go off, and
With a
Kamille
minute,
will have well over a
17
minute
left as
remaining
well.
in their time bank.
A great push. That was just
They're gonna
an
get, like,
absolute
what,
great
13
push. And I
seconds?
gotta say, so much of that
Or
was
do they get the same amount
on
of
the
time?
fact
I
that
forgot.
while
Plus 2. I think
they
like
were
2
trying
minutes.
to retreat pretty quickly
it's a
from
minute
that
30
first mega charge
total,
site,
I'm pretty
they
sure.
just weren't quick enough. Sotoras Esports.
I'm not sure
on the
how it
retreat,
works
so
anymore,
they
but I'm
got,
pretty sure you get, like,
you know,
13
they lost a few
seconds.
members pretty quickly, and that meant that they had to split up and defend in kind of a weird way. And then the waypoint was taken.
It's not looking good
and
for
then there was
Sotoras
that
on this
1v2
map,
from
honestly.
Gasman, and
The
then
first
all the
map was
people on
close.
both
This
of the
one
other,
is like
mega charge sites. So it's just it's
I
so
don't.
easy
I
to
feel
go
like
wrong in this game.
they,
You have to really be
Sotoras
preemptive
was the highest.
about
They got
where
the
you
first
are
pick, so
and when
I'm
you want
guessing
to
like
be there.
they
And that
lost
was
their
just
map
such an
pick,
amazing
and like
job
now
from
like
Team
there's
Kamille
on a map
showing
they
how
weren't ready
they
for.
were kind
I'm
of
guessing
ahead of
it
that
happens,
curve
what
just
happens.
slightly, but Sotoras Esports defended for quite a long time.
Yeah, there were a lot of minor issues, right, that kind of compounded when they made the swap on over. Having those staggered spawns.
I mean, just we would have some of the new viewers. The Team Kamille was a team that
it was a delayed
played in the last chance qualifier
At that point,
and
they
won it
basically
all.
fully healed for
So
themselves, but
they took
still,
first place in
very
last chance
impressive feat
qualifier.
coming out from Gasman, which is why we have been gassing him up.
This is like
already
what,
so much
one
this
of
weekend.
3
But here it
teams
is, Kamille now
from
on the defensive. They're not actually
from the
changing
one
anything up from
banner
here,
under what's called Omni.
From their composition,
Huge
Devotion will
pull.
not be
Like
picking up the
Omni
unicorns.
by
They won't
far
have the
is the
extra
most
healing, the extra
dominant.
support.
I don't know if I should call them
He's gonna be
organization or
sticking
the
with extra beefiness
but the
to
most
help out
dominant
Kaiser
group
throughout
within
all of
Gundam
this.
Evo.
Sotoras Esports,
These
though,
guys
are
hold
gonna be on
about
the
3
offensive and
separate
doesn't look
teams.
like
They got
they're hovering over any
Sharazable.
compositional changes themselves.
Actually,
it was
Mafty did nothing
PSV.
wrong.
There's a world
No, Mafty
where
did nothing
even
wrong.
when there's
Shar
another team
Azable,
around you, you
Did some
pull
things
the
incorrectly.
shield from the
So did some
Hyperion.
things
You
incorrectly.
literally just hold up your
Mafty
shield and
Ducks,
body block with
which
the
is
zombie,
practically
and
this team
somebody
now,
can
which is
either
Kamille.
disarm or
So
plant.
we're talking
Kamille's a
about
man's name, and I'm a man.
Kamille's a man's name. So, but and it's saying it right now, Bandai loves these like those team names. They love it. They love it. We've had this conversation. But overall, like Omni is the most dominant group in there, and then now we have another group under Fusion. We have Second Wind, and we have Team Second Wind and Fusion, which is under the Fusion banner as well, kind of the same way. So, like they're the upcoming group. Now we have TwistedSin, which used to be Tekka. I think we now got picked up by TwistedSin the org. They have they're in the, I know they have been working with a separate group. So like again, like every team here is building themselves up to be able to house not just one squad but like multiple squads because of the need to be able to run internals, private matchups without having to be super reliant on other teams. Like we're at the point now where teams are very defensive when it comes to like they're very safe when it comes to their strats and all that. So they're not really scrimming against other teams like that, not as much as before. So I recommend if people out there who are interested in building up a team or become part of a team or just like kind of building up within the process, like join our Discord, get to meet these people, and who knows, they might reach out to you. They might be interested. They see some potential in you, and you might be able to get into one of these programs. Like I can call that.
Heals to come online, and there it is. Boondiggle's about to lose out
Oh.
on the duel. 200 HP.
Holy
I
shit,
don't
Boon.
even know where the threat came from. It's so
This man
scary.
Boon
When you're
is-
getting
he's
chased
getting
down,
chased!
Gasman is
Oh,
on his
no, he's getting
tail.
chased!
And it looks like someone was able to get into the back line and neutralize the waypoint.
Oh, they racked. Okay,
So
they brought in
Kamille
zombie
need to
now.
send-
Okay.
Or excuse me, Sotoras need to
I
send
didn't know
someone
Zombie was
back
playing
for
earlier.
that one, and it's Sotoras looking to regroup and capture that once again.
Yeah, it's just going to delay them, which, I mean, delaying is huge, right? You don't need to technically hold on to that. You just
How
have
to
to make
play
a run back
Despacito.
and get it and stop their push and be like, okay, we'll
Dude,
do
this is the
but
map
it does
that
look like the push is
that
going to be moving over to B
that Gasman is
mostly.
very
Sotoras Esports,
very
they're like, you know
good
what,
at.
A didn't
Yeah.
This is
work
where his
out,
sneakiness
let's try
kicks
the
in.
other way around, but we're
Not
gonna
the
see
thing. The
Screaming
crazy
Nimbus
thing is
just
like
jumping
he's the
back
person
there.
that
Yeah, Merle
he's the person that just like goes and back camp site every time, like the waypoint,
and
back camps it every time.
I mean,
Like, look, he just did it.
Kamille here on the
He just did it again.
And Will hold it down.
Second time.
Now, Sotoras down to 2 minutes, but the Mega Charge has
That's something Gasman's
gone
good at,
down.
like,
Excuse
especially
me,
on underground
onto that
command center.
A site. So someone was
He's
able
really
to
good at,
backdoor
like,
that
just
plant.
going and
This
back
is
having
a
the
scary
sites when he needs to.
situation. You can see the lurks coming out. Boondiggles is making his presence known. Gasman will try and chase him down. Someone
Getting chased by Gasman is
They
fucking
will be able to get the
terrifying.
defuse. So now it's back to step number 1 here for Sotoras. They do have a few G maneuvers online. They've got the Hades
Gallahorn
from
dogs,
Asia. Now with
Caraboys.
Heat Hawk Slash. On the other
I don't
side,
see them
you've
winning
got the
this.
Hades for Perp
Let's see,
and
they have a
Craze with
Hades
funnels.
and they have a Heat
This
Hawk
is going to be
Slash
maybe the last
versus
chance. Maybe if
the
there's a really quick
with the
wipe,
funnels
you
and
can get,
Hades
like
on
another
the
push in, but this may be the push that you
Yeah,
have to
it's
commit
not
all
looking
of your
good for
resources
Sotoras.
to.
They don't
Ah,
have
there goes the
good
Heat
ult
Hawk
on this.
This is
slash.
going to be pushing
The
the B.
whiff.
We're going to see the Heat Hawk slash.
Oh,
He's
wow.
going through saying, I don't care about your shield. And that is going to be pretty much a free way to get out.
He's not gonna make it a health crack.
And that's actually great
No,
positioning.
he didn't. He
he
made
made
it
it.
first up. Yeah, he got it. He got it.
You win that
Wow.
damage if you can
It's like
win
he's
the
going
A
after
right
this dude
there.
right now.
And that's going to be a nice pick. But back behind, we saw Merle get a pick.
Okay, Fat
at
Man.
least. They might be shifting over to A.
Yeah, I was about to say, damn, Fatman's not looking like the other time. Now look, he's oh, there you go, there you go.
My boy Fat Man is eating good, bro. He is eating good.
Hero on that Ashamar, but he is making his way from pack to pack somehow.
There he goes.
Garmazabi will chase him down.
Bro, he is
Another
popping
pack
off
picked
right
up,
now.
But
But
this
they
is
still
just
haven't
the
gotten the
late tactic
plants.
coming out from Hero. That's allowing Turk to come back. That's not even the G maneuver. That's not even the Hades. That's
Yo,
the
Fatman is holding everybody back for me,
that
man.
Tail Rider. Now
That's what
he's
I'm
gonna
saying.
pop
There
it.
you go, there goes
Kecho,
the
you
plant.
can't die here,
20
Kecho.
seconds
Kecho,
remaining.
you
The
can't
Mega
die.
Charge does get planted here. Sotoras
Okay, we got
Esports.
zombies
This
with
is not
punch.
the end of the road. They're just trying to keep this map alive.
Gasman cleaning up again.
Oh, once you're 20 with
There
the
you go.
funnels going in.
Yeah,
so if these guys have to stay alive here, they have to stay alive.
A lot of members of Kamille up here. This
Bro,
is gonna be a
Batman
great
is
forward
controlling
position
A
now
main. They
for Sotoras
can't
Esports
get what
to
they need to
hold. They have a
retake
really
this.
good
Like, they
chance of
need
making this
main.
in the final
It's just the overhead.
moments
If they
of
get
their
picked off, that's
opportunity
what
to
the
play
problem
on
comes in
A.
now.
And again, if this is disarmed, this is them going down to the losers.
Oh, no, they're
bracket.
all-
This is
they're
their
pushing
last
Batman back.
chance
That's not
here
good. That's not
in
good.
the winner's side. This is going to be one huge counter push. They do have a lot of G maneuvers, or at least a couple G maneuvers on both sides.
Garmer
This is
just
gonna be
got
the first
himself
one,
killed.
Screaming Nimbus.
Oh man.
It's a
he
good
got
trade though on a
Kinda
purpose. It's a
wanted
good
to
trade.
see
It's a good trade.
Garmazabi hold on to that
A tank
a
for a
little bit
DPS,
longer
that's
to
huge.
try and stop someone going for that defuse now. There's 10 seconds remaining. Devotion needs to stick it at this point. His armor coming up. His shield
And
is
Devotion's
there.
killing.
Someone needs to touch it. But
Oh no, they're not.
fighting more and
They're
more.
not
Takes Devotion
close.
now,
They
though.
oh they
He doesn't have an
C9.
armor Lumiere
They
to try and
C9.
help him.
How do you
Yeah.
do that?
Stick it. And
How
that
do you
will
do that?
be Camille taking
Oh
the
man, they're so worried about making those kills, bro. They could have just
Wow,
had
that
Fat
was
Man
so
going around,
close, and
Devotion
I agree
picking
with
them up
you.
from far.
I think
Like
that
all they had
maybe
to
if
do
there
was
had
let
been a
him
few
go
more
for the
G-Miners
let him
focused
go
on
for it and just
once
pick
the
them off.
actual disarm started, just stay in a position where you can wait. That could
See,
have
like
been
this map
everything,
has that
but
one advantage
once
that you
again,
can
we
just
got
play
to
that
see
lane all the way up the
Hyperion and how
ramp,
strong it can
going back
be,
to
just being
going
able
back to the
defend
waypoint,
all of the
and anybody
people
gets
around it,
even
all of the different
close
units
to
that it's just
disarming.
next to,
Wreck
and can just
them,
soak
you can
up
wreck them
so
from
much
far.
of that damage
No, the
and
problem is
protect
though, like
somebody who is
Hyperion's
going
being
for
run.
the
That's a
disarm,
free
just like
defuse.
Merle
They
was.
have to play
It
it
was a
close. You can't really do that
great
anymore.
No, I know that, but you could when you
Yeah,
having
great
one
stuff. I'm
person
sorry,
on
once again,
for the
we're
lookout
joining.
going
I
out from
know,
that,
I feel like you've
no,
waited so long. I keep going
that
for
won't
so
cause that
long,
many
but
issues.
they're
You can
back
have
with
Fat
us.
Man going around, even going after the
Thank
Hyperion, and you can still
keep on
go after the
ranting. I feel
Hyperion.
like I'm absorbing so much knowledge.
Like he was the
right
only
now.
threat there, but
yeah, I mean the fact that we started Mountain R&D Lab with like
I don't know
scores
why they
100
gave
to
up
0,
main
you're
like
oh
that,
my
bro.
goodness,
Like
it's
they
gonna be
had
another
control
one
of
those
main. They just
one-sided
they
things.
kept that. There's
Massive
no
comeback
way
by
that
Kamille,
Kamille could have
and
gotten.
I know when
defused.
ZP and I were talking in the back room a lot about that.
But I gotta give it to Kamille. They did play that well.
Matchup, one of the
Garma
strongest
got himself killed with
units
the,
on Mount R&D. Once you
with
get
the
up and
screaming
close and
Nimbus there.
personal, for those who don't know, Barb is just impossible to stop. Like the CC, the burst damage that you get. Is
All right, so we
really
have
good. I thought
Fusion versus
Gasman made a
TwistedSin,
lot of
and we
space
have
for someone like Perp on the
Skillish
Pearl
versus
Rider to really
Guggen.
shine.
I
And
think
then
they're
once
doing the winner
Gasman got
semifinal
more
matches next
confidence
as
in
well.
that round 2 of map 1, found their groove, they synced up and covered the bases with Kaiser's Sazabi. Felt like the front line of Kamille just got that much stronger and upgraded and took over fight CP.
Yeah,
predictions
and like while
being
we're
paid
talking
out.
about the Barb matchup that was going on in map 1,
Oh, it's 100% for
unsung
Kamille?
heroes there were the Zaku
Ain't making no money off
coming in, especially if you look at how Kamille ran it, where you had Hero backing up Gasman every step of the way. Zaku 2 just letting you be incredibly aggressive, taking advantage of every little bit of space that Barb makes, especially in a map that is a little bit more chaotic that you can really thrive from on a 3-dash character.
Yeah, and then Matt.
Yeah, I love that
too.
we were able to highlight that last that one moment on on Quarry, where he ends up showing up for that late 2v2, right? He's like, don't you dare bully my son, and he gets revenge for perp as he was holding on to that waypoint. But man, what a great matchup there. I mean, it felt like this could have gone to map number 3. There were just a few issues there on Quarry where it felt like Sotoras were kind of trying to feel things out a little bit more, and you had Kamille just stepping away from things. Hero was doing an amazing job. I'm so elated to see that there are so many pilots throughout this weekend that have been able to flex
so
to so many different units so far.
And there's just
I wonder
really
what
too many units
match
to
they're going
pick
to
from
stream now.
sometimes,
Probably
and
one of the
some that kinda have these
semifinals.
overlapping rules, but
Yeah, I'm pretty
Chef,
sure. Yeah, I'm
kind of
pretty sure.
going to
They
you,
said they're
but
going to
were there
finals
maybe
first, and then they're going to
compositional
losers round.
changes you could have suggested to Sotoras
Losers.
Esports of just how they could have kept up with Kamille, or was it just these mirror matchups like the Barbados, like the Zaku, really just someone to stop Royal Fat Man, or
Mafty
what's the
against
solution
second
here for
wind.
Sotoras?
I mean, honestly, there may have been some slight like comp changes.
This is
that
probably
could
gonna be one of the
happen,
best
but I
games
feel
of this
like it
whole
was so
tournament right
close, it
here.
just came down
If
to
the
like
match was
individual
second win.
fights. So I personally feel like they were totally fine sticking with what they were at.
No, it's like both
I
groups.
maybe
You got Mafty's
would've-
main
I
group
mean, I guess
against
technically it wasn't on
Fusion's
Sotoras,
main
but I would
group.
like to see that Unicorn come back.
And then you got Fusion's secondary group
definitely
against
having an answer on the
Mafty's
side of
secondary
Sotoras for
as
the
well.
double
So it's
shield
like,
is a big deal.
I don't know. Now I say it was predictable, but
it's an unsung thing here. In
that's
Gundam.
what it's
I think
kinda
it
leading
has
to.
been every tournament, but the Dom Trooper play is always one of those things that it's so effective, but it's easy to not always appreciate because Dom Trooper doesn't necessarily.
I would honestly
dominate the
argue
kill
that
feed, but a lot
second
of it
win
was
is the
working
better
for
out of
Kamille.
the
It was also
two.
working just because of
That's what I'm
Kamille's
saying.
winning
Second win is the
on
main
back
team.
end, where Murrow was often
Okay.
dying last.
second
in
win
fights,
and
just setting
Fusion.
up,
Second win is the main
units like
is their
Gasman
main
to
squad,
actually
and then
find those
Fusion,
early
even though
pickoffs.
the Fusion
just the amount of
is their
control
secondary
and
squad.
space you get out of good Dom Trooper play.
No, I
is
thought I heard you
really
say it the other way
something.
around. That's why I was saying that.
But something else is the bracket, because we've had some one-sided matches. This one actually I found pretty close. First time we've been to a round 3 in that map 1. You can see how the quarterfinals have officially all broken down. So we have our top 4 in the semis. Of course, there is a lower bracket. Don't worry, no one's been eliminated yet. Mafty, second win. Fusion, Kamille in the semifinals. We're going to be featuring that next. Skill Issue, Goo Gang going up against each other. TwistedSin versus Sotoras. Jamerson, do you have a quick maybe prediction or just thoughts on how the lower bracket is going to break down? Are you worried about anyone in particular?
I mean, I always worry for all of our squads because it's so difficult, right? Because we've come to love every single team and every single player. We cheer and root for all of them, really. So it's always difficult whenever we get into
So
these
I've done
tournament settings to see
the
anyone
predictions
lose.
for Mafty
And I'm
against
just,
second
one
win,
of
but
those-
for
one
any
of those
reason
dads
that they
or
go
one of
for a
those moms
different
that just
game,
wants to see everyone having
I'll
fun.
refund the
But
points
at
and
the
run
end of
the
the day,
correct one.
yeah, I
All
am
right.
a little bit worried for Goo Gang down there on the lower bracket because I think of the teams that we've seen so far, they're the ones that maybe possibly struggled the most so far in the 4 matches that we've had.
It feels like
I'm surprised
even
they're not
in,
doing
the
polls on the
FGC
Gundam
scene,
Evolution
when you
channel.
go to the lower bracket, there's this 9,000 energy that erupts from you. You
Not
get
their
buffed
style, man.
when
Not their
everything is
style.
on the line. So
They're a
best of luck
broadcast.
to them. They'll be competing off stream. But up next we'll have semifinals. But because I know what everyone is really looking forward to is some more Gundam trivia. Let's get that question ready for y'all. How many mobile suits from Gundam Evolution's current roster have been piloted by Amuro Ray in animated works? A, 2, B, 3, C, 5, or D, 7? ZP, going to you first. Are you sticking with the C strat?
I'm not even sure I want to, but at this point, I gotta
Amuro
stick by my
Ray
go for C on everyone.
from
So clearly it has to be
Gundam?
5. C has never let me
Gundam?
down. Aside from
Gundam?
Chef, is he right?
I love how that's the
Okay,
first
I'm
thing he
fucking
said when
right.
he came back.
I'm
He hasn't said
trying
a
to
word
think.
in
I know
like
there's
30
there's a
minutes.
good
I was
chance that he
saying,
piloted most of the GEN,
Amuro
and
Ray?
Amuro
Ray?
He did at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's 5-2 though.
Amuro
I could be
Ray.
wrong. I mean, I know he was around there, but I know for sure New Gundam, right? And for sure X78 at least.
From
So
the
it's
Na-
3 or 5.
Gundam?
I'm gonna go with 5. No, you know what? I'll go with 3 just in case I'm an idiot, and we'll just split it up a little bit.
Jamerson?
Yeah, that's the big issue. The Gym Sniper, all those extra little mobile suits there. Did he ever pilot a Zaku at some point? I don't quite remember.
Here's the thing about it. It
I'm
gets
gonna-
really
I'm gonna
really
fare for
uncomfortable
more,
for some of the
because he's had a
casters
lot of
when they
screen
get
time
when a
over
lot of the
years,
people that are
so I'm gonna
watching
go for
are
5
very
on this one as well.
hardcore
Guys,
Gundam
we
fans,
broke our promise. We said we were
and they
gonna
go
D.
real
D was
niche
the only
on
answer that
certain
hasn't
certain
been
models.
picked yet. But I know 7 units seems also like
Tell
a
them
lot,
I'll
but
act
I'm
guy,
gonna
and they're
stick
like,
with my
oh,
promise. I'm gonna
they're
go
like,
with
oh, it's not the Gundam thing. Yeah,
D7.
remember?
And y'all at home, you'll have the break to think about it. You're not allowed to look it up. I will be watching you. But when we return, we'll have the answer and our semifinals around the corner.
Now the Moon Gundam, I mean, again, another unit based on funnels.
Isn't that all? Isn't that all what Gundam came at after one point? Like once they started becoming new type, once they started becoming new types, it's like funnels.
Pretty much. I mean, that's a lot of even that became the trend. Only new types can pilot funnels. But like you want the Quebly.
I think Quebly would be a cool addition to the game.
Just so fucking bulky. True. Permit score 4. Take everybody's mobile suits.
Oh, did the new season of G Witch come out?
Yeah, we're like on episode 3.
Okay, yeah, I need to catch up on that.
Second episode is very hardcore. Explains a lot.
Gotcha.
Yo, episode 1 was whatever. Episode 2 disrupted the Gundam scene. So many people out there crying out their ass. I'm like, come on, man. It's all right. You don't have to be right all the time.
Bro, you still haven't finished eating your chips, bro?
Yo, mind your business, all right?
Bro, you've been munching on those chips since the start of the stream.
Nah, that's bullshit. I just got these not even like 10 minutes ago. All right? And you know what? Then that means that you should be buying these shit because this shit ain't full of air. Like, with G-Wish, I'm gonna say, I'm a fan of the UC arcs. No. I'm a fan of the UC arc, but the alternate stuff is very action packed. That's what you have, like the Seeds and the Seed Destinies and IBO and all that stuff. And now G-Witch. I like the action because AU is all action based, but it's dark as fuck. I'm not gonna say I hated Seed. Not my favorite, but I do appreciate it because they gave us so many like mobile suits.
I'm not good at.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gundam Evolution Showdown number 3. The day has been packed with action, and we're not.
It bothers me that
yet.
ZP's camera is not centered.
It's going to be our
I just want
first
to put that out
upper
there.
bracket semifinal, and it's going to be action packed. But before we get into that and start really dealing with Mafty and Second Wind and all the good stuff about that, we got some unresolved trivia to talk about. That's right. We had the trivia question here, but who was right? A lot of people thought it was C. Was it C or was it D?
I mean,
B, neither. We're all wrong.
I thought it was B. I should have never went with it.
so yeah,
I saw you
I
type
went
it.
with A.
I was thinking B.
Gundam, new
Because-
Gundam. What was the third one?
I'm pretty sure it's a prototype, right?
It must be
Didn't
Gun
he
Tank. We
also-
were talking about the core
didn't he
fighter
al-
being potentially like part of that. Maybe it counts as Gun Tank, or maybe it was a gym at some point. But I actually
know.
thought I was wrong. I just groaned when we got to B, and I was like, wait, I won. Wait, I was right.
Oh, wait, I won.
They should not count the gun tank.
But of course, now that trivia's out of the way, and somehow it wasn't C again.
Every
I'm not sure
grunt
how
in the
Lemon- this is really shaping up to
EFSF,
be a potentially
all piles of
very
the gun tank.
close
Fuck that shit.
upper
And it was like
bracket semi.
a hack. Oh my god, this thing is down. Let's use this one.
Mafty, at least the name Mafty went to the finals of our last showdown. Now the rosters
No,
have
the 79. That was the
changed,
first
but
series.
they
That was the
got-
79 one. Yeah, the first one.
They didn't
But that
get
was
the
like
finish they wanted in Showdown 2. That
I'm
darn
thinking about
bracket
like which ones did
reset,
he
but this
own,
could
like
be their
the one that
chance
dealt
to
with his. That's
solidify
like stuff like that.
themselves in the grand finals. But Second Wind is
It
a
said
really tough
pilot,
opponent.
so
Yeah, second
We're both
win.
wrong.
You know, again, it's always hard to judge where things are going to go. But if you remember in the last tournament, just because you're a favorite in the first
I'm
match,
watching
once
a
you face
release
little
stream,
bit
bro.
tougher
He's going against
competition,
someone whose
you
name
can
is
face a
level
strategy
17
that throws you
Makuhita.
for a loop, where it was actually rush down
Makuhita?
compositions that kind of came out of nowhere.
Level
with,
17
Exy and
Makuhita.
Barbados that did throw the then Mafty a little bit for a loop. I don't know if we're going to see it here today, but between these two teams, you know, anything is possible, and I just want to see what happens and see if Mafty can continue defending the crown. But Chef, what do you think as we get into it?
I'm obviously very, very excited because these are two of, I think, the best teams that we have for sure. Just because of how the last year's qualifier worked, the seeding is interesting. But you know what? We'll thank you two once again.
Why is his name level 17
Makuhita?
Makuhita? Wait, I'm confused. He learns no moves at level
See what y'all are
17.
going to say after this because this is going to be
There's got to be
good one.
a story
And
behind that
Station,
name or
another
something.
map that we
Bro,
haven't seen
3
today.
domination maps?
Okay,
What?
Yeah. It's triple domination, by the way, as well. So this is just
Bro, what are these picks?
What a match for it, Chef. Mafty versus Second Wind. This is going to be an amazing match between these two squads. I mean, they all go back so far, right? In terms of competition, we're seeing Second Wind getting better.
Oh, they
and
really
better,
don't
but
wanna,
Mafty,
like, put that shit
they've
up to
been able
chance.
to add on the players that they need. We've talked to them in the past about, hey, what do you guys do? You know, do you guys watch tape? And they're like, yeah, we watch tape, we study. We always figure out what our weaknesses are and we work on them. And that's what we get to see. ZP mentioned it, you know, there was a lot of rush down, and that's what Mafty have been able to add on to really be able to deal with a very aggressive composition. They now have the tools in their belts to deal with very aggressive compositions.
Well, can I also say, you know, I don't know if you said that this game was going to be a brawl or this match was going to be a brawl, this entire set, but I just realized we have 3 domination maps for the entire set, which is just wild. There's going to be no
So
break
zombie?
in the chaos.
No,
between
listen,
these two
we,
teams for
I
sure.
agree
And
with
this
you.
is
Like
actually a
the
map that, once
consistent
again, was not
slapping you in the
most of the
face
season
with the
of
same
competitive
map back to back on
pool,
the
so
ladder. I
I'm
get
excited to see
it.
how these teams
I don't
play.
hate
Had a
Derby
tiebreaker
City.
for
I
a
kind of
while,
like
a
it, but I just don't like
very
the fact that
unique
it's
map in
always
the
there.
form of a,
Wait, how
I
did they
guess you
get?
could
Wait,
say
y'all, they have map fly
no,
throughs
it's symmetrical
without
but, like,
the bomb sights
vertically,
on it.
not horizontally. Can you explain it better than me? It's
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's right
super
there.
important. And one
No,
thing to
no,
note
no,
is
no, no.
that,
When
you
they
know,
first went to the
the
map,
points,
not like
they get
not
further
this,
away from the
'cause
spawn.
this
So
is
A is the
spectator mode
closest,
right
B
here.
is the second closest, and then C is the
I'm
furthest
saying,
away.
like,
We're
when
starting
they
off on
recorded,
the
they had, like, did
immediate
they
do that
spawn.
like
the
You
beta
can
preview?
They
see
probably no,
that's
they
why
probably
Arrow
got
and
no.
Navi are
Remember
both looking
they
for
probably just got it from
angles,
these guys because
with the
they'll
B is
they'll
in, he's
much
gonna be on
easier
that
get that than we
Mars
can.
side. Mars is so huge here, but Tizim gets that first pick off Arrow though on that counters Alcatu range. We'll find one more, but
Damn,
it looks
yo,
like Second
I am
Wind are
afraid of
slowly
Arrow's
these
Z2
duels.
hard
Amato
round.
backs away somehow. He will ultimately get chased down.
Is he the new one? Oh yeah, he's the new one.
Will not
Yeah,
allow
new skin.
him to get away, and that's going to be Mafty now with the team by control as Evictus gets taken out just outside of his
Bro,
spawn.
Arrow is just built different, bro.
Bro, look at this! Wow, bro, what the?
Bro, he's
fuck?
killing everyone,
This
bro.
is top tier Zakutu range play. Arrow, one of the players
Bro,
that
he
plays
just killed
Zakutu range
Tazim.
because before it was kind of back in the meta as much as we see it now. Back when it was a rare pick, but being able to play this for so long,
Bro,
know
Arrow is playing out of his
Arrow is
mind
a
this tournament,
specialist.
bro.
Okay, please use the new skin.
You have to be careful though here on the
Like, he's
respawn.
always
You can
been,
see
like,
that
one
they
of the top
overextended just
players,
a
bro,
little
but, like,
bit, allowed
I feel like
Second
he's,
Wind
like,
to
number
pivot
one
on
in, like,
over
on terms of
and
stats
get
for his team
in
today.
for some free percentage points now. There's still 25 seconds remaining before we go over towards the far spawn at the other end of the
chaotic.
map. But it looks like Second Wind are able to find a few more.
No,
picks
Archer,
that
he's
should
using the.
lead
That's how I knew this was the
back
new
away.
skin because
Zerk
it sounded like a
trying to
Tommy gun.
position early for the C site. That's why Chaotic is coming here first. He does.
Yo,
not
look at
wanna
all
try
that, bro.
and
Look at all that
get
effort,
in
and
C
they
site
and this
with
other
that
team
barb.
still got
He
the
wants
point.
to play defensive inside.
Yeah, it's so important to get here preemptively. This is the furthest range site of any domination map in the entire game. The run back is the longest. Getting into position takes the longest. That was a little bit unfortunate. We don't need to talk about that. But imagine maybe Focus intentionally did that. Gets a great angle, and everybody's standing on that high ground. That was actually beautiful.
Wow, he
But
got a
it's still gonna
heady
be
on
very
that,
difficult
bro.
to take this back, as well as Arrow going down means that they're fighting at least one man down.
Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of choke points, which is where Dom really excels, right? He's got the AoE, the big splash damage coming out from his rockets, but the mines also to control all of these lanes. The high ground being held now allows Amato to get free fire off. That's going to be Enders falling for the Mafty side.
Wow.
Now, they do have the Heat Hawk
Complete
slash
dominance.
and the Sea Snake
Oh,
snare
no,
along
Baron knocks with
with
the self-destruct.
punch, but they're just not able to get into position for it because this high ground is just so strong for Second Wind.
And this is a great start for second win. They're doing amazingly. They are going to be holding on to this for a huge portion of it. Profi going
Yo, is
down.
Mafty
And
gonna sit
honestly,
down
if you
early?
get team wipes attacking point C, you get like maybe one more opportunity to get any points. But even if they run back now, you know, they might only get the last 10
Yeah, I didn't know how good the
seconds
bazookas were in
of this
GBO
side.
2
They are
until
gonna be
somebody told me to pick up
challenging it, and if it's gonna go to
the
B, so you might as
Gilgooge.
well fight because you're essentially fighting for B positioning as well. But this is a huge lead, you know, for second win against the maybe favorites to win it all.
Oh ho! Nice little timing pick off there from TwistedSin as David. His snare went down and he got instantly chased down. That's why you do not miss your hooks. But second win do answer back. Focus has fallen, but Profi has a lot more HP and he has backup. Exponent gets chased down by Enders. And this is where things look a little bit dire for second win. In trying to push out there, it allowed Mafty to really utilize the angles kind of preemptively and spawn.
You're saying
spam them
hashtag
out.
second
Arrow
win
though,
sweep
in
in the
this duel
chat.
up against the Victus, wins out up against that Dom Trooper and will back away. So
Well, that's predictable, bro. Remember, Mafty has so many haters, bro. It's gonna happen.
To tie things up here, so this could be a really close game. Once again, be a little bit.
Oh, what? That would have been us, and that shit would have hooked us and brought us all the way down, around the corner and everything.
It's
Yeah.
hooked and is not quite getting pulled all the way. That would have been GG. That's a great way. One of the best ways to deal was Zakutu range.
Wow,
In that
yeah,
situation.
second win's playing this
Three
really
pickups
well.
coming in for second win. They're still delaying though for Mafty to try and get as much percentage point as possible.
gonna
But
die
second
here.
win
He
now
needs
at
to just die in this
70%.
reset with the save.
Finding more
Yeah.
staggers. Profi's getting chased down now on the retreat. He will pick off a Victus, but he didn't finish them off. The repair comes in. All his teammates out there to give him a helping hand and a pat on the back.
The new sound, it kind of sounds like it sounds like Bastion with the Lego
there on
skin.
the high ground. They got the screaming Nimbus for Mafty to come into, but Arrow start things off with a pick off onto a Victus. Oh, nice little flank here from
Me,
Enders.
Enders is playing
This a
really
wide
ahead,
flip
bro.
around. They want to try and play for C once again.
There you
I
go.
haven't really seen much of Enders.
Enders has been playing on the front line consistently now, and it's like, what the?
But they're gonna have to take C and
Well, he is playing a tank, but yeah, he's not really playing behind Saws either, though.
Yeah.
Should be next to the
Just
Saws.
putting in so much damage, so much work, but not able to take down a mono as they're going to start to regroup, get a lot of great support in there, a lot of great healing, and it looks like one more pick again. Victus taking down David.
There's a dude talking about a webcam. That's Cyber Rank 10. That is the
available.
that is the player that has the most amount of
Arrow
hours
has that heat hawk flash the
in
punch as well, but it's
in
gonna be
Gun Evo in
fight
the West.
here
Yeah,
for second
yeah.
win. They ended up losing on Exponent, but they hold on.
Yeah, it's some Zaga 2
to
melee
their
guy.
G maneuvers. That's the point unlock. It's gonna be second win, trying their best
Needs a
to hold
webcam.
on.
Oh,
Extra
so
time
he
is
has
taking
a
away the screen.
webcam.
Nimbus has
The
been
problem
found, but
is
Enders
the,
has no
the
backup
application uses for
whatsoever. Just
webcam.
the beat here falling.
It doesn't work with OBS,
and it's
version
second
29.
win, striking first blood.
So until they release an update, which has been 3 months
We've been talking
since
for so
it's been 3
long
months
about how
since
Mafty is by far and
the
away.
update came
we can
out.
say,
So
just
until
based on results, the favorite
they
to win
release
this
it,
tournament. But this
can't
was
use a webcam,
really
unfortunately.
good first round for second win. There's
He probably is. He's probably in
Yeah,
the
he
role
probably-
doing,
yeah, that is
doing like
something
head
Cyber would do.
crunches.
adjustments here. This is,
That
again,
is something
is
Cyber
also
would
a
do.
very strange map.
He probably has
Overall,
one of those like
there's
elastic
some
bands on his
strategies
forehead
for
right
it,
now doing
but
head crunches.
Regardless,
Yeah, no, the
second
thing
win
is though, he won't be
looking
drinking coffee. He'll be
killer.
drinking tea, right, Cyber? Or not
Yeah,
Cyber Craze?
I think
He'll be drinking tea.
might
You
come
know, with a
down
side of
to
creatine.
Mafty trying to flex
Yep.
for that Marsa. I agree with it. It works extremely
He's gonna
well.
show up.
But in particular, when it comes to the A
No,
site,
he's probably
I think
in his,
Marsa
his
excels the
bunny
most
seat right now.
when it comes to that A site. But we had a heavy focus on B and C. The last 4 points of this, or last 3 points of this map of that first round, were tailored more for that. And so it might not be as flexible as a unit as
Now, not for
maybe
hey,
we had
listen.
as much
You
value
guys,
on
you
B and
guys
C.
kind of
We'll
came
see,
at
though,
it
with
like
David.
you
We'll
guys
be
kind of
sticking
came
with it. We're gonna be starting off on
got into the
B
game a little
site
later.
for our second
But don't
round.
worry about it, man. This season one is to just
That's a
give you
pretty
guys like the
even one here. It's not
like the
gonna be a
base of
huge
what
run. It's not
exactly
gonna
needs to
the
be done,
chaos of A.
and then just go
B,
in,
that's
man.
gonna be a
Season
little bit
2,
more of, like,
come
the
in,
neutral site, but
come in
having a
strong.
flight is super advantageous. You can see right now
Yeah.
we're jumping over with the axe on the saws.
I remember
Flying
when you
over the
guys first
Ashmore.
jumped in,
Because
you
all
guys
those
came in, you guys
you
were a
can
solo
get
thing,
over,
but
get on the site, get that early
Sugoi
position.
got
And right
made
now,
later
once
on.
again, like second wind is the one controlling center.
But I can't wait to
the
see you guys in
points
action.
At least starting things off.
Yeah, TwistedSin tried to get very aggressive on that Zaku 2 range, pushing up into basically the faces of Mafty, but Enders is able to take this high ground for his squad. He's coming in for the flank, but you can see the defensive setup is here for Enders.
Shit.
He's actually fighting outside of that range, trying to bait him back, but no.
Wow, Enders is really not hitting shots right.
Oh,
wow.
It's a 1-for-1 exchange though, but David follows
Bro,
it up
Chaotic
to
is
get that
really
little bit
barbarian,
extra more for them. Now
Gasman is scary in his own right, but like Chaotic just comes out of nowhere, bro.
So as this fight drags
especially
on,
going against
overall,
him in
it works in the
cash.
favor of second win, but there's no one there any longer to actually contest. So Mafty, take it early.
Yeah, the team's
Just with
coming
a
up for
few people,
season
it's all
2,
you need,
now especially
but
with the
this
roster
is
lock,
a great turnaround for
which
Mafty.
should guarantee us a
Really
lot
need
more
this. We are gonna
stability
be going
amongst the
back to
teams.
A, so
Instead of people,
even though
quitting
this
because
is gonna be
things didn't go their
decent
way
league,
or
if
whatever the
Mafty
case
hold
might
on to the
be.
entire thing, A
You know,
is
now
the
teams are
chaos
obligated to
side.
work
Look,
together
they're
and grow
already
as a
kind of
squad,
fighting
right?
at A.
So that's what makes
Even
me work so
though
about season 2.
B's the side, they're just holding the
Giving a lot of
sideline
opportunities to
of
other
A
teams to kind of
onto
grow their
spawn and saying, you know
roster
what? You're not going to take either of these, and I love
and
that
new
idea.
teams being built. Like that's what's gonna.
So much damage
That's
off.
what I'm
Not
excited
tossing out
for.
the hook
Plus, we got
quite
one new
yet.
team coming up,
That's
which
a
is Savage
very wide
Animals,
flank,
which
as
I
it
think
looks
it's
like they
called,
don't
which is
want to try and approach straight up from spawn over the east side.
which is a team that
And
came
so now
out
they're actually trying to get the
from
initial flank.
Poland
Mafty, though,
Birdsiders?
do go ahead and back away. He needs some help, though. You can see Chaotic looming around. He will ultimately fall, gets repaired up. Never mind. Arrow was there. The Heat Hawk flash to follow
God,
that.
oh God, David.
Second wind, find a few
David,
more.
relax.
The point has
Bro,
no
David,
luck.
that's someone's
Fighting
child.
is
David,
taking
that's
place
someone's
over
child.
here
David,
at B,
relax.
and it's going in the favor of Mafty.
David, those are
Right, we're
people's
starting to see
children.
the value too of this Marasai. David, of course, is so
See what I mean
Fuck
about
outta here.
about
He chooses
Marsai?
right there. That's
Yeah.
gonna be a
David,
Marsai's great. Yeah, see what I mean?
That's
That's
someone's
exactly
child.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. You just send them right back to spawn. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like there is counterplay. It's just that folks don't want to play those units because they
Tail
don't
Rider
think that
utilized by
way.
Amano here from second win, and they are picking up the kills, but Teasm does end up getting repaired. Mafty still in control over the point.
Wow,
Only
bro,
from
with the
someone from
with
second win
the-
is able to get there to try and tie things up. They will have that possibility, get it extremely close. The Mafty here have gone for the regroup. Offbeat Alligator going down though makes things a little bit more difficult for them. Arrow
That's the
finds a
thing, that
bit of
hurts,
fun.
bro.
Chaotic is here to try
When you
and
have
bring
when
it
you have
back
like a
on
revive
up.
like that.
And a nice little turnaround onto Arrow. Got a little bit too cheeky there on that Zaku 2 range.
Ooh, and chasing focus all the way down. Why are you waiting so long?
Why is this
Now,
so weird?
now zombie. Oh, you know what, zombie? Good thing you mentioned since you're an Aussie. I would like to have you run a test for me. I actually requested in the GNL Discord. I would like to have people from different parts of the new regions to run to do something for because it's something that Van Namco requested from me. Actually, GENL Esports requested. It'll help with like getting you guys a better experience, you know, on the servers. If you can join the Discord, I would like to have you give us a screenshot showing what your ping is connecting from your region to the United States server, and then another example of you connecting to the Japanese server. So if you can show me like like 2 screenshots of each connection, that'll be amazing. That's something that I'm currently working with G1 Bandai to kind of see what would be the best option for you guys.
Well, BABA is huge because this allows.
Because technically the only regions that we haven't opened the game to, honestly, is
be much closer rather than one team just be able to hold B, then hold C, then hold B.
maybe the African regions.
That is gonna be a huge
It would be
number.
Minnow. Yeah, it'll be Minnow.
They do have one person
Yeah,
down, but
because technically you guys should belong to the Asian server. Because that will be your closest server.
It looks like we're gonna see everybody retreat back
Ooh,
down.
Profi.
Pretty short choice. Oh, not gonna get the pick. Chaotic gonna go down as well. Mafty probably.
Wow,
holds
bro,
on to
those.
this, but there are just so many members of second
Bro,
win running
Profi
back
is hitting them
constantly.
things.
They're just going down in turn though.
Yeah, Offbeat Alligator, though, does take out his counterpart Amano, and that's pretty huge because this is now time that Amano can't be building up that Hades, which he's going to want. Offbeat Alligator finds one more pick. They charge forward. Now Red Protocol will ultimately go down, getting a little bit over-aggressive.
But yeah, so like the high ping is because you guys are considered part of the European region. But technically, you guys shouldn't be. Your home server should not be the American one or the European one. It should be directly to the Asia Pacific or Japanese or the Asian server.
In point B, regardless, it's pretty funny. But they are going to, like you said, have a great position going into A.
Wait, you only see the US one, really? So on the wait. If you do yourself a thing. When you first log into the game, on the top right hand corner where it says USA and Europe, can you click on that and tell me if you have only one server? Because once you click on it, you should see the other one.
to get back up, and somebody needs to touch the point.
Red Protocol has the punch. He's going to be the big playmaker.
Like,
if he
I
can
think
get
even
there,
Console has the
but
option
it
to
looks
swap
like
out.
the early setup from Mafty is proving way too strong. Extra time is ticking away.
Oh no,
Offbeat
TwistedSin
Alligator
with
with
a whiff.
that Hades finds one. There's a punch. Excuse me, Heat Hawk flash.
Bro, David
Not
turned up
quite
in the
enough.
second
Probably
round,
will be able
bro.
to finish things off with the funnel here, and Mafty are on the verge,
Done.
of sending us to round
Wow,
number
bro.
3 here on
David, yo, David
Lunar
is-
Station, and that is it. Mafty
I don't know
things
what,
up
man.
here,
This guy,
map number
he
1.
picked up size,
Very nice.
dominant.
You'll love to
Picked
see
up
it.
new,
That was a
dominant.
strong first round
Picked
for
up
second win. So Mafty
Marisite,
come back
dominant.
like
What the
they
hell
did
does he
this
not
one
play?
and really take
No, it's
control.
funny
Oh,
because
He's
no one
huge. Once
respects him
again,
for his
these are-
SARS play. Like,
this is
if you
kind
ask
of like the
anyone on
moment
any
to
of the other
wake up.
teams,
Like, you
they'll
have
say,
to
like,
be ready
they
for
think
this
he's
level of
brain dead when he plays
competition.
SARS. Like, he's good on the
And we do get a little bit more opportunity to kind of like wake up because you can
Really,
lose an
console
entire
doesn't have.
round
Wait, that's
in
weird.
domination
If
and
I'm
then
not
just
mistaken, I
turn
think
everything back
even on
around
PS5,
immediately. So
I had the
you get a
option to
little bit
swap
of
out
leeway,
to different
even though
servers.
The fights are chaotic and constant.
Huh.
The overall set gives you the time to make this adaptation, but I'm hoping we're going to see as close of a set as we've been seeing.
It has been extremely close, and really one of the biggest things I think that helped out Second Wind in the first round was the fact that they were able to play better around that C site. When we made that transition, you saw the early swap on or early rotates out. They got into position. There was no entry whatsoever for Mafty. They got no percentage points. Once it came down to being able to play a little bit more on the neutral side for A and B, you saw Mafty able to utilize the space and the time for David to get that initial pickoff with that hook. And it looks like he was just honestly in round number 1 just shaking off that rust.
Yeah, it's a
now
Microsoft
in
thing.
round number
I've
3,
heard that in
I
my stream.
am terrified.
Really?
Like,
That's
Xbox,
crazy.
I made a
am
joke
too,
once.
but we're
Xbox
going
doesn't
back
give you a
to
choice.
C, and
basically.
like you mentioned,
They're
second
just
one was
like,
looking very strong
yeah,
on
they
C.
don't
We
they
didn't
don't
see
give
it
you the
all
choice
in
and
round
freedom
number
like PlayStation
2
will.
for whatever reason.
Spammy,
So we'll see
I
if
would
they
say
continue,
if
but
you
Arrow
haven't,
immediately
go
gonna
pick up
for the
Marisite.
flank.
Marisite on the
Not
latest
even trying to get a little bit
latest
close
patch
first, just trying
got
to chase them as they're
got a
running by, but you
good
can see
buff.
that mobility, the high level mobility that you can get.
And I needed
Mariside's one of the
Specialists.
best
You'll have to see it, but
1v1
already the fight's
counter
happening for
duelists
C.
in the
Yeah,
game.
that's huge.
As long as
Just
they
the
don't have a
simple
shield.
presence of that Zaku 2 range slows down Second Wind enough.
Oh my God, look
that
at the
allows
Havoc
Mafty
back
to
there,
get into
that-
position earlier on. That's that small, simple. Hey,
There you
what
go.
do
I don't
look
know,
to
just-
take
I-
a
all
look
I
back
know
at
is
Zaku
that,
2 range? Well, that
Second Wind
allows
is
Mafty to get
dying.
into position first, gain control.
I wouldn't
We
say
know
that now,
how
dude. I
hard
would
it
not
is
say
to
that.
even find an
Yeah, or
entry
true. You
here.
just gotta
So
land your shot. With
I
everything
didn't-
in this game, it's a
really
shooter.
don't expect
So
Second
it's
Wind
not
to
like you're
try
clicking on them
get
and
in
it's
because
100%
take a
chance.
look. We're going
And you'll
all the
never
way to
miss.
the
In this
front of the
game,
map
your
for the next
accuracy
point.
highly determines your experience
They
with the
may
character.
actually just chill at A. Arrow, once again, trying to be annoying very far away from the point, which is, of course, a good strategy for a Zaku 2 ranged. Especially in this map, there are some verticality issues, but it's maybe less than some of the other domination maps, so you can just zoom around the map. Even if you're not in position, you can get back to a point very quickly. And we are, yeah, really not going to see any attempts to go for C. They're like, you know what, it's yours, let's just take A.
Yeah, it looks like Mafty got the memo as well. So they're
Oh
gonna
wow,
push
actually
across
Archer,
with
that's
a few
actually
seconds
not
remaining.
bad whatsoever.
Oh my goodness, tease him. You can't allow him to get the health back for free as well. So he's topped off the full. Enders almost goes down. Tease him almost took a 1v3. And Enders is reeling, looking for any health back. There we go. Arl's going to help our little buddy out. The armor gun to get focus back up to at least a healthier position here. And now Mafty in a really dominant position. Now they need to charge forward. You can see David is there with the help of offbeat Alligator to try and control this high ground.
Oh, he got the
Seconds
glitch.
remaining here
He
for
got the
points
glitch.
to unlock as Amano was able to get Exponent back up, but Evictus ends up falling early.
Did we got the glitch?
This could
I
actually
want someone
be
in
a
chat
really
to say
awkward
Esports
spot
ready.
for-
Stupid.
Why do we keep it on the camera? Why do we keep it on for that long? Oh no.
There's only maybe two
Amazing
teams available
gameplay,
for
live
the entire
TV
game,
action,
but
LOL.
it is
There it is. Esports
There
ready.
it is.
happens on B.
There
I
it
mentioned
is.
before, it
Esports
still remains
ready.
true, and it looks like I think second
Oh,
win
wow,
has
Arrow.
pretty good positioning, but Arrow is tearing through their entire team.
David.
Big combo
Relax.
there, but we've got the counter engage from the other side now. The point has unlocked and it's Second Wind making
is a good
progress
game.
here. Buffy
No,
will
but
hold
yeah.
on to the funnels for the time being as his team will be able to basically bully out Second Wind, and despite some heroic
Remember
plays,
that, you're
it's
only
just
as good
not
as your last
enough
match.
quite yet. Mafty now on the verge of 5.
He still has to go. He hasn't
Maneuvers
died
to hold
yet?
Things down here on point A. On the other side, they're
I wish I
struggling on
could
the
know,
G
because-
It's a visual
department.
glitch
Red
for us,
Protocol
but he
has
can
his
still
punch.
shoot and do
Exponent
stuff.
has the
Yeah, you can say, yeah, that's
as
the thing.
well. They're making the early rotations now to try and get onto that C site, but Mafty are already here.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to be going for that same strategy of, you know what, they have C, we don't even want to push it. They're already kind of pre-positioning around here, trying to get a little bit of extra damage, and we are going to see a huge punch.
You punch him
That's
to the
gonna
health
be so
pack.
many members going into the
Oh, nice, it
hole.
worked. Okay,
Right in
cool.
the corner, punch, focus. MVP punch of the match.
Oh, I thought it was Red that did the punch.
Both punches utilized there. This is basically a heavyweight.
Yeah, I
match
thought
between
Red did the
these two.
punch.
The slobber knockers coming through, but now David, still on this Mara side, has been an absolute threat with that hook. It's been so incredibly difficult for the backliners, for Chaotic, for TwistedSin to try and find the moments because of this consistent threat of David. He will hold that left lane
I'm
down.
not gonna lie.
And it looks like that's
Although
the
I
approach that
hate
second
Mara
win
side,
are
I
gonna
love his
take.
ultimate
Mafty, though,
sound.
looking to end things
like,
here on point
it's so
C.
unique.
They
That's another thing I
definitely
hate. Like,
can, but they
there's
don't.
not
Well,
many
it's gonna be
unique
point B, a
ultimate
quick little
sounds. Like
transition
every
for them.
Dr.
Nice little
Melee
bit there
sounds
from
like
Arrow
a
on the Mafty
sound.
side, allow them to
Like,
start
we need more.
what they managed to do,
Yeah,
but the team
that-
are coming in
yeah,
with
yes,
no,
it's
they
a
can't allow
laughing
Mafty to
demon.
get too much progress here.
Like,
They're gonna
we
utilize
need more
almost all
unique
their
ult
tools.
sounds because it
Alligator,
helps. Not only does it help
though,
like
will fall
playing the
after
game
picking
in
up
general,
one
helps
with his
recognize
Hades.
what's going
Now
on.
Bro, Arrow was playing that generator, bro, like crazy.
Some progress here on point C.
This is huge because all
Alright,
these
TwistedSin's getting some good points here.
I'm not a fan of the,
now there's going to be the opportunity to at least
two
move to one
with
more
new
side. There's
sounds
going to be a little
being
bit of
behind
time to
a paywall.
reset. There's just going to be brawls all over the map at this point.
What?
You see TwistedSin doing the same thing. Arrow is trying to stop people
What?
from even getting
What?
into
What?
preemptively.
Did you of all people just say that, Mr. Get a Job?
Possibly the final
Oh no,
side
I think
of
it should have been the other
map,
way
and
around.
this is
Should have
going
been
to
the
be a huge
standard.
one
Like,
again. This is the third
that's
round of
should have
this
been the
set,
standard.
but
Like
wow,
those should have been
look
the
at
Because
standard.
I'm a fan of it being, but
And that was
behind
just
like, hey,
pure
you want this, go
communication.
buy
You
it
saw
because the other
Axe
ones
coming in,
behind that
stunning
that
them up, and then
currency,
TwistedSin instantly drops
the green
down to
currency,
get
I
the
was like,
flank.
I'm never gonna get them.
Beautiful pincer maneuver coming out from second win there.
I'm just saying,
TwistedSin
I think
not
they should have been
quite yet
standard.
as
Oh,
much
those
as
are
the
some
standard
good
sound
trades. They
effects.
just traded 1 for 2.
Plus, these stackers
Second win has his
work in
point.
favor of second win. TwistedSin on that Zaku 2 range has so much mobility that he'll be able to get back there extremely fast. Now, it looks like we will be ending things here on point B. 30 percentage points. That's all second win need to take map number 1.
Oh, this is huge. Mafty has to find a way in. We've seen people enter from the side. We've seen people enter from A, but it's so hard to enter through this choke point. David's going to have to run away. It looks like several members have to run away, but in the backside, Arrow and Mafty Alligator with that flank managed to take down Expedit and Chaotic. So this is going to be a big opportunity. They're up by at least 1. Mafty taking down 3. This might be the opportunity to end the game. They've already taken the retake. They've got a lot of healthy members on the site. We need second win to get on point now.
They just tapped the point!
There could at least be
Oh, they're
another
contesting.
time. Chaotic is there. There might be the cap. No, someone's
Oh.
gonna stand on it, but there's gonna be picks on both sides. This is a brawl.
Oh wow.
That's going to be a huge CC coming out as all of the G
Oh!
are being popped. Mono doesn't have
It's in
any
second wind's
time to
favor.
utilize that
It's a 2v2
ease
until he gets
whatsoever.
back.
Throughout all of this, though, second wind have been able to
Oh,
flip
it's so
flip
close.
it. Extra time ticking on over, and it's only off beat.
Yeah,
Alligator
there's only
left
one more
remaining
push.
here, so
There's
he will
literally
back away,
one more
try to go
push
for
to
that
the
full
end.
regroup. But time is ticking away. Second wind might be able to take the first map of the tournament off of Mafty. But you can see Red Protocol has his punch ready, and he knocks down Arrow. It's a 6v5 for second wind to try and finish it
Oh,
off.
Mono with the
No
early
human
kill on the
quite yet.
focus.
There it is, focus with the punch, but no, he's shut down. Amano picks up another one here as David with that final pickup onto TwistedSin. Will it be enough to create an opening? Offbeat Alligator takes his moment now. David, though, is finding the
that's
point
the- that's
blank.
the
Oh, they got
The
it.
Baronox
Remembers to
Hades.
show up at Mafty.
Yeah, the Baronox
Oh man.
Map number 1 goes to Mafty.
Offbeat Alligator, aka Baronox, with that Hades, the ultimate Hades at the end. That was looking so dire. There weren't even any.
I'm waiting for the
at start
accusations.
of that fight. That
Scream
was all a
snipers.
race to see who could get to that point first. And I believe it was the Screaming Nimbus and the Hades that came out at the exact same time on the side of Mafty. That combo between Offbeat Alligator and Enders, a beautiful combo. And what a way for our first match to end, or not, I mean, just our first game, I should say, of this match. The 99-99 in round 3 of one of 3 domination missions.
I feel like this one domination map has already been longer than other sets that we've had throughout the day, with just how contested it was throughout all 3 rounds there. I mean, I feel like you and I, we were fairly confident that Mafty would take the win. And you know what, on the other side, they took that personally, and they rose to the level of their competitors. So it's great to see it go to round number 3 right there. And we have 2 more, hopefully, in store for us in more domination maps.
I know, I hope it's 2 as well. And just as a reminder, this is the winner semifinals, so the winner of this match is guaranteed at least 3rd place, at least the $3,000. The loser of this match could technically, I believe, still go out at 4th, right, at the very minimum. So no, wait, no, they could actually go to 5th. They could go to 5th, absolutely. So they're not guaranteeing the money. This is a huge match to guarantee that you are within the money, and of course that's just at the absolute minimum. I'm sure that these teams have a gigantic chance of taking that full first place prize, but especially after that last showing, I'm excited for Thermal Plant.
Yeah, map number 2, Thermal Plant, another domination map. Now, I'd be surprised if David sticks with the Marasai here. Definitely is one that works, right? Especially with how many angles that teams like to basically play defaults when it comes to C, when it comes to A. B is a little bit different in how teams approach that because there are so many different ways to get onto that point.
They're saying that this is team's second wins pick.
C, I feel like if David wants to stick with that Marasai, he will have a lot of spammable angles with that
really
hook
good
that
on
could
this
provide
map.
them a lot of value.
I completely agree. C, of course, there's that kind of like one big long hallway.
I don't know
that's
why
kind of essentially
second win
just
would
goes through
choose
the middle
Thermal.
of the points.
That's
And
like-
anybody
that's
who's
really
trying to
Max
move
does
through any
not.
of those doors, it's
Yeah.
just like it's like the perfect fishing spot.
Believe me,
right?
Matthew could have gone with
Catch an
UCC
enemy,
and
then
probably
like you
dominated on
mentioned
UCC.
There's
Yeah, they're
there's
good on that
kind of
too,
like
yeah.
the doorways and then that one side angle with the one particular like health pack, and anybody in there, exactly the same thing. You can't even, like, if you see it coming, you usually dodge a hook in those spots. So I'm excited to see if we're going to see it again or not, and I'm just excited to see David in general choosing yet another suit that I think people were expecting a little bit less. We saw David really kind of showcasing the new Gundam in previous tournaments. Now that there's been some changes to both new Gundam and Marasai, that Marasai's popping off.
Yeah, I think in particular, it's the huge damage nerfs that came out to New Gundam, right? You were able to one-shot, well, not one-shot, because you had to hit 4 shots first, but then you can one-shot with the fin funnels afterwards, a lot more units. But because of the
I'm
nerfs,
so sorry
damage,
that Thermal Plant is
it's
the
not
last
quite
map
the
that
same.
this is
Now,
being
the
decided
800
on.
units, yeah, they're absolutely
Bro, you have no
but,
faith.
we're not playing
Because
around
of
a
the
lot
state
800
of
units.
Thermal
You can see
Plant
right
and the
now,
fact that
it's
one
fairly
team can just
tanky
lock
across
out the other
board.
team
Not
and
sure
like
with the
that's
11, you
it.
got the
It's
1200
just,
as well.
that's how it
the
goes.
Suzabi, so you're not
The
getting
more
as much
aggressive team
value.
wins.
So I'm loving
And
seeing
with
kind of
Arrow on
stuff
this
out
map,
Yeah.
come
from
on.
him,
Yep.
But it does seem like for Mafty, David will
I mean,
be
Tiz. I
sticking
mean,
with the
Tizim is
Marasai.
in there, so
I
knows?
love this
He might
choice.
count it.
I mentioned it like a million times, but it's also one of the best ways to control Zakutu ranged, which is just easily one of the hardest suits to control in the entire game, maybe the hardest suit to control. And we're going to see immediately the high ground being fought for, as tends to be.
Especially
opening
with
up
B.
B here. I
B
love
is
when you open
probably
up
the
B in
most
this map. It's just
one-sided
such a
map
great
you
way to
can,
get things
one-sided
started.
point you can
Ooh,
have.
Exponent
B
getting
and
all the way
A.
to the back line. What is it with our Sazabi players today and going for the flanks on the tanks? Oh, never mind. They were dealing with the flank themselves. Chaotic finds one more. And so, second
good
win.
first sight
Once
for a
again,
second win.
striking first blood. They'll go ahead and capture the point first.
That's actually really funny because we just assumed that the Zakutu range was like retreating into their base, but they were retreating into the enemy base. That's such a Zakutu ranged move. That is hilarious. I totally thought it was the other way around as well, but whoa, Focus getting some nice little shots in there, but gonna take the 1v1, gonna get that health pack.
Yo,
It's gonna
Craze.
be huge. Dealing with Chaotic. Chaotic probably doesn't
Sure.
want to chase here.
That
And the
Eagles might be
aerial
trading for
mobility in
Derrick
this
Henry.
particular map is one of the
Derrick
most
Henry?
important. You can
Yeah.
see how many of these little spots. Oh my
man.
gosh, I can't believe that actually managed to kill.
Victus got like 100.
Derrick Henry coming to the NFC East, how would you feel?
By the flame, and that's some
scared.
great maneuvering coming out from Focus. He was
have
a
an O-line.
constant threat on that outside back line. Drew so many members of Second Wind to the back, allowed Mafty to find that opening, get onto the point, and so they'll bring this one close. If they capture all the rest of point B, that'll bring them up to 19.6. It seems. The rotations coming out on to
Wait,
get
what
over
was
to
that?
point C.
You heard it too?
Oh yeah, and this
No, I
is
just
going
heard it,
to
but I
be a
saw
pretty
something
nice
happen with,
position
like,
held
Focus,
by,
as if, like, he
side
went
of
through, like, the
Second Wind,
floor or
at least to
something.
start things
Like, he just, like,
off,
dropped
they're gonna
down and,
be,
like, have his body on
at
the
least
floor.
holding the points, the center of the points, and this can be kind of tough though. because
Like,
even
in
if
the
you hold
game or
center of
what?
C, there are a lot of
Oh,
angles
right now,
that you can
no,
get
no, no.
flanked from.
In
So
the
it's not
game,
gonna be
right
like B where you're
Like, he
holding the
was,
high ground, you just automatically
like,
win.
he
And
was in,
exactly like
flight
that,
mode,
especially with players
and then he
like
was coming
Arrow,
down
who
on
are
the
able to shoot
outside
through
of this
crates in the
point.
ground. If you have a
But then I
shield
saw
zone,
his,
you don't
like, when he
even
came
wanna
out of
be
it,
in
his
that
body was,
particular
like,
spot.
his
But we're
legs were,
gonna
like,
see at least a few
underneath the
pickups
ground
here,
for some reason.
and we're gonna be
Ooh, Arrow.
contesting it from both sides here. It will be actually Second Wind to hold it, at least at the start, but you can see how quickly it was retaken by Mafty.
Oh my God, Mafty is, excuse me, Arrow
Yeah,
is
I
just
heard
going
a
God
loud
right
pop,
now.
so I'm like, what's
we
going
have
on?
The Unicorn CC coming out to them. He actually jukes it out with the smoke screen, then instantly
Cyber,
pops
you
that
good over
Heat
there?
Hawk Flash to win out the duel, and then continue to move on to another health pack. Wins out another duel. Arrow is on another
I don't know
level
what
right
that
now
was. I just
on
heard
this
like
Zaku 2
a
range.
loud
And speaking
pop. I
of
don't
being
know
on another
what
level,
happened.
Mafty,
Bro.
they're about to
Bro,
go God mode. They've got 5 G
Arrow's
maneuvers
like,
online.
oh my
Arrow,
God,
the
like
only
Arrow's
one
like
without one here,
knowledge
and
of
it's
all
Mafty
these
taking
health,
the lead.
like
We're gonna be
health
going
points
all
is
over
crazy.
You're seeing the
Have
rotation.
to.
Oh, it was
Zaku
it was a
range, you have
whole
to play between
team.
health
Making this
packs.
look like
Bro,
our
that
map
was a
number, or
whole
match number
team
1 from earlier
shot.
today.
I'm sorry, I just had to
Bro,
scream there.
but
That
you
was
saw,
the
they were just waiting on the
four-person
outside. These guys
C-Snake
thought more than they know.
maneuver
Yo, they trying to
from
stay there? Okay, we got him.
That was huge, and there's another pick. David, we
What
were
is
like,
that
all right, is the
visual
motor
bug?
side going to work out? Yes, the answer is yes. No matter what happens for the rest of this set, the answer is yes. And that is
I've
gonna
never
be Mafty
seen a
once
full
again
team
forcing the push back from the
Marisite,
spawn. We're gonna be
like,
moving over
nah.
to A for the first time in this set. But all right, here we go. Second win.
I think
is
people
going
sleep
to at
on
least get a
Marisite.
first pick,
Very
maybe
strong.
2 picks, maybe 3 picks going into this. There's at least going to be
This
able
is
to
why-
have a health
No,
advantage.
most teams, no,
And
it's
A
not. They
is
don't
the
sleep
best
on them.
point for
It's
that
because
Gundam
people
Unicorn
like
team maneuver
they
right
don't
now.
feel like they can
so
play.
many hallways to play around.
Bro,
You can just
listen,
spam
this
that
is why
through
I'm not
so much
against
damage,
the
which is gonna allow
dailies
second
being
win
like
to win out
all
this
like the
initial
random
fight.
units,
And as the point
because it
unlocks,
makes you have to
that's
try
gonna
out
be
these
them
units,
flipping out
these other
over,
units
but
you will
they
never
still
actually
have their
pick up.
work cut out for them. It's
Yeah.
61% to the
I agree.
30% on second win side. Still, though, we're talking about the power differential. Exponent, his
I would've
foes have
known.
ended.
Okay,
It's
here
just
comes.
going to be the Screaming Nimbus for Invictus to try and slow things down. But this point isn't the best for that Screaming Nimbus. We got the Hades getting popped. Counter Screaming Nimbus from
shit.
Enders here
There
as
goes
well.
Baron
And
Ops.
it's absolute chaos. But Exponent is staying alive here on the Suzabi. Will back away. It's still second wind with the point.
Exponent's
It's going
doing a
back and
good
forth,
job
but it's
keeping-
2
oh,
picks
never
from
mind.
either
He
side.
literally
That
just
second win loses
exploded
out
right
on
there.
one, but it's okay for them.
He
They're
just
trying to delay
exploded.
for as long as possible. No one here from
I was about to
Mafty
say he's doing a
cleaning
good
up
job
all of the
staying
members of
alive.
second win quite yet until Tizem finally falls, and unfortunately for Chaotic, he touches it just a split second too late. We'll be going on over once again where we started here on B site now.
But like you mentioned, once you actually get that point capture, time is your
So like in
best
this map,
friend.
you
They
don't have
didn't need to win
knocks.
that fight.
Like
They
them
just
swapping out
delayed. They
knocks.
got
Like,
a
yo, these guys
huge
have like a
advantage as far as
freaking
points
arsenal of
on
players,
that
bro.
particular site. They didn't take all of it, but they've got more than enough to get themselves kind of back into this game, despite the fact that Mafty's starting to get close to that victory
Brophy!
percentage. Oh, what an axe across the map!
Yeah, Mafty now are really able to kind of snowball the power position that they had. All these G maneuvers now rotating through. They've got a huge CC in the form of the G maneuver for that Marisite, along with the punch. So
whole
two
time
of the
they
biggest
confused the whole
CCs
damn color
basically
swap.
that you can have, aside from that Screaming Nimbus just swerving everyone aside. For Mafty, though, now they need to start making the rotation. It looks like point B has unlocked, but they're going to go ahead and charge forward instead. Hello, boys. There's an objective to play for. They don't care whatsoever. They will finally fall back. But in doing so, they end up losing out on
Dude,
Sue. Still,
oh
Mafty in full
no.
control
Oh
now.
my God, I think I know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, and this
Oh, I
is
think what
for
they know what they're
sure
doing.
A point that they can end on. Tizem gonna go ahead and hit the Heat Hawk slash and then just run to get healing. But that was a nice little way to break in. There's only 9% left though. 2 victory
last
for
point.
Mafty. They did go down to V.
Time is
They
almost
lost
up.
a couple here.
No
but
point
there
after
needs
this.
to be a really nice concentrated push. Focus using that punch is gonna be able to take down 2 after that. But Chaotic taking out Focus in return. This looks like this is going to be definitely a retake, and this is going to be nice positioning.
we
He's
just
kind of
took the-
pushing in
he took the
solo.
whole thing
May
to the
just be
chest.
trying to get a little bit of damage, a little bit of G maneuver meter, as we're going to get close to potentially getting that back for the final fight of this round.
Wow, we're going to another 99 to 99. Oh no! He tries to go for a cheeky pick there, but Tizem is ready to respond and take him out. Second win. They've got 2 G maneuvers online. The Hades along with that G maneuver coming out from the Gundam Unicorn. On the other side, it's gonna be the Screaming Nimbus for the entry, or Mafty to get onto the point, along with some follow-up CC if they need it. Screaming Nimbus getting popped by Enders here just to try and get them all online, and now there's Arrow up top with that Heat Hawk slash. It's not enough. They back away. That's a 2 for 2, and it's still Mafty though getting onto the point just in time. The Hades has been popped by Amano, but so has Offbeat Alligator. Enders does not have any more HP. He will fall. The repair is there, and Mafty will take round number 1.
Wow, such a repeat of what we saw in that final push of the very first game of this set. It's just that they are so good at managing how they spend their G.
Whoa.
and a lot of it is initiating with those Screaming Nimbuses. Of course, one of the best initiation and defensive G maneuvers in the game. There's a reason why we still see Dom in pretty much every single team comp. It is just so important for being able to get people out of position, to soak up a ton of the damage, to be just a physical shield that people can kind of walk behind, to do a ton of damage of your
people,
own.
check out the predictions, put your points down, because if you guys are halfway through, you think Mafty will be able to hold on to this?
I mean, this is coming down
With
to
the
the
second win
wire
when we order
every
to
single
reverse
time.
this.
I want to see a second round win at least here.
Yeah, the roster, the
coordination
roster up top,
between
yeah.
Enders
It's
and
annoying, especially when you
Arrow
do
has been absolutely
gonna-
absurd. Absolutely
like,
absurd.
I know
Actually,
Lux and these
both
guys have
of
that
our,
issue a lot.
Dom and Zaku 2 ranged pairs
What issue?
have been doing an amazing job of
Oh,
playing
that
off of
Archie
each other.
was saying that he
And
hates
that's
how
kinda
much the
it
roster
goes,
gets
right?
rearranged when
One's
the
a
camera
backliner,
changes.
One's a frontliner, and then
Yeah.
you can
me too.
really basically coordinate your dives that way. But in the end, being
That's
able
why.
to utilize
That's
that
why I
heat
was like,
pop
I
slash
can't.
along
Like,
with
there's
that
multiple
screaming
reasons.
Nimbus
One,
to get a
I'm
pincer
delayed
attack on the
when
high
I
ground
see
hole coming
Cyber
up from
and
second
Ithil's
win and then
feed.
demolishing them.
And then
That was
two, it's like,
beautiful.
bro, I
But here we
can't even
go.
tell them
Heading
who
into
to
round
focus on
number
because, like,
2.
it's shifting
No
around all
swap
the
offs
time.
here. David will be sticking
Yeah,
on
so
to that
sometimes
Mars
it's easier to
Cypher.
just be like
Now, second win.
red
Still has
tail,
Chaotic
you
on that
know,
Barb, who
or
hasn't
like
been able to
blue
find
No, that's
tail
why I
Zabi.
let you guys talk to each other. I'm like, you know what?
Map, but it's just a matter of time. A lot
not
of times for
possible.
Barbados to be able to find the opening. Red Protocol is the first one to
Like
go
behind
down
the scenes
on
when we're
second
doing
win
camera stuff and we're
side
like
as Invictus
judging who
will
to switch
answer
to for
back,
alts.
taking
We're
out
just like,
Arrow.
if there's
It's
two of the
a
same,
lead
it's just
now
like
for
red
Mafty as the
barb
point
or
unlocks.
red
It should be
Tazabi.
them taking
Look
it.
at that
Oh
pull.
my
Look
God.
at that.
Oh,
See what I mean?
man.
See what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, that is
That's how
very
you
massive
deal
edge
with
for
Zaku
sure, but
range.
That was all just completely trading back and forth for like 6
If you would be able
different
to
kills.
pull
It was like
Zaku
Mafty
through his
kill, second
smoke
win kill,
screen,
Mafty kill, second win kill,
I think
Mafty
that
kill,
would make
second win
it.
kill, then finally
Instead of
Mafty
taking away his
played the
dash,
rest
just
of
make
them.
it just make
And a
his
lot of it,
smoke
again,
screen. You'll be able to
was due
actually
down to
do.
David. I know
Again.
David's a little bit of
See what I
an
mean?
MVP in
That's
this
how you
Yo,
deal
situation.
with
no,
it.
but remember,
That's
bro,
exactly how you
David
deal
was
with
a
it.
gold player, bro. This was back when people didn't want to pick like look at their own
I feel like
diamonds and
there's
iron.
less time for them to run
Doesn't
away,
get enough.
and they're actually
Like
traveling for
again,
longer,
it's
so teams
just.
can
I think you
follow
said
up
it
even a
earlier
little
why
bit
people
better.
don't play him enough,
And
but
of
it's
course, finishing off
like he's
Invictus
literally
as well.
like the
This is
counter.
looking
He's the
great as a
assassin
start
counter.
for Mafty. They're gonna hold off this next push. We're going to C next. I almost wonder if second win's just gonna move over to C.
Tease him jumping up.
You got an Exia that's being a pain in the butt. You got a Barb that's being a pain in the butt. You got Zaku Range being a part.
Still though, throughout all of this,
Marsai.
there's not that much time left here on the point, but second
Be a
win
pain
are
in
still
their
going to
butt.
try
Yep,
to take
he's
the
literally
points
Roadhog.
to at least
Exactly.
get that,
He's literally
a
Roadhog.
little bit of pity points at the end, 6% total that they'll be able to get, and then
I don't know what it is
possibly
about, like,
use
at least
these
from my
stacker
perspective,
spawns to
because
get
when I
us
look at
positioned
Marisai, I don't think of him being a beefy boy like Roadhog. But then again, it's like put the time in. You know, don't be afraid. Take those hits.
But we can see here
Until you
now
fully
that once
understand that,
again,
yeah, you
Mafty's kind
can
of,
survive a
we're
lot. You
bit
can
full
survive
as far
your
as
decent amount of
positioning,
damage.
but it looks like second win is really heavily pushing in. This is going to be the spot where Chaotic can really pop off. The verticality of this particular site is where you want to be as Barb. So
Oh,
we can see some
man,
pictures right now.
Arrow.
Wow, 3 members, including Chaotic that I was just gassing up, going down.
Yeah, Mafty's
Almost
looking to put a
every
statement on
member
this
of
one.
second win going down. Sheesh, huge control from Mafty.
It's getting a lot of this coordination off of the duo of Arrow and Enders. Dom and Zaku 2 range, typically not something that you see as
You know
a
when you
duo
should get
running
away,
around,
y'all
right?
got away.
Kind of like the double brawler,
Nah.
typically.
No,
With
you
the
didn't.
Zaku 2 range getting backed up by a Barb, but no, it's going to be the Dom Trooper coming in for that extra bit of help. That's what you need, right? A lot of the times
How
when
does he do
when you're
that,
playing the
bro?
Zaku 2 range. A nice
gets
little
him when
bit
he-
of burst damage from like a maybe direct hit rocket, and then you just one clip everyone else. So they're able to utilize that well. They've got the Screaming Nimbus up, they've got the Heat Hog Slash, but they're low. Enders will fall as Evictus and Tism pick up 2 for second win. The point has unlocked though, and now they need to start fighting for it. It's still being contested, and Mafty are doing a great job of just delaying on the point.
Ooh, they can't even quite capture it. Yeah, somebody must be below, and it's going to be, of course, Arrow, just trying to be as annoying as possible. They are going to pick it up pretty kind of last minute, but once again, I mean, you get about 5% per capture here on the side of second wind. Now they're going to have to fight for A, and this is another really tough spot, I think, for the Barb players potentially. But speaking of the Screaming Nimbus we were talking about earlier, Enders is going to pop in immediately and take control of this site as X-Men is going to pop funnels in return.
Yeah, every G maneuver that was available actually being
So
utilized
weird
by
about
Mafty
Sazabi.
here.
Every time he
It's going
pops
to
his
be
G maneuver,
almost
he
a
just
clean
dies.
sweep onto the second
I was like, yo, why
That's
is
the
that? Like, it's
weirdest thing in the world.
Like, isn't that the whole mechanic is that if you like shield up and look in the vicinity, they go to where you're looking at?
They should, but at the same time, he
don't
drops
like it.
all guard to use the ult.
Barb
Like, he literally opens his
Two
arms.
of them are fantastic, and
So
Evictus
his shield comes
ends
down.
up sliding into that headshot. and
Red
taken
popping off
out.
that
So
ult
that's
now?
going to be a
That's
long
weird.
reset. And the problem is, Second Wind don't have the time. Mafty now
What,
here
you
on the
seeing
verge,
this guy?
5% remaining. They're finding more picks. Red Protocol is the first one to fall.
No, you see how he's
hasn't
moving
been able
back.
to pop that
You
G
see how
maneuver
he's like,
quite yet,
yeah.
but he picks up two with
He
it.
baited
The
out
beat
that-
is just
that,
running
the chaotic
away
ult.
because again, they just need to buy time. Amano is on the point. Will flip it in the favor of Second Wind, but Mafty just need one more
Nope.
team fight
He
win.
thought. Oh, he traded.
Oh, gets the pickup. Mechanic going down in return. That's going to be a recapture. Amano does have the healing pack that's going to help at least stay on the point a little bit longer. We do see Red Protocol there. We see Enders going down pretty quickly. Finally going to get picked. And this is a great chance, but so
Oh my God, that is
Mafty
so
are running
annoying.
back. They're going for the recapture. They've almost got it. They do have the point. That's going to be C-Snake. I don't even know if that hit anything with that G maneuver, but the numbers advantage is just too
Dude, this,
huge.
yo,
And
that
is
hook,
going to
I
be
know
Mafty
he's mauling
moving
right now.
forward into the winners finals.
Wow. Wow. What an amazing match between these two squads. And
Yo,
despite
yo,
it
TwistedSin
being
dropped that
2-0,
game
we've
so
had a
quick, bro. He
lot
got out of there.
2-0s throughout the day.
No,
That
dude, I'm
definitely
sorry,
does
bro.
not
Listen,
tell the tale
that hook on
of
anybody
this
will get
matchup
anybody
because it was
pissed off. But man, he
extremely
was
close
out. He's like,
on
yo,
our first map.
I
They
want
went
you to make
basically 99 every
TwistedSin
single,
your main
99
attack. I want you to go after
every
him
single round,
personally and just
and
go
this
after him
one was fairly
consecutively.
similar.
That was his job, bro.
Yep, and we've got our
Just like
friends back
what
here watching our
what
first
Cyber
winners
just called
finals
out.
match. How did y'all enjoy it?
You know what? It was great seeing Mafty being taken to task where, yes, Mafty won, but this was a much more mechanically even
Ooh,
matchup. And also
whoever voted
a
for second
great
win,
matchup
man.
in
Whoever voted
terms
for
of
Mafty,
breaking
y'all gonna
down
get some
team
extra points for being
compositions where
underdogs.
We saw one distinct difference from both teams on map one. It's, do you want to run the Marisai or do you want to run the Barbados? And what we saw coming in from the Marisai was, it was David, where David was struggling, Mafty was struggling, and that's why I think we saw Second Wind, have a very
Nah,
good start to
dude.
map one. But David suddenly on the Marisai starts hitting hook after hook, and the control that Mafty had outweighed the explosiveness that Second Wind was banking on by running the Barbados. It was
Cyber,
really
I don't know if
cool
you're gonna
to
agree
see
with me
it
on
all
this one, man.
pan out. But you know what also was cool? That Mafty frontline.
Cyber.
Oh, yeah, and just to talk about the Marisai hook range versus the Barbados, it's
That's right, Peen.
very hard to execute unless
Yeah.
you're very, very close. I gotta say, Mafty.
Maybe-
You probably want to go
I don't know if you guys
talk
ever
to-
agree with
you
this
wanna
one,
go
but
mess with
Closest we've
those.
seen today. This whole
But
series was
the
so
Mafty
incredible to
game,
watch.
and I'm
I know
starting
Chad
to
was
notice a
freaking
pattern
out,
is
thinking that wow,
they
Mafty
literally
dropped around at
let.
all?
They,
Like,
I
we
feel
were
like
all
they're letting
surprised.
people
And
take
speaking of
like
front line,
that
at
initiative of like pulling a
Marisai,
point
win
down on them or
condition, when
something
you've
to
got
kind of
that
get their
hook, which has
that
surprisingly long
attitude up
range.
in
I know
the
we
air,
all
and they
gasped
just
at that one
drag you
point,
back
pulled
down.
someone, like
man.
across the map. When he did get that hook, you saw just immediate follow-up from Profi's Suzabi and Focus's Ashamar. And I think the coordination behind Mafty is something to truly highlight. They've only kept 3 players from their last showdown roster, being Profi, Kaiser, and Enders. And you saw that synergy really kick off. And then there was almost a comeback by
I'm looking
Second
at
Wind
Chef, and he's
the
like, "What are you
end of
talking
map
about?"
1-2, kind of that 30
Oh, he's talking about
44%
Showdown. Nah, we
comeback
weren't
was so
even we
nuts.
weren't even in
But
the
then the
Vaxi
off
Showdown.
Alligator 3K Hades was outstanding and what solidified map 1 for Mafty.
Yeah, and
You
know,
guys
Second
forgot
Wind,
in the
credit where
showdown,
credit's due,
they
did
lost
try
half
and
their
make a
roster
change-up where,
because of the
Mafty was
regional
fine
line.
just basically running the same bread and butter because why change something if it's still working? For Second Wind, they said, okay, we're going to try and bring Unicorn into the fray here and see if this gives us a little bit more sustain and everything else. But in the end, it didn't quite give them the sustain they were hoping for. They gave up the power of the Ashamar and still not quite enough in the end. And, I know before we get into the bracket, Levin, there was also a point where, the rotations the teams had at times were, like, very, very clean.
It's very clean, especially for Mafty in just at the very end there. When you lead a map 99-15, that tells you you're the first team there on a point, and you're usually the last team there afterwards. So to have the early enough rotations, so you usually give up the last 10% of a point to do those rotations. So the fact that they're winning the scrap battle and they're able to get half of their team at least at the next point tells you that Mafty were able to also take a lot of fights while divided and still able to conquer the other team. So Mafty definitely picked things up on map 2, and the fact that they were there early, they were there late, winning their battles, Mafty really took over.
Now, of course, that leads us to our bracket here, where that was our first upper bracket match, or second, or semifinal of the day, is what I'm getting at. We still have one more yet to go, and Chef, Jamerson, you guys see this Fusion Kamille matchup coming up, which will be our last matchup on stream of the day. What are you thinking?
I actually think this is a really great storyline because this was, I believe this was the grand finals of the last chance qualifier. Both Fusion and Kamille making it through, and that was Kamille in the end who I believe won the last chance qualifier. So this is going to be a nice rematch of that. This is one of the only tournament experience that we've seen from Team Kamille, and we get to now get that run back and see how they gel together even more after, I guess, I don't know, like a month-ish, a few weeks of playing together.
Yeah, and in particular, I'm just really glad to see that the competition has gotten a lot tighter, especially there in our first semifinal match, and I expect a lot more of the same. If any match is finally going to go to a map number 3, that Kamille versus Fusion match is definitely what I'm looking forward to.
TwistedSin's not looking good right now on Harbor.
Right, well, that's the bracket all said and done. But before we get some more action, we have the true action on any Gundam Evolution stream, and that, of course, is more trivia. And this one here, this is one that I think a lot of people might get immediately, but maybe not. What series was the first appearance of the Hyperion Gundam? Was it A, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing Endless Waltz, B, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed X Astray, C, Gundam Build Fighters Jim's Counterattack, or D, Mobile Suit Hyperion Gundam? Well, you know, for me, as much as I want to say D, I set a tradition here. It's got to be C.
But we haven't had a D answer yet, and I feel like I'm getting mad debated right now with a show called Hyperion Gundam, and now I'm like, wait, did this ever exist? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a fake Gundam fan who hasn't watched every single Gundam show out there. I'm gonna go with D because we haven't had a D answer yet, and also I'm wondering if this is like a fake true answer.
It could be actually one of those things where it's like, but it never existed at all. It's a fake out.
I'm already feeling tricked from the last one, the how many were piloted by Amuro Ray. So honestly, I'm just gonna go for B again. I actually I always forget which answer is which letter by the time that we get here, but I'm just gonna go for B. We'll just keep splitting it up.
Yeah. I kind of want to go for C because it's a fun meme answer there, but I think it is going to be B as well. So I'm going to stick with my partner on this one.
You guys like to be right. I respect that.
It's true. I just prefer sticking to my creed, you know? You gotta stick to your vows, because if you don't, who else will? But with the trivia answers all set, we'll find out who was right in just a few minutes as we head to our break.
Bro, Macross is heat, bro. I wish it would come to the West, bro.
Macross?
Yeah.
You can watch it.
No, yeah, no, but it's really hard to watch because not everything is out here.
Hope at some point
Tay said,
like,
check DMs.
Some like
Who's DMs?
overhaul to the entire system of the game.
I already did.
Oh, okay.
I would like that. I would like if they went, you know, all right, players have been playing this for a year. You know, here we go. We get melee. Every unit has passives. Revamping all the ults.
Oh, damn. Just close the game down and open up in 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Because at the rate that we're going, we're seeing a lot of safe picks. You know, when are we going to get those units that are just like, oh man, yo, this unit came out, can't not have this unit on our team.
That was new Gundam until they nerfed him.
Right.
And plus, like, Dynamis, it's a snipe character, so they're not really gonna use that in every map out.
To Archer. Yeah, Archer, we were saying earlier, like, it'd be cool if Dynamis popped his ult, like he could just like free fly through the sky and snipe or whatever. You know, he could dash, he could do something that no one else could do, and you're like,
free
wow. Because so what I'm getting at is
but that would go against what the unit is, though.
Well, didn't he fly in the trailer?
Not necessarily.
He glided.
He glided. Because you remember all those units are space.
His butt his back make him like hover or something?
No. The Kyrios was the flight unit.
Okay.
So they're all space units, so they're meant for space. But when they're on Earth, they have their boost mechanic, whatever, and they're like hovering. You can think about it, but the only flight one was the orange one, the Kyrios.
Okay. Well, it just my take on his ult is once he pops it, he's just like, okay, now I do the one mode. I'm strong in that one snipe mode, and that's about it. But I don't know. I think it'd be neat if
welcome back to the Gundam
it would be
Evolution
nice if
Showdown.
every new
Number
unit
3, we've got
was
$20,000
a.
on the line. We're almost done.
I mean, it
with
kind of
day
is
number
like
one,
them
but before we get into the final
making
match, we
it
have
where
to
he
check
switches
in
weapons.
with
Like
the
that's
trivia
neat.
and a lot of
But I'm getting at is like it'd be
smatterings
nice
of
if every new
different
unit was a
answers
glimpse
here, and
at like
we'll
the
find
new
out
stuff
what
that they're
was
or the new
what
tech that
series
they're
was the
learning
first appearance
that they can start
of
implementing and
Hyperion
stuff like that.
Gundam. We had B, C, and D chosen by all of us on the
Here's a funny
desk.
take.
Ultimately,
The only
it's
unit
gonna
that
be
kind of
Mobile
resembles
Suit
what you're
Gundam
talking about
Seed
is
Astray.
Zago 2 Melee.
That
I
was a
haven't got
tricky
one right today.
And
Yeah,
all,
I can see that.
and now it,
Because Zakutu Melee is a
and
bunch of tech
I
in
really
one
wanted to
unit.
go for C myself.
like, no,
and,
I'm talking about the
find
G
some
maneuver.
solidarity
Like the G
with,
maneuver out of
CP there,
everybody's
because
is the
that's
more
a nice little fun
like what the
mix
fuck?
of like all the different Gundams there.
Like
for
him
C,
spinning around,
right?
like,
You
yeah,
got
that's not
Camouflage
something
fighters
that's
and
native
Char's
to the unit.
counterattack and everything.
But you know they
That
gave
would
him
be
the
an amazing
Beyblade thing.
series.
Oh, I see what you
Fucking
mean,
power,
yeah.
the
But right
mobility,
now,
the
we do
power, and all
have,
that.
of
Like,
course,
Right,
one
right.
last match to talk about, and we had an extremely close one there, Wonder Chef. In our first semifinal match of the day, and I feel like we might have another.
I think the
close one
only
here
unit in the
in
game
second
right now that
Come on,
uses,
1 minute, boys. Come on, 1 minute. Close out.
mentioned,
Just close out. One more minute.
The only
This is
unit
the
that uses like some
grand
form
finals
of
last
like
chance qualifier, which
tech
also means
is
two things.
Guntank.
A, two
Because
last chance
Guntank
qualifier
has the
teams
system
won their
of
first
auto-aim.
matches, and B,
Oh, auto
one
lock
of
on.
the last chance qualifier teams
I'm sorry, y'all
will
are having a
be
nice
in the
discussion. I'm
winners
over here
final.
watching
So
Twisted
that
no,
means
yeah, but
that
don't
they-
spoil it. Yeah, but don't
that
spoil
just
it though.
means that these teams that got put together in the last
The thing
moment
about that
have
is
the
like
potential
it's
to
not even
upset
auto lock on. It's just
potentially
I
every
spray in the
single team
square.
here today.
That's a good punch.
Yeah, this might also be the last.
Kinda like this whole
opportunity
thing with,
to break
like,
the
heavy
2-0
arms, like-
curse on day number 1. I mean, you and I.
The spread is
Wonder Chef, we
crazy, but luckily
always
they-
have that
luckily
2-0
there's no crit
curse,
damage on
but
that
this one
spread.
should be close. I mean, we were so close in that last matchup, but it does look like we have our players ready for our last winners semifinals. So ZP Lemon, take it away.
Thank you, Jamerson. Yeah, so it's, you know what though,
Bro,
Lemon?
ZP
When
sounds
it was just
tired,
us
bro.
here and the casting partners have changed. We
He
didn't have
was
this 2-0
waiting.
problem, so it's not us.
I'm stuck with you again. Wait, Jamerson, send me back on break.
No, you're locked
That's
in here. They get 3 in a
crazy.
row. It is just us heading in to this Kamille versus Fusion showdown, which really to me is a question is, can you contain the gas man?
Here we go.
Can you contain Saris on this unicorn? That was someone I had highlighted before from Fusion.
What?
And then
Let's go.
when it comes to
Speed
Kamille,
toy.
I was a big fan of Kaiser. Shout out to my Sazabi mains out there.
Yo,
We're always on the
yo,
flank.
Sazabi's not always on the flank.
We're
What?
menace
Sorry.
on the field.
See,
But of
yeah.
course that,
We
you know,
watching lower bracket
for
after
real,
this?
for real. You and I were talking about the Barbados from Gasman. And
How are we watching? I mean, I don't know.
No,
And,
the live
other
film,
thing,
the
too, is that
individual
you
players are
think about
streaming.
what Fusion did really well in their first match of the day. They were great.
I mean,
at
I don't know.
space, so,
I mean, if you're trying to showcase them, I don't know,
more
because I don't want to jump into like
object,
the
or
quality of
meta
the
servers.
lower
Either
quality
way,
streams and stuff like
what it's
that.
going to come down to is, will Fusion be able to
They
contain
want it to be
Gasman
lower
and stop
quality, but
Kamille
I can see
from
what
having
it's
a
weird.
very
You wanna showcase
high
TwistedSin?
Russian offense
No, I'm not
having
I'm not
their
talking about
way,
TwistedSin. I'm
and,
just
I
talking
don't know
about
what
like
the
in
result
general,
is,
just
and
look
that's
at
what
lower bracket
makes
matches.
this matchup so great.
Because
Oh yeah, I
I'm
was
not
thinking
sure.
that too, Archer. Like it would be
Because
interesting
I'm
if
not saying- because I
there
think
was some
they're
form of
going
like
to lower
crowd
bracket
control
after
or
this.
something like that.
I'm assuming they go to lower bracket after this when they have to.
Of course, it is
Like,
No, I thought
uh,
they said I thought they just said they're closing out on this game.
I feel like
right
Gundam-
here.
Gundam-
They're
a lot of
closing
the
out
Gundams
on
just
this.
shoot
I thought
as their main thing, so it would be neat if there was like
they gotta
I
worry
don't know.
about poking him down, and that's
Something.
Where
I think
Neomon,
I still
the
think
Gale
Gundam is
Rider,
big
was someone to
enough
look out
in
for.
creativity that like they could
And also,
make
I still think the funniest part
these
about
abilities
Casting
more
Fusion is just
creative,
the classic.
instead
Well,
of
you
just, like,
have the team
you
named
shoot
Fusion,
harder,
then you have the
you know,
player
like,
named
or you
Fusion.
shoot
And,
stronger.
thus will the two be interchanged for the entirety of the broadcast, where it's like, this person's so
I mean,
important to
if
the
the
team,
showdown only
we named the
showcases
team
the winner
after it.
side and
That's
they're not
exactly
doing
how
none
this
of the
is gonna
lower
go.
bracket, then yeah,
On
we
the
can go to
notes
them.
that, like,
If
either
they
Shield
close down,
playing
we can stay here.
Sazabi playing tank, like
Yeah, it's very
Yeah, no, I
unorthodox,
think that
actually.
I think they might be
great.
only doing this
Yep.
lower bracket,
Yeah,
like these first
my
matches.
name
Actually, I
is,
might be
Be
wrong.
Their Shield.
I think they're gonna do
Oh,
quarterfinals,
there's a
semis,
character
these
with a
finals,
strong
and grand
shield
final
again.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Ones that winners.
I just
I don't know how they're
as
running it. I don't know
opposed
how they're
to,
running it.
being
Yeah.
a character.
Like, can you imagine if there's a
I'm
unit that
I'm just
like
try-
hacks another unit?
Like other units, like if Beather Shield was called like
And does
Hail
what?
Rider, but they played Sazabi.
So, like in a
that's what's
1v1
confusing
situation,
me as a
you hack
Can
the
you
other
imagine
unit, and
imagine
the time
Arrow
that
being
you
that
hack them.
unit?
the time that you hack them, like, yeah, you can be destroyed, but you can also, like, you do double damage, but your unit's vulnerable. I don't know, your unit's vulnerable, but you do double damage. I don't know, that'd be kind of neat, where, like, literally changes the, not Sombra, I mean, like, hack, as in, like, you take over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, can you imagine,
like,
the only one that does that is Ariel.
You can, like, puppet control them, you know, they just have to be down first. They have to be in the down state. You press a button, you puppet control them, and then they, like, they just get up and shoot, maybe. They shoot the closest target. They're basically a bot for you for, like, 10 seconds.
I can't see that as, like, a regular ability. I can see that as a G maneuver. And
that's what I mean. Or something.
The only one that does that right now, and because it just happened, is from the G Witch the G Witch series. So like
Fusion versus Kamille. Let us
the
know
permanent
in
score.
chat
If you
who
can
y'all are predicting
expand
to
and
go
whoever's in the
up
vicinity
against
can be
Mafty
like
in the
controlled and
final.
like
This is our
stunned.
second semifinal. It's
You can
still
make
a
any
best
unit.
of
Just
three,
call it
double
pilot hack.
elimination.
They have the ability
So we
to call
can have
to
that
do
again,
pilot hack, where they
this-
get out of their
run at
suit
GC
and then they jump. This is
Bro,
the
I was trying to
logistics.
tell
They
you.
leave their suit and they get into
I don't know
another
who the
suit.
favorite is.
like that. Like that's what I'm saying though. Like this game, like they're never
They're
never.
No,
gonna
I don't
make
mean
this
you're actually
game.
getting out,
Did
but
we
that's
really
like
think
the
that
ideology
between
behind it. It's like,
Mafty
oh,
and
well,
second
how
window is
did
gonna
he
be as
control
close
my?
to
This man
oh,
Cyber
pilot
wants to
got
play
out.
Gundam Battle Operation.
That's what I'm
bro.
saying though. Like Cyber wants to make like this sandbox version of Roblox.
No,
Like
no, I'm just getting at, like,
I
it
want
would
to
be
make my
neat.
game, but it's like,
No,
Come on
no,
with
Craze.
anything.
He wants to play Gundam Battle Operation. That's all this is.
No. I don't mean
Yeah, but
like
he
they're
won't
like
play- he won't
visually
play it
getting
on
out. I
console.
mean, you just press a button and then like.
It's the same.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The only one that literally does that is just happening now, which is Ariel.
Okay.
The permit system, literally, that's what I mean. You know what? Unless you've seen the last episode, then I don't want to say
Last
it.
episode.
All right, that's why. So
I'm
unless
waiting.
you
I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna watch and see everyone go, wow, that's it. And then I'm gonna wait till the
no, it
season
already
2's
happened. It
over.
was it was last week.
I binge. I wait until the whole season's over and then I just
So
watch it in one go.
the only one that has like a system like that is in the G Witch arc because of the permit score system that she has. Like she can neutralize other units.
Basically
Yeah.
spammy.
So yeah, so that's the only one I can see that could possibly do it because it's the first time ever you see something like that. The NTD doesn't do that. The NTD is more of a host to unit, but he's not controlling anybody.
I'm gonna be honest with you. D is
At least not in the manner that he was talking about.
I feel like the
you can't go wrong with D. I don't even know
mechanics have kind of like, I feel like FPS
Yeah,
hero
but
shooter mechanics have
no,
dipped
D
into
never goes
mobile
wrong three
mechanics
times
because they're like, well,
Okay,
why do we need to
after you
reinvent the
start
wheel?
getting
We can just
it.
look
But
across the
then
street and see what they're doing and adapt it to FPS.
The probability.
But here we are.
Yeah, but Battle Log wasn't even really canon.
It's a tranquil sunset before
Archer.
carnage of multiple teams of units.
Like I don't
just
see anything that's not
collapsing
like it's
into
like
one
URDR.
another, bit
Right,
by
like
bit.
the sequel to
Ranged
IBO.
part, though, just
I don't
approaching
see
that main
nothing from
central
URDR
building,
being
this
relevant
bridge
into this game.
is such a ranged
They could
battle,
put
so I
they could
wonder
put
if
from G Gundam the big
Starcraft,
evil
that
Gundam
seems
and
to
then
be
just
his
call it, what was
thing.
it, what did he have?
When you have to
Demon
approach, that's
Gundam
going to be
cells
difficult.
that
Like
could
I
take
said,
over a
you can
unit.
pull out any kind of melee unit as long as you play your cover correctly.
Yeah, like
and
this
you're very
game, I'm telling you right now,
intelligent
from
with
the
your
way I'm
dashes.
seeing that they're
Yeah, I
doing
mean, you
it,
take a look at the setup
they're
that both
being
teams have
super
here.
faithful.
Fusion
Like
is
so
definitely
they're
gonna be
being
off the
Yeah.
zone out.
I'm
real
being
faithful
creative.
to like the actual like
For Kamille, the fact
like
that
source
they're
material.
running the Barbados,
Yeah,
they're
Dark Gundam,
Especially-
yeah. Dark
Dark
Gundam
Yeah,
cells.
Because, I'm telling you right now,
get in quick and make room.
off of experience that we had to go through as organizers.
Is great
Like
splash
even for the
damage.
promotional
I would
material, we couldn't
honestly
even
expect Blue Jay to be on that,
recolor.
had a
We
really
couldn't even
solid
recolor a
performance
unit
earlier on, but on this left side,
because
Kenny and
the
Offense
actual
will
like
take the rest
the
of your
publisher
team
was like,
to
nah,
push
he wasn't
forward,
having that.
but
Like you can't
the
even
fire
change the
front
color
door
on anything
isn't
else. It
great.
proves
It
it.
will slow down
If it's not
narrow here,
favorable to like the source
but at
material
least getting
or
some
not,
initial
or it doesn't
splash
affect the
damage.
actual unit, they
And
won't allow it.
And that can be very, I don't know. I feel like, to be fair, it's just like, I feel sorry for the people who are in a creative position under those circumstances, because that usually means that their creativity is shot down, because that's not what, you know what I mean? That's not what it is. That's not what they want. So it's like when you have a publisher saying, these are your rules, this is what we abide by, this is what we want you to do. The creatives are just like, oh, I guess I'm just here to do that, and we don't actually get to make or be creative. That sucks, because at the end of the day, the creators lose out, and then the players also kind of like...
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like if that was an open source project, then yeah. But when you have something that's already been established for years, I respect it more because then it loses the essence of what it is. is.
Well, no,
Like
I
this-
mean,
like-
under
like-
the
like
stance
this
of,
game- like this game
color
wasn't-
and,
this
like,
game-
if
this
it's
game
too
was-
tight, though, it's just like, oh damn, we got no way to be creative with this.
No.
Every
Like,
unit's gonna
like
kinda
the
feel
color
the same.
schemes are one thing. What I'm talking about is like, for
It's
example,
like 3D scans, 3D
we
scans.
yeah we wanted to do something, but it required that we were gonna change. They wanted to change the units into like this marble statuesque kind of looking things, right? They were like, do not change the way the unit is shaped or designed, because that's where they're saying no. We have the color line ones, but because this is the honest truth. This game was not focused on FPS players. Like this game was focused for the Gundam community.
Right.
So if you shy away from what this is, then at that point you're basically Fortnite.
I feel like that reinforces my idea of the game needs at least some form of PvE mode if it's focused on the Gundam community.
You won't even play the one that we have right now.
Because it's not Gundam Evolution.
It's literally Gundam Evolution, but it's just
It's
chibi.
not
It's the
first-person
style that you
Gundam
like.
Evolution. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not first-person Gundam Evolution.
And what we're seeing developing here is that this is definitely a fight where...
Craze, this is how I felt yesterday when you were talking about racing games.
Yeah, it's not first-person Gundam Evolution. It's like, it's not, like, yeah.
Here we go again. It's heavy pressure. Going in for the high rush down. Perp, though,
Oh no! I mean, no, you can laugh about it, but this isn't the same stuff as yesterday because your fake ass little racing game was the same thing. But this,
It's not.
but this topic is what he's talking about is it's not the essence of what Gundam Evolution is by playing battle
so that the fire of Lich Grave's
Battle Assault.
is just lighting everyone up from Kamille, and all Fusion have to do is just focus
something
their
like that.
AoE
That's the
into
Battle
the
line.
area.
So Battle Lines is just a 3v3 PV, like a 3-on PvE game mode. The thing about it is it's a third-person chibi thing. That's really what it is. But it has what you're looking. It has what you're looking for, but it's just not in the style of Gundam Evolution. So I get his point on that because it's not that, but it's not a different kind of game. It's a PvE that he wants, but just not in the style that it looks like this game because it's not from this.
I'm basically saying, like, you know, give me Buried City, put me on defense, and just spawn enemies at my team, and we just have to defend. You know, like, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, basically Archer. Cyberpunk Gundam Evolution version of Halo Firefight. Exactly. That's basically what it. Exactly. That is.
I never played that.
And I say that because, like, Halo Firefights is what got me better at playing Halo. So that's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. It's very true that, like, a lot of people got better at playing Halo through the firefight mode because you just load it up and just against all odds just fight for 20, 30, 40 minutes. Yeah. Pretty much. That's pretty. Yeah. Exactly.
Only walk away with 63% with
I think
Yeah,
that'll
I never
attract a lot
For
of
me, the
like,
PvE
crazy
thing
points.
that you were.
That'll attract people who are Gundam fans that are like, oh man, I built DOMs, or I built Tail Rider, or I built this. I would love to jump in and actually like pilot it and fight it. And then they'll go, you know what? Maybe I should try the competitive, or maybe I should try casual. You know, since I have better handling of how the unit works through PvE.
This is Kamille just being a little bit low. They have the Ashamar G maneuver. That's all they can rely on. But Saris on the Unicorn has theirs. Gasman has made their way. Jumps over the wall. 164 HP. Gets out. Waiting for the pack. But it'll be the rest of Kamille leading that charge to the high ground, going up to the right staircase. Kaiser is under fire, needs help from Perp. Their main damage dealer up, Pale Rider, needs to be kept up. This is momentum that
Archer, and
Kamille
then that
can
pretty
run
much is just,
for this
at the end of it, you're
44
always
cap.
guaranteed to
Third
die.
take has been solidified. Now, how do they deal with the
Pretty
fire?
much. It's like, I already know I'm dying, so alright, so I'm gonna fend these motherfuckers off, but I know I'm gonna die anyway, that's the whole point. It's like those closed-ended like missions. They're like, yo, I can beat this guy, I can beat this guy.
It's just a time thing, how long you can hold out.
He's like, wait, why am I dying? I can beat this motherfucker, I can beat him, why am I dying?
Halo Reach was pretty much, yeah.
At the very end, it was a little bit of a quiet game from Gasman at the start, but
Oh, you guys were Xbox
explosive
guys,
finish,
for the looks of it.
something you only really get from a great Barbados player.
Yeah, both. I
teams,
played
though,
whatever the
certainly
game I wanted to
having their
play was
moments.
on.
Fusion,
Whatever
Yeah,
console it
same.
was on.
contained, zoning out Kamille for a lot.
I think one of my favorite
when you're a
underrated
team that
games,
likes
co-op
getting
games, was
up
Army
close
of
and
2.
personal,
Army of
sometimes
2
you're
is
gonna have
awesome.
that breakout fight, and Kamille got
Army
it
of 2?
at the very end.
Yeah, Army of 2.
we talk
That was
about
one of
the
those like.
strength of
Oh
hidden
no,
gems.
but bro, listen, Army of 2 was amazing.
Yeah,
I
right.
love
It was a hidden gem.
It was the
Yep.
co-op sense. I just like co-op games. Like if I can play with my buddy and like that.
Was up there with Gears. Like it was just like it was just one of those hidden gems.
turn on that fight.
Were they the
get
same
Gasman
developer? Because it's
into
just like
the
they were
I don't
fight,
think
just
so.
similar
and that's
No,
when
styles.
but they
Kamille
use the
has
same
the
engine. They both use the
advantage.
Unreal
And
Engine.
although they got the 50% on the first fight, they got the other 50% in the second fight because G
That's why
maneuver
for me
really well
personally,
used out of Suzabi.
it's so interesting that
Finals
I've
would beat
been
their shield.
like
That's what-
a
that
lot
was
of
a
folks
turning point
see
in the
me as
defense
like
to
just playing Gundam
equalize,
Evolution, like
but
first
it's
person shooter
Fusion's
type games.
attack now.
But like
23
I like
seconds
playing
isn't a bad
third person
time bank,
co-op.
but
Third
in
person
previous
co-op is my
series,
favorite
we're just
thing.
wondering if we're going to
Like,
see both points captured
so
at all.
Yeah,
when it comes to
that's the
Gundam
thing about
Evo, that's why I'm like,
capture,
I do
you
know
in Gundam Evolution, really
statistically
historically,
that
any
like there's
game
a
that
whole
has is,
audience of
there's
players that
usually a
you could
decent
get to your
defender's
game by
advantage. There's no
adding some
guarantee you get
form of
both, so
player
anytime you
versus
get both and
environment.
can walk away
And
with it, you're
the
pretty darn happy with the
strategy
result.
is
But
you
now,
add that so
one
that
thing
they'll
we talked
cross
about the
over
rush down to
into
Kamille,
casuals
one
and
thing for
ranked.
Barbados, not only
And
strong
you're
on
gaining
attack,
players that
you
you
can be
most
real
usually wouldn't
sneaky and
get,
an artist in
but
how
this
you
mode can
engage
appeal
here
to
on
them.
the
And so
defense.
they're like, oh wow, that's
We'll
cool.
see
Oh,
if
it's in the same
initiation
package, it's in
Kamille
the same
can
game.
still
Cool.
get the
You know, let me
better
try out
Fusion
casual, let me
at
try out
least a few
ranked.
times.
Now at the gates, you know what to expect. We got some Turn A Gundam from Fusion Black, just like in previous series.
Especially for
Still got
Gundam
the
folks.
Barbados
Yeah.
from Gasman, probably going to play inside of
Have you
the
played any of
point.
the
Now,
Gundam games before this
point
one?
A was
Yeah,
given
I play
almost immediately like it was
Jaburo,
charity.
Jaburo.
So if
I
Fusion,
played
or even a slightly
the
slower
my
on this,
first
there'll be
Gundam
a
game
timing
ever was
disadvantage.
Yeah,
the
and for
Super
Fusion, the content
NES
running does have to be a little bit more
Japanese
slow and methodical in how they go about here.
strategy
Oh, as I
game
say,
where
that
like
Fusion
you're flying in
caught
space
by
and
the
then
one
like
and
you
only
attack
Suzabi. Kaiser
and you
just pushes on
select
out, and
which
there's a
thing you
Suzabi
want to attack with,
that
like you want to attack with your head
like that,
cannon,
just
your
a little-
gun, or if you want to block.
Just
It was like a
better
strategy
scouting
game,
overall from
and
this
like there was a
defense, so you
percentage
usually
chance. It was
keep
like
your eyes on that
XCOM
main
but
door,
Gundam.
but that left stairway
For like the
is
NES
where,
or Super NES. I
Kamille
played
was
that.
able
I
to
love
catch
that game
Fusion
because
off
it was
guard
just like
before.
the head-mounted cannons basically
So
looked awesome.
now
Yeah, it was basically
Fusion-
Fire
sorry,
Emblem
Kamille have
Gundam.
their
Yep.
eyes
I
everywhere,
played
and
Yeah,
that.
they're
yeah,
able to
it's
stop
it's
that
like
initial
it's
flank from the
what we
left
have right
side.
now.
So
It's just
Dynasty
maybe
Warriors
it's
Gundam.
it's like
Gasman,
Crossrays,
who's
right?
already
Pretty much.
close to G maneuver, by the way, at 80%. That's wild.
I'm surprised you haven't
Dynasty
been.
Warriors.
I'm surprised you haven't been
It's a
playing
good play
Crossrays.
there. It didn't necessarily
Cross what?
dominate the kill
Cross
feed,
race.
but certainly
Cross
a
Riders?
presence
Is that what
felt.
Cross
Anytime
race,
you have
dude. You know what? I'm
Fusion,
gonna ask you
the
guys
next
for
fight
one.
about to get
I'm actually
Fusion
send you a
once
copy.
again.
You know what I think it
Focusing on
was?
the
I just think it
Team
was
Row right now, where
the
your Dom Trooper
it
off the
was
backbone of
well, I
your
played the Gundam
defense,
fighting game.
holding
I played
people back,
the
good spam. Where's the
the
gas man right now?
oh, it's an
Time to
SD
engage them,
Gundam.
either
Yeah,
Super
okay.
Fusion.
I played
Yeah,
the
it's
Gundam
cross
fighting
it's
game.
cross generation. It's just it's basically the same strategy games you like, but it's Gundam.
I played. I have. I own.
People
What is
dying
this
for
game?
Dom Trooper minds. Like, just open your
I
eyes. Just walk
own-
around it.
There's a
you know?
lot.
But either
Super
way,
robot thing?
Fusion tried to make
Also
entry,
Robot
got
Wars?
27%.
Yeah,
It's
I
not gonna
tried
pay
playing
the
a bit of
bills,
it, but I was like,
but
bro,
I
what is all
mentioned
this
before,
dialogue?
just the fact that it's taking several fights
Thank
to
you,
crack
translator.
this done,
What
puts
is
them
all
back
of
with
this?
their
Guy?
back,
Super
but
Robot Wars
Kamille
30.
are comfortable.
I own.
Yeah, and I mean,
But I'm
this
just
first
like,
point,
this is
especially
where
when
everyone's
running the Barbados,
talking.
does have
Can
some
I
ways
just
to engage. I
play the
feel like
game? The
Fusion would be
tutorial
better
lost me.
if they
I'm
can
like,
just
yeah.
get
It's just
point
yeah,
A
that's the thing
where
about it. Like
the
I like
engagement,
the strategy, but
you
when
know,
it gets
it's
too
not
much
in their favor.
dialogue, bro,
They
it's just
Yeah.
like you spend more time just like clicking out of it,
100,000
clicking out of it, clicking out of it. I'm like,
Gundam
oh,
is able to burst someone down
The
in an
dialogue
ideal
lost me.
engagement, but they have to go
I think
through a whole
what
lot of
was Dynasty
obstacles,
Warriors Gundam
spam
2
the
I
Dom Trooper
own.
while playing Dodge and Gas Man, and,
I think
you know,
give me
Journey
one of those.
Jabro
Give me
was
one
my
of those
favorite.
for
in that
online.
equation.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Journey Jabro was
They're
my
about to
favorite
push
because it was
advanced
just like a
defense. They
really
get
cool
one
down
on
to
the
earth.
kill. That's a great start, but not so much
Super
anymore.
Robot Wars is an official fan. I believe it. Yeah.
Ripped the people, like choke out their ankles as they went around the corner. Good scouting from Kamille to know where the push was coming from and just
Yeah,
set up
so a
your
lot of
weapon
my
to
experience
at
with the
least take
Gundam
one out
games have
before
all
they trade
been,
it out. And the lines from Dom Trooper
story
keep
driven.
cutting Fusion before
Story-driven
they even
PvE.
step onto the objective. Now you're working on the third
My first
pick, but
edition of
the
Gundam was
fire
like
from above, it's raining down
the
from
fighting
the hero,
game
and now
back
the
in
funnels
NES.
from Kaiser.
Right.
Dynasty
Fusion are
Warriors.
running out of power.
That's why I always go on about
I mean,
this
they
game.
have
Breaker,
some
I got a new Gundam
I
Breaker,
feel like it's
Right.
a
which was just not the best
it's a little
experience.
bit outgunned here. They lose devotion, and, yeah,
That
I
was the
think
more
this one
creative one. That's the one that, like, you know what, I'll be able to do what what I want, however I want, and fight whoever I want. Like that, I liked it, but then it was like the game was just not fully fleshed out.
Yeah, that's gonna be point A for Fusion.
What was the other one? Was it Gundam Breaker? Was it
Gundam
Gundam Breaker 2? Was
All
it?
you need to do here, though, make sure there's no
The one before New Gundam?
Don't do anything stupid that would give Fusion the advantage back.
Gundam Versus is a fun series. So I like the fact that they gave us like our own version of like, you know, the Gundam Versus series on the from the east. So Gundam Versus came in really good, but it was lacking a lot. So a lot of the Gundam guys, I wasn't one of those like fans that, oh, it doesn't have nothing I want, I'm complaining about it. Like, no, I played it, I enjoyed it, but then there was nobody playing the game. Like the whole community just shunned it. And that's what kind of sucks. Is like, damn, now you got another thing that you like to have, but then the community shuns it, and then nobody's playing it. So the game is there, pretty good, but nobody else in there.
There's just like that moment of terror where you're in a close fight and you just look over the wall. It's just like, ah, yes, that's a unit with a real big mace coming my way. As
I played Gundam Battle Assault on the emulator, the fight cake.
Right.
G maneuvers online. This is the push to break this open and set better time.
But yeah, that's another thing. It is interesting to see like this map flat fort that's been used 1,000 times, and the gameplay is still kind of the same.
Blue Jays with Screaming Nimbus was really only target 1 or 2 units. He didn't go that far at all, but Fusion couldn't even finish off those 2 kills, and that's what held Fusion back. Yeah, you could have seen the Screaming Nimbus hit everybody, but Fusion take it one step at a time, and then they trip up over their own laces on the simplest of tasks. So it's unfortunate that that Screaming Nimbus was such a good initiative, but just not executed as a team.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is too, now
Gundam Zionic Front. I think I played that too. Yeah, I think I played Gundam Zionic Front as well. Yeah.
Respect that that's a thing. Gasman can be a little bit more aggressive, especially with his own G maneuver, ready to go, ready to slice and dice.
Like, okay, so we have Breaker Mobile that.
What was that on PlayStation 2? Yeah.
The rest of this map.
We got Breaker Mobile that has been discontinued. That is going to be running until what, June? But you can only imagine. Oh, you can only imagine what they got coming up. Yeah, they can't drop that game without something in this place.
And we know Gundam for it being PvE.
Fusion find their opening off of Lichgrave, and they absolutely send it. So they'll get the first hit, maybe.
But I think it was also a sign of the times in the idea of like having dial-up and then cable and then like trying to get a competitive or a versus style online Gundam experience in the West was just like, that's asking, that's a lot of hurdles you got to jump through.
This is a really good pushback by Fusion.
Oh yeah, man, they are.
They got G maneuvers. They got it all.
They are holding down. They're holding on the court.
Gasman could provide that miracle, but it's gonna be hard.
But that other game came out for
won't be coming from the Gasman. Time ticking on
freaking
put this in the extra rounds.
I can't see his name. It was Kaiser, bro. He got flipped. Died, and then like he comes up and start losing bodies,
but they held on, they focused, they
what was that one game called? It came out recently. It was like one of the most recent Gundam games that come out. It was a GBO2 side story thing.
So we will see another attack.
You know what it is, Craze. You know the game that went with GBO2.
Pretty negligible in this game.
It was like when you buy it, you get.
Oh, you're talking about Code Fairy.
Operation Fairy. Thank you. Code Fairy. Yeah. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, but that's a more modernized version of the tutorial from GBO2.
That's what I mean. But yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah.
They got 2 pickoffs.
So it's like,
simply
that kind of stuff is like.
And then you had a perfect use of the.
Now, to say what Bless is talking about, there's a rinse and repeat with boredom. Bro, we haven't had any games before to consider rinse and repeat.
Right.
The only one that we've gotten was Gundam versus Maxi Bustan in the West.
Thankfully for Fusion.
Other than that, Gundam Operations 2, that's the only longest reading game that we have.
Yeah.
Breaker Mobile was its own thing. There weren't any other games apart from that.
So,
what is it? Then we had our strategy side, which is what? Cross Rays? G Generations? Like, we haven't had another rendition where we just continue on from the last one. Like, we haven't.
Right, yeah.
Except for Gundam Breaker, but.
This initial point, hence why I think the time bank deficit.
But that one was. So there hasn't been anything that we're going to work off of. And Code Fairy in itself was a good entry because, like, what they were just talking about is it gave you a good way of getting into the game in a modernized version. Like in a modern way. And it gave you new stuff for you to use in the game that you were going to later on.
Yeah, which is really cool. Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily favor the melee quite as much.
It's Breaker 3, yeah. New Gundam Breaker came after Breaker 3.
As a result, that means they're going to be defending here first. So it's going to be Fusion on the attack twice in a row. And we'll see if they
the Battle Lines game, that's from last year.
Yeah, it was often really good scouting from
and Kamille, they just dropped new DLC as well.
Take creative angles, going up the left staircase, going down main while avoiding the fire, the AoE of Dom Trooper. Fusion have to play this smart. Initial scouting from Fusion almost goes down. Of course, you can always get prepared back up if you're not fully finished.
They just got melted right there.
Double kill from
like absolutely like deleted off the face of the earth.
It's such a pain to go through in these chokes.
Yeah, I mean, they could rename this point the Barbados Playground, and it would be accurate, which is why Kamille has looked so good here so far. And
yeah, Battle Lines has a lot. Battle Lines is a very grindy game. If you're a completionist, then yeah, Battle Lines will do it for you.
Kamille even getting more staggers, just getting after the.
Yeah, but it is very repetitive because you could beat the game, but then your whole objective is to max out every single unit that is out there.
Back to safety. That's one way to use a G maneuver.
Oh man, if Merle
I'm a 10-year Warframe veteran grinding is nothing to me. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you and Cyber are definitely two pieces of the pie.
I grew up playing Korean MMOs, so grinding is in my blood. I grew up playing games where you get it takes you like 8 hours to get 1% on your experience bar, and when you die, you lose 10%.
Still 4 units or more for fusion.
Like it's so funny because like I actually grew up playing hardcore PvP Korean games. So it's like, imagine, you know, you're like level 65, and if you die, you de-level, and you lose all your skills and your abilities. So you're doing everything in your power to stay that level. It takes 8 hours to gain 1%. If you die, you lose 10% flat. So it's like, I get it. And I've actually actively watched North America get games and just go, this is too hard, we're not playing. And I'm just like, wow, like this is it's just become more and more common as the years have gone on. If a game is too difficult, NA will not play it at all. There has to be that dopamine hit every few minutes in order to actually keep the North American audience, which is very different than the Asian audience.
Scouting G maneuvers, that Moonbeam Butterfly didn't really kill much, but hey, got you to the point along with the Screaming Nimbus from Blue Jay.
Yeah, but then we also have FromSoft games, right? Yeah, but that's also a niche too. Yeah, that's also that. But
here's the thing, though. FromSoft games are meant to be difficult, so you already know what you're getting into. But when you have a new game, like for example, like Luxy's mentioning, Hyperscape.
You know, the 78%, I'll take
that's a very small niche of people that can handle that fast-paced game. I think the fastest game prior to that was Apex, but Apex was like in the median. No, Titanfall wasn't that fast, bro. It was faster. It was faster than traditional Call of Duty games, but it wasn't as fast as like your game. Like your game was too fast.
No, Apex was made significantly slower than that. Yeah, it was made.
No.
But you get wall running in Apex.
No, but I'm not. Yeah, no, but I'm not talking about Apex and Titanfall. He mentioned Titanfall because he said that was a fast game. What I'm saying is that Hyperscape was a very fast-paced game. Compared to the other ones, I felt like it was way. It was meant for a different kind of like category of players. Like you had to be like you had to. I like a lot of people couldn't handle that. They wanted to stick to boots to the ground and Call of Duty.
Yeah, before that, I came from Titanfall.
Okay, so which is faster, Titanfall or Hyperscape?
The core North American gamer thing is still very.
That's what I mean.
World War II games. Like
no, I was
saying
because you said before that it was Apex that was faster. That's all I was trying to say.
So the in between median of a Call of Duty game and a Hyperscape game was Apex. Apex is fast paced, but it's not as crazy as Hyperscape was.
I get what you're trying to say.
So like that's why Apex is like you can still like cater to both audiences, like the ones that are still on the old school like I am, which is like to the one boost to the ground, and then to the faster like younger crowd who are like, oh, I want to play in Lightspeed mode and shit. So Apex is a good middle ground.
It's funny too because like it was a tweet maybe like a month or two ago, and like people were showing off the movement tech of I think Call of Duty, and like you had people like sliding on walls and doing all this wild stuff, and the comments blew up with negativity because oh no, all this crowd, my God, I can't keep up with these guys, I can't play like this, I can't. They just most players, most FPS players, they just want to get off work, sit down, and then like play this slow ass crawling. I think because what was it? Wasn't the meta in one of the most recent Call of Duties the shield meta, and everyone was playing shields, and everyone was literally just hiding behind shields, and everyone was pissed because people who were running that meta of hiding behind
double main,
right? Yeah, right. And so it's like
to this day, I still see people like shotguns and Like, if you still run shotgun shield meta still.
Whenever you have this fast-paced dynamic, it turns people off, especially in North America, because they don't want that dynamic, fast-paced. Well, they think they do, but then they realize their hands can't do the thing, and then they go, "Oh, I can't do this. This is unfair."
And they dealt with the initial Barbados rush, 5v5.
725 and Riot Shield, right?
The backbone of their offense. No, Fusion in danger. Nearly getting taken.
That's why, like, what I loved about Gundam Evo is that the conversation in the beginning is like, people, "Oh, this game sucks, it's bad," and everyone's just like, "Okay, do you boost? What? Yeah, your boost. Like, do you manage your cooldown or your boost? Do you?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, yeah, you have a whole resource that you have to manage, and that's a lot for them. Barb is too overpowered. Do you boost out of the way? What? You know, like they just
Like after the first CNC, after the what's it called? When console got their CNC, that was a different bar. Unless I'm mistaken, but I know that our CNC was the both of them. We had that crazy bar, and all I heard was like, "Dude, but you just gotta get out the way."
But most people they play it like they jumped in and instead of playing it like it's Call of Duty without realizing that everyone has a boost or mobility.
They slow things down, which is good. This means that for them to win the map, they just need a whole.
It's funny too, because like I also grew up playing Guns, the Duel, which is very Asian worldwide, but it never picked up in North America. And it's just like, yo, that game was like, you had to learn tech to be somewhat competent at that game. Yeah,
bro,
that's another
Guns,
reason why I'm very much like, bro, it's a skill issue. Like, I'm never empathizing with people who complain about something being too strong or whatever. Because at least in Guns, there was like the meta of weapon, but then it all boiled down to like K-style, J-style, how good you were. And it's just like, bro, it's just your skill. You're bad.
And, oh, don't forget the ping. The ping also
and the ping too, obviously. Or if you block at the right time, you can do a charged attack back. You know, those type of things.
Suddenly, Kamille, they have an opportunity. Oh, the Gasman lets loose. The G maneuver slices.
Oh, Gasman just won them this game
right here. Like that, Fusion.
Oh wait, no, Kamille has 4 G movers.
Comes fast and furious to point B. And will the response
be we have not been talking about this match at all. We've been having
it's fine.
I've been watching this thing.
I need Beater's shield to pop off though. The funnels.
Or what was another one?
Wipes out, but Beater's shield has to maintain their life.
What was that game?
Also raining
Crisis.
down hell
Crisis had a multiplayer mode.
He gets 2 kills.
And it was like it was the beginning of sliding, like sliding tech.
Only use Crisis as a benchmark.
Getting any further than the 50%.
You want to see something ran well, just run Crisis.
Unreal Tournament? Yeah, right, yeah, Unreal Tournament. Yep, same here, Unreal Tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, people still competing now. I know my boy after Hyperscape guy, he became a tournament organizer for Unreal Tournament.
System active.
Wait, Unreal Tournament still on it?
Yeah, they still compete.
They still have events.
That
should not have hit. That smash? What?
That was a weird one. Oh, they got it. I'll be honest, bro. Like my first PC game back in college was Unreal Tournament, like actual competitive like that.
Not getting to the dawn of victory, which was
I mean, it's the sensation. I mean, I can't compare it to anything else.
Fusion hold them at bay and
but again, yeah, Tribes is another good one.
Oh man, that.
But yeah, again, it's like
depending on your point of view, when
it comes to NA, we've been saturated in Call of Duty for too many years, for too long, and it's one of those things. You've had Microsoft throw money at it, at the franchise. You have the United States military throw money at the franchise. It's literally like United States vets are just like, that's their game. You know, they've gotten the game for free. You know, like it's so embedded in American culture. If you're trying to go for those numbers and your game does not appeal to that audience, it won't do very well. You know, it just won't have an audience because here in the United States, Call of Duty is that game. Even Halo, which is wild. It really like, it's so weird, but it's like, right, exactly. And before United States, US Space Force all get copies of Halo. Right. It's kind of wild how like everyone also thought Halo was too big to fail. What it did.
I mean,
You
this
know,
was
and
back
again,
and
it's
forth,
just
the good mix of
because
styles
like
between teams.
Call of Duty,
You guys
bro, is
mentioned,
like it's
you know,
that
you have
game
a
that they
pretty
can
stark difference
re-release,
between, okay, one team,
remaster,
we're gonna run
re-release,
turn A
release,
Gundam,
and
which, of course, you're good at long range.
people have
Other
gotten
teams,
so
we're
good
gonna
in
run
the Call of
guard
Duty
and
franchise,
look
spent
to
so much
simply
time playing
hit
it.
you in the face
It's
with a
hard for
hammer.
them to move
A
on
little
to
bit
other
more close
games
range
and
between the
not
two.
just
So
default
almost
back
seeing
to a
that
Call of
interplay
Duty
between
because
the
that's
long
where their
range
skill
and the
is.
close range
And then
play
Call of
style
Duty
to
has to
me
go,
is
well, we can't
super
be too
fun,
dramatic or
super
drastic.
entertaining. Not
And I
that
remember they
matches
did
bad
that
here,
one
matches
Call
are
of
good
Duty,
too,
which was
but
like
to
super
me,
future,
this
and it had
Advanced
such
Warfare.
mixed
has all the
reviews.
makings
Yeah. Remember how
I
like
know, I keep
robots
picking
and
up
all these other
from
things,
Kamille.
and
I'm
everyone
like,
was
I'm
like, they were
hoping
not
this
feeling
Hades
that. There
gets
was
a
too
3K.
much
You know,
tech.
we hyped up the other
The hell's
Hail
going on?
Rider player, Alligator, who
Wait,
gets
why
like
am I hearing
3Ks
the
and
background
turns
music
fights
from Gundam?
single-handedly. But I didn't see that high level potential from
Who's
Perp.
playing
I think he
Gundam
got
out of you
focused
two?
down a lot by Dom Troopers, just running Screaming Nimbus and quite literally running Perp down
Right.
because you know that he can be
Oh, they're
effective
playing
when he
the
has
Gundam-
the space
okay,
to do
that's
so.
weird.
So Kamille just have to be a little bit smarter with their G maneuver usage and make sure that they have the space to work with.
Definitely true. But Colony Trading Post coming up next is going to be Destruction. So going to be looking at mega charges, how to plant them, how to disarm them, and the entry to these fights so incredibly important, especially when you're on defense, where you know it's a lot easier to prevent a mega charge from being planted than it is to get back and disarm it. So we'll see if the change in gameplay style, you know, has an effect on both these teams. Where again, between the two, Fusion, they like keeping their distance a little bit more. Kamille likes being up close and personal. So seeing these styles clash on the next game mode should be a treat.
Oh yeah, another map where I feel as tall as all the buildings when I play, and also there's a lot to look at in the sky, as you can already tell on your screen, so sometimes I get shot just by looking around on the map and stopping and feeling like I'm a true unit, Gundam, whatever I am. So this is, but back to seriousness, this is Kamille's map pick, and again, their style is around the Barbados, hoping that this works out.
Look, in terms of like self-affirmations, how could you ever doubt that you're a true unit, regardless of whether or not you are a, you know, 50-foot tall walking robot or, you know, just a person. Either way, still a unit, you know?
We're all just people at the end of the day, but
exactly. Some of us just
Fusion-
have robots, you know?
And Fusion is on match point, so they're gonna be people going to the finals unless Kamille cooks something up real nice on Colony Trading Post.
No. But now we just wait for both teams to get into it. Obviously, you have a close match like that. Teams sometimes might need a little bit of an extra time to reset themselves, get themselves in the right spot. But it's also players. Someone also could have just had to use the bathroom. We did try to lock them into their playing stations to avoid bathroom breaks, but, you know, players are sneaky. Sometimes one still finds a way.
Yeah, sometimes they just get away from us. I know you knew what I meant when I was like, production, do not let them go to the bathroom, which sounds like super cruel, but then you look at map sets like this and then everyone's blaming the casters. Casters start the game, Omega Low, like stop. Okay,
Well,
we're trying.
Well, I mean, every time there's been a delay in this broadcast in particular, you've been able to hit start the broadcast. I mean, you weren't aware of it, but there's the caster start button. It got, you know, sent to you by mail. I can't believe
Oh
you've been
yeah.
hitting it.
Oh, see, I'm hitting it
Unbelievable.
right now. 3, 2, 1, sending it. The lobby's starting. We're doing a little map view here.
I was really
There.
hoping that it would have started because then I could just perpetuate this false narrative that's actually your fault. But
Production's
unfortunately-
trolling me.
Unfortunately, it didn't start. It did not
Oh, so
start.
you're gonna treat this. You're gonna treat this one way. Treat the same way you do
So I
the
thought
other
I
thing
could
you
wave
do the
my
most.
little wand and my little production wand. It's not gonna be the case.
I'm gonna have to go watch some contenders Overwatch soon.
Forecasting.
It's a pen. It's a pen that I call a wand because I just hold. I don't actually write anything down. I just kind of wave it aesthetically.
Well, you know, I guess depending on what stories you write, you could call a pen magical. So
So
there
Tori,
is some
we-
leeway.
Just the same
there.
2-1.
It's a green pen, so you probably because I have a green screen behind me, you probably just see this.
Yeah,
invisible
that
thing. That's my
so
wand. Okay, it's not magic.
we
it's
won
green
map
screen.
1 convincingly,
Well, actually, I have no
very
idea what's going on
convincingly.
because I can't
And
see you on
then
screen
map
right
map
now. The
2 they
entire
got
story
destroyed.
about even the
Like they only
pen
got like
could
what
be a lie.
20%
Oh, I
total in
miss you
2
too,
rounds.
bud. I keep saying bud. My Canadian's
Bud.
coming out. I
And
really hate it.
then Colony,
What's a boot that, eh?
they just
Oh,
struggled to get to the
stop.
second bomb
Okay.
site,
Here we go. We got our rosters.
and they wiped twice
There.
trying to push forward.
My
So
wand kind of half functioned there.
they ended up losing
Here we
the
go.
I'm happy we got some
waypoint,
rosters to talk about
and
here,
they just
because
couldn't get it
while we
back.
wait for the teams to get into game, you know, it reminds us a little bit of the matchups where that's it. You know, I can't say we've seen Gasfed a whole lot of unicorn play, but it does bring me back to one of my favorite players today. Which
They
is
played
Moro,
well,
is that,
so
again, Dom Troopers are not
that's all I can ask for is them
ultra
just
noticed
give
in
it their
these
all.
tournaments, but they're really effective in the backbone of your team.
It's upsetting,
both for
but
poke,
not much I
spacing,
can do about it.
and just keeping people off your side.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Blue Jay's Dom Trooper, like in many of the series. Just the fact that you get kills with mines is so funny to me. Because who thinks about there's so much action? Gundam Evolution is like one of the quickest games you're ever gonna play. Who thinks about looking down at a mine sometimes?
Well, let me tell you, people that have died to a Dom Trooper unit one too many times, you learn. That's what goes on there. My only thing is that, you know, it probably doesn't fit the theme of the game, but I would still love a pizza delivery Dom Trooper, and the mines were actually pizzas. That it'd be cool. Explosive pizzas, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but I would be entertained.
Dude, this is what the world would look like if Twitter verification stayed the way it was. It's just we're living in the 3023. You know, future is here, space is clean.
Hey, the new blue checkmark is not having blue checkmark. That is reality.
Now everyone is in the cool club.
Exactly. But modern events aside, here we go. It is map number 2, Kamille versus Fusion. First map was a close one. Kamille looking to roar on back and give us our first 3-game set of the day.
And you see just how close range point A is, but to get to point A is quite long range, but there's so many buildings, so it's both a mix of like close range and long range on how you get to this point, depending on how you want to rotate in. So usually the defense will extend a little bit outwards of A and try to, you know, kill units before they get to the objective, but I could see this going very quickly the way of Kamille just based on if you get Gasman in position.
That's right. But the waiting is over. The match is about to begin and is going to be Kamille heading out on the attack, and you take a look at their unit setup, some things just keep staying the same. It's Gasman on the Barbados, and Merle going to be backing him up here on the Dom Trooper. A little bit aerial action from the Zazabi for good measure.
Now, how can Fusion get these first picks? Well, it's off of Blue Jay. The splash damage still hurts a lot as Kamille are playing hide and seek. Because the buildings are actually taller than you on this map, so there's lots of ways to get to A without the defense seeing you.
Yep, and now taking a look at Gasman got picked off super early, so that does kind of slow down Kamille a bit. When you base your offense around Barbados getting stuff done, and Fusion's just able to use the terrain really effectively, it's a little bit tough. But here we go, Gasman on attempt number 2. Oh, look at that! A Christmas gift! Just gift wrap for Gasman. Props on Dad. He had to be feeling things as he saw that unit fall, and that is the thing Kamille needed to set this one up. Gasman grabs another, and this could be point A already.
Yeah, A is so exposed, but do you really want to go underground when there's a Barbados? Gasman is just rotating everywhere where there's a unit. He's chasing them down. Fusion are playing a little isolated from each other, but they did manage to plant the Mega Charge at B.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, in a way, that was a kitchen sink, the point in the very bottom there. That was the garbage disposal is what Gasman was. Just like, yeah, I'll take care of all the other stuff. I'll, you know, mince it up. I'll make sure it goes down the drain.
Well, up to the skies. Did everybody know that B is underground? So, gotta focus on how your retake's gonna go there. Kamille, Bill already built up towards 50%, and there's no G maneuvers that Fusion can depend on to retake, so it's off of just long-range picks. Lichgrave at least is getting some scouting info, but he's just to get some burns into the other side, but Kamille are almost 75% of the way through.
Well, they got Gasman down early, so there is a chance, but the problem is they gotta get a unit onto the bottom. They gotta do it soon. 7 seconds remaining. All Fusion's still up. They get another pickoff. Perp is gone. But Gasman gonna be back into the fight soon. Here comes a disarm attempt, and oh, it's a disaster! The Dom Trooper's still up. Rocket, no disarm coming in that time.
Man, Merrill got a 3K there, just blowing up Fusion, who sat on the Mega Charge. So we go to the next objective with Kamille up 1 point. So like we said, it's about getting Gasman into position. I like that they opted to go underground, an area where they're much more shielded from poke at range, but this is a much more open area to deal with.
Yeah, it's certainly so, but Kamille right now keeping up the momentum. Gasman and Perp getting 1 and 2 early, and yeah, you look at this, Gasman full HP on the prowl again, looking, nice little attempt there. Kind of sussed out by Fusion there. It's like, maybe I don't want to walk here. Two falling down, and that little moment where Gasman was setting up, waiting for cooldowns, is all that was needed for Fusion to break out, take down 3 limbs, and now no team to back up the Gasman, and back to spawn we go.
Silver Lining, Kamille at least got the waypoint, so they'll respawn a little bit closer. Still got plenty of time. I'm not really worried. This will be a G maneuver clash. Of course, the Screaming Nimbus from Meryl is always a Kickstarter for Kamille, so I'm wondering how they're going to want to take the initiative as Fusion are around the corner. There is the Screaming Nimbus. Everyone follows behind Meryl. It's the pain train, and Fusion's name is on it. They try to fight back, and at least Fusion could serve their own G maneuvers. They knew they were taking an L before it even arrived, and then Fusion can reset.
I've seen this movie before. Fusion loses a fight with a whole bunch of G maneuvers. Kamille looks good. You think they're about to snowball, and then Fusion walks out and presses Q. You can't fool me anymore, Fusion. I know your game plan. I'm wise to it. Just win this next fight already. Here we go. Blue Jay coming out. Screaming Nimbus this time from the Fusion side. Is it going to resolve much? They do get one, but is there going to be more? Fusion Black, Neo holding on the G maneuvers. Another kill going Fusion's way, and look, the scriptwriters, they're too predictable of it. I've seen this.
4 units from Kamille to defend this, and it's already been diffused. And you have G maneuvers, especially just having the Kaiser funnels. That's always a big AoE G maneuver to hit if you can just play your own life. But I'm sure with only 4 units up, it was going to be a difficult task.
So, things reset a little bit. Gasman just gets sniped out an inch of his life from Fusion Black. And that is what Fusion likes to start this up. They can be a little bit more economical with the rest of the fight. Still looking pretty healthy. Kamille, you know, what do you do here? Do you try and push him at 5? Probably not. You got to wait for 6. But you know what? Fusion, they want to give you time to wait for 6. They're going to push up a little bit further. However, Lemon, it comes at a cost. I think they pushed up a little bit too far.
Trays are going back and forth, though. 4v3 for Kamille, and they will be getting a Mega Charge planted off of this, but can Gasman and friends hold on? He has his G maneuver, making sure that there's no reparations from Fusion, chasing down Lichgrave, who's already been taken care of by Meryl. You got 25% going and more for Kamille, but there is a diffuse coming for Fusion. We'll see if they can pull it off.
Well, right now, they're going to have to do that diffuse in the face of some swords coming out from Gasman. Fast and Furious, but forget that. The Nimbus Merle just sets the tone. Gasman able to hit onto his G maneuver as 27 seconds remain. And unlike the Fusion comebacks of the past, they really don't have much in the tank here. They got the funnels, Lemon, but that's about it, as only 18 seconds remain, and Kamille looks stoked. Units on the point, resources in play. What, if anything, will save us here from Fusion?
The trigger is pulled from Kamille ahead of time. They just unleashed all 3 G maneuvers with the last 10 seconds they need to hold, but Fusion came around the corner with their own funnels.
Wait,
someone is defusing from Fusion, and it didn't work out. Kamille blow up both Mega Charges, and they're so smart. The way that they choose their Mega Charges to enable their Barbados, they choose the closest and just close range Mega Charges, so it's so hard for Fusion to retake.
Yeah, that, again, the key difference there, we've seen this play out enough that we can start predicting, is that Fusion, that time, they were on their back and they didn't have resources that they could pop out spawn. In fact, it was Kamille that had everything in reserve. Very back and forth on both ends, but Kamille setting a respectable time bank here. 1 minute in reserve. Not too shabby. We've seen them have an advantage before in the series, Lemon, and of course, Fusion was able to bring it back. But we'll see if Kamille has learned from their lessons, because you know what? I think I speak for everyone to say I would love to see this hit map number 3.
Yeah, I was thinking about that second charge right on the B side. It has 2 walls that come up and down. It's so hard to actually just get the plant off, let alone hold it, but even more difficult to retake, especially with the composition that Fusion were running. And all you need to do, like, we keep talking about Gasman, we keep talking about Barbados, but it is such an impactful unit of how quickly you can assassinate an isolated unit, how free Gasman was, and the confidence he had to maneuver around the map completely by himself. Even on the first charge, they went to underground. And Hero was right. Emergency moment. It's match point for Fusion. And if Kamille don't hold them off, they're in trouble.
Yep. I was just like emergency. Just, you know, I was also immersing myself in the words like, what is the emergency? You know, what is the, you know, the policy when you have 12 units all just fighting each other in the middle of your city? Amidst some very resilient buildings, by the way. The only thing not getting destroyed.
I was just thinking that. This would be like a 60 terabyte game if you just had buildings explode as like effects of the battle, but I don't even want to think about that.
But here we go. It is going to be Fusion's turn to attack, and we'll see just what is in store, and also how they plan to avoid the gas man. The #1 threat went up against Kamille. You gotta play Where's the Barbados, and hope you don't lose, because if you lose, it's painful. You go back to spawn. It's not great.
Well, Fusion are at least going underground just to avoid some of the poke from the high ground position from Kamille, but Fusion seem to be aiming to get a plant off on A, and that's what pays off for their composition, is that they can poke them down, but they have to be aware of who's under them. Hero flies above. Would love to see more flanks from Kamille when you have the composition to pull that off, because the frontline pressure from Fusion isn't enough. They got picked off by Kaiser Sazabi, and Fusion get nothing done this fight.
And again, this is a point where on the fence you can do a lot to avoid a more ranged setup. And oh, look, the stagger here is going to be brutal. Oh, that takes.
Bro, not a word has been said in 10 minutes.
So, in terms of time, that probably
No,
because
I'm just hearing what they were saying. I'm like,
to get back up to a full 6. Even though they're poking here, Lemon, this is really scary. They could get staggered.
Kind of want our guys back on stream.
To take it just yet.
If Fusion just need to, you know, hit their shots, as stupid as that sounds. If you're going to go for the A charge, then you have
to Cyber, she said your
catchphrase.
Yeah, man, they're stealing your shit already, man.
Maybe this is a Neo-Nile
stealing your hit your shots
situation of Neo-Nile needs to pop off, and he's dangerously low, has fallen out of involvement of this fight. And Fusion are at least taking different angles to see if they can find these isolated units, but again, Fusion keep getting first blooded.
Well, it's 5v5 right now. Gasman got caught pretty early. He will be back off respawn soon, but there's an opportunity for Fusion here to be a little bit more comfortable in setting up in this very spread out 5v5 fight. Gasman back on in, but gets chased out just the same. Both teams trading out, and for Fusion on the attack, you like the trades here in point A. You have a spawn advantage. You're going to try and flex it where possible. Neo-Nile right now going on the sides. A Pale Rider with room to work with is scary indeed, and just racks him up one unit after another.
Okay, Neo-Nile, I see you. Point A also has been planted. Mega Charge online. Now Fusion just have to defend. They'll have the at least 3 G maneuvers coming up, but Devotion, he's the one you gotta watch out for when it comes to Camille's retake potential. Almost halfway there for Fusion, as they're still waiting for the recontest, like a retake from Kamille at all. Devotion will unleash his G maneuver.
Yeah, the Magnum being fired, but so far no one hitting the ground. In fact, it's Meryl that goes down. Fusion Black able to find it, and this time the Magnum hits pay dirt. And now Kamille back onto that point, 20 seconds left to go. They could start disarming this right now. 18 seconds. It's nothing but blue in the kill feed. Disarm. Firing. Do they get it? They do. And what a setback for Fusion.
That's rough.
Yeah, Kaiser played his shield life so well when he was so low. He had his full shields available. The way that, I mean, Fusion opened up, is it them that opened up with their, either way, the Magnum. Fusion, 79% is not bad, but you got to get the first Mega Charge blown up in order to go to the second one just to get your first point. And again, it's Fusion. They got established on A, but holding is a different story.
It really is. Here we go. Either shield funnels at the ready here in the back. Now, Fusion is down 1 here so far. They have to start from scratch, get another replant. They take down the gas man, and they finish the job. That's one thing. You know, every unit can be repaired. You finish your play. You make sure that that unit stays down, especially when it's something as scary as Barbados. But now they're set for glory here, Lemon. They're heading here for the plant, and they get one to kick it off.
Screaming Nimbus, I believe, or B, their shields are unlocking the funnels, and this zones Kamille off of the high ground, so you should be able to get a charge down if you're Fusion. It's just taking time, but Perp had the space to activate the Hades, has found one, gets run over by Fusion.
That's really rough.
Still waiting
Kamille's
for
gonna take this one.
But Fusion want to win the
Fusion really need to close out here
before they focus on the war. Now you got the Moonbeam Butterfly. Fusion Black is searching for
wait,
his
maybe
demons. The ghosts of
last
Christmas
chance.
past. There's nobody there, and the charge just never got planted while they had all the space.
See, I blame myself on that, right? I mentioned Christmas earlier, now just, it's Christmas in April. It's what it is right now. At least that's how it should feel for Fusion with the end of that fight, because that is a gift. Able to snowball just a little bit, and now, though, if they let it get disarmed at all, the map is over. They must protect this bomb with all their units, with all their lives.
Fusion love using G maneuvers just for vibes. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of attention. Like, you got a screaming Nimbus while Kamille wasn't really nearby. But, hey, zoning is just as important. It has value and impact as Kamille start to take angles around.
No way she just said they're using G maneuvers for vibes, bro.
Kamille, as they hope to aim for a defuse, but they gotta kill more units in order to feel comfortable doing so. 79% and growing for Fusion, and it's extra time. It's do or die.
13 seconds left. Gasman on the point, and this is where they're going to try and do everything possible to get the disarm. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Fusion still in a good spot. Gasman now looking to clean out. Someone's on the charge. Disarm going. Won't be thrown off. Will it happen?
Wow.
No! The disarm comes through.
Gas with the cleanup.
That is Kamille tying the series 1-1 after a flawless defense, not even letting Fusion get the A charge off. And I'm surprised that Fusion, I know their composition, we kept talking about the rangedness of Fusion's comp. It prioritizes A, but if it doesn't work out, maybe try B. I don't know, it might be stupid, but I didn't see any attempts at B at all.
Yeah, I mean, they did try and go B one time. It was on there. We could see a unit going for it, but it got pushed off before it got planted. So B, I think, was just being really well protected and guarded by Kamille. And man, at the end there, you know, I thought Fusion had it. I thought we were going to go into the next point, but just enough pressure comes in.
Wait, what did she say?
Disarm,
I missed it
as
too.
it was, ends the map right
What you said,
there.
Archer?
So we got our wish lemon. We get to see a map 3.
I was just surprised that Fusion just, they got, I think, enough kills on 2 fights where they were allowed to at least establish on A, but the retake potential of Gasman and friends, the way that they all stormed the trenches together, it was like all 6 units right behind Gasman.
When she said,
Oh,
they
yeah,
just
that's what I was
for
saying.
vibe. Oh, that's what the vibe thing was? I didn't hear, I heard the vibe. I didn't hear anything else.
But the retake
Yeah, I
plan,
heard
the
that. That's what I was
chaos,
trying to
the
say. I'm
panic
like,
of
bro,
Fusion, they just
no
couldn't
way she just
coordinate
said
the
that.
retake
That's why I
after
said
the
what I said.
retake, and they just couldn't get Gasman away.
I mean,
You know, I actually like that here. You know, unofficial.
I just played the
rebrand.
game
It's
for
no
a
longer
while.
Team,
I mean, I
Kamille.
don't think that's
It's
a
going
lot to
be
ask, right?
Gasman and friends.
Yeah.
That has a kick to it, and also kind of descriptive of how they play right now.
It's just their whole play style is around this death ball brawl, and how that you think that
Like,
it's like
it
the
was- they
Suzabi
were just
that's taking
cleaning
the
up.
initiative
Like,
as that
like, there were
tankier
people
unit,
still
but
alive.
it's
Shoot,
really
they were-
about
they were just
Barbados
cleaning
Yeah,
that
like
kinda
if you're
sees
thinking they're gonna go
it
for the
when they
point
do go
immediately
in.
without cleaning up, what do you think
I
is
was
gonna
maybe
happen?
worried on this map of
No,
how
it
Barbados
was when
performed just
Kamille was
based
trying
on
to get the
how
bomb
long
plant.
range it is,
They
to get
or
to
not
A,
Kamille,
but
when
Kamille were very
Fusion.
smart. They focused on mega
So,
charges that
I
were
think
in
Blackie
enclosed
went
areas,
for
whether it was
the
B underground on the first round,
for
or
the Moonbeam
I believe it's
Butterfly.
B with the 2 walls.
There
on
was
the
like
second
3 people
charge.
left,
So Kamille
and she
played
said,
her comp
and
to
that's when she
perfection.
said they were ulting
Yeah,
for
they really did.
vibes.
And,
I'm like,
you know,
bro,
again,
there's
I
people
think this is a
alive.
cool
Like, what?
matchup because you don't have more of a disparity when you look at, you know, compositions that have a lot of similarities,
Yeah.
but then you go, we got one side running a Barbados, we got the other side running a turn A, and obviously that lends different strengths and weaknesses depending upon the map and depending upon the point. And
They have missile
you know,
base.
you look back to map 1, Fusion was able to do a really good job of zoning out and playing the advantage of their comp, where I also think, you know, when their G maneuvers are up, they have a slightly stronger setup, you know, G maneuver versus G maneuver. But then you also have the last map where that first point can be tricky to gain full control over, especially when you have a Barbados, you know, role-playing as a garbage disposal, just mopping up any unit, you know, that dares fall to the lower level.
Oh man, this might be our first. This is our first time that we had a map 3, so this is exciting. I know, like, our last semi was that close.
Yeah,
like,
she
should
works.
have been a map
She
3,
cast for the Overwatch
but
for
this is
the no.
amazing.
She
We're going
cast
to
for the
missile
contenders
base.
league, not
This
the
is
Overwatch league.
allegedly Kamille's
She also
pick,
does what
and they
Valorant
won
Game
their
Changers
last
as
map
well.
pick, so you're feeling good if you're a Kamille fan.
Really?
I saw her on
in
the
upper bracket, we might
Valorant
have
tournament. I think it was
that
Game
fight
Changers.
tomorrow versus Mafty.
She's also a main caster for it.
Should be a pretty fun
No,
one,
that's something. No, but she.
in terms of seeing
So
how
the
styles
thing
go,
with it with
where,
her
you
is
know,
like
both teams
it's
like getting up close and
it's
personal.
holding
Well,
people
it's
to
gonna
like
be
a certain
fast
like
and
to a
furious should
certain
those
level
teams play
because
each other. But if Fusion gets through,
every
it's also gonna be
event
pretty fun,
since
given that you'll,
September
again,
that's
have another
Gundam
matchup
related
that kinda
for like
has
the
that
showdowns,
long versus short range
she's
interplay. So
casted
either way,
alongside
from your
ZP.
perspective, we win.
There was
Yeah,
another
this has been
guy
really
at the very
entertaining, and I hope
beginning
y'all
that
are
he
enjoying it,
was
whatever platform
Gundam
you're
centric,
watching
but
this on.
also
Make sure
one
you
of the
support
better
Gundam
casters.
Evolution Esports
Never
as it
came
grows
back.
its community, grows
And then
its
we had
base.
Golden
But
Boy
Fusion, they also grew their
in
brains a little
December,
bit, but it
casted with
shrunk,
them with
honestly,
these
when
two.
it comes to colony trading posts.
But
And I
Golden
remember
Boy
when we
carried
talked about
the
Future
Gundam
Black,
part
just
because he knows
Moonbeam
Gundam.
Butterfly, nobody.
Might not know
And
the
I'm
game,
like, I
but he
love
knows the Gundam
zoning
lore,
G
so
maneuvers,
he can ease his way
but
out of
I
it.
also think we
So
could
it's
be looking
like
for more
this is
targets,
what,
especially
like
with
the
that
second
powerful
to
of a
maybe
G
third
maneuver.
time
So
that we've seen
being
them.
more
We've seen them on
efficient with
screen.
that, I
It's
think
just
would
like
help Fusion just
it's the
start out or
same
end fights more in their
quality,
fashion.
bro. It's it's not the
Now,
casting
of course,
portion that's bad.
we've talked a lot,
It's just the
and
knowledge
this time
base.
we won't
Like
have to
there's
talk
no
too much between games, 'cause
nobody's
game
telling me that you're
three
playing this
is
game or
right
that you're getting
here.
somebody.
We'll
It's
see what
just
both
that
teams have in store for us this time in the decider.
I used to cast For
Here in our
Honor, you know,
second
Iron Harvest, and a few
upper
other games.
bracket semifinal,
But you also played the
deciding
game
which
at
team
least.
will go forward
So
tomorrow
what
to
you
fight
were
Mafty.
working with, you needed to
And it's nice
have
that we have a two-day
you needed
event
to have the
too.
knowledge to be able
I
to
mean, these guys have been
criticize,
playing,
commentate,
for several
or even
tournaments to
see
qualify
things
for
that
this
are
point,
about to
but
happen
so
because you
whatever
understand the
mistakes
gameplay.
or
That's what I
fumbles
mean
or
about it, and that's
successes,
why
you have the whole night to think about
when
how
we
you're gonna
have,
tackle this grand final or the
like,
lower final. And getting through
we
this
have
choke is already
Jameson
difficult.
and we
Gaffney
have
just buddy
Chef.
hops through the top window.
Jameson might
Takes
not
the
play the
space from
game
Kamille, who
as
slips
much,
to the
but he's
right and
gotten
right.
enough
Backspin
insight on the
already
game
finds one purpose, safety
beforehand,
with it.
and it's
But
developed
Gaffney
throughout the
went a
time he's
little
been
too
here
deep.
that he understands how the game
Went a
works,
little
even
bit
doesn't
deep
play.
now, 5
But
versus
Chef
5,
plays the
Fusion,
game
you like the trades, you
consistently.
like the action, and
So
far,
them
you
two
like
working
how this
together, it
fight
means
is
a lot. But then
panning
you
out.
have ZP and then you have
Looking like they're about to
this
get forced
Lemon.
back out, but you have to be
And my
careful
criticism
again.
that I've always had since the very beginning
Trades
is
aren't as good for you,
the
and
same way
Kamille,
I
off
hold
the
my
back of Hero,
casters to a certain
potentially
extent,
keeping
like to a certain
themselves
like
in this
plateau,
more. Meryl able to
just to
follow
a
through,
certain
and
level.
again,
I would
this one's
hold
gonna be
them
looking
who are
back in and point A,
casting in a
about to
bigger
get
event than
real
what
hard
ours
for
are.
Fusion real
Get what I
fast.
mean?
Building up
Like
to
I'm
15
expecting
minutes to do.
Bandai to bring
Surprised
out
to
the
see
big
Gaffney at
guns.
80% like he was the last time we went.
And the
into
first time it
this
doesn't
game
work out because it's a
mode.
new
First
game.
take,
Then the
Fusion
next time
can
you got
attack from
4
so
months.
many
You got
different
4
angles,
months to
so
learn the
communication
game,
is key for
and it's
Kamille.
still
They're
not
already
there.
spawning the
It's
push,
still
throwing
not
down
there.
their AoE.
Like
Fusion
Jameson and
attacking,
Chef, they did their
at least
thing.
looking for any initial
I
damage, but
pushed
they
to get
haven't
them
gotten
into the
any hits, so it's
showdown.
almost 70% now for Kamille,
Because
as
Gevo
Hero
knew that
extends
these guys knew what they were
outwards,
doing, and this is
falls
why
back
it's a
at
big
3
difference.
HP, but Fusion have broken.
Hero, such a good job to stay alive.
Yeah,
his ability to get
and it was
in
funny,
and
Archer.
out.
I
Even
think
now
I
gets
recognized
some
you from Unite
barrel
because
gasman, and
when I was
falls
working with
through.
Lazadin
Hero, he's not only
in
damaged, prompt to support
what's it called
once
in
Gasman exploded.
Flowstone.
And that's
Sorry,
why I think
in the
this
float
occupancy
server,
range is so
but
nice. It's
also
so
in
machine gun.
the
It's
forgot what the
very
old name
close
was to
range,
the
has a very
it was
high
the it
fire
wasn't the
rate,
red,
and
it
this is
wasn't
where,
the main
especially
port, it
that
was the
point A,
secondary one.
Someone like Hero was going to
Like,
Hero
I worked with
it.
these dudes. I
Now
worked
he's
with
gonna
all
get
these
this
teams,
time
these
on
pro
point B,
teams.
at least you hope
I
so.
hosted like these other days, so
You would think
I got and I
Hero
played the game,
living up to the name.
so I knew what I wanted. So that's what I mean. Like I don't want to be hard on her or him. It's just that dude, you guys had 2 events
And this could be over before
to
you know
come
it.
out
Be a
here
real danger, Gasman coming in
and do
off the
something
flank as
like
he
like what
responds.
Jameson and Chef are doing. They have to grind all this time. You're getting paid the big bucks. You want to say it like that. And I'm expecting a certain level. That's all I mean. But it's not impersonal. It's just I don't see it, man. It's not the par.
Person you want to duel if you're Barbados.
It's not to the part where people like Jameson and Chef or other people who have casted for us haven't gotten the opportunity, and we had to advocate for them so much when their talent was there.
So you see Kamille just assembling their forces. I'm expecting a screaming Nimbus to take control of this high ground, and Meryl storms in, pushes everyone down, which is so smart, and also pushes them into the firing squad of his
Did she
own
just say
team.
Meryl?
Meryl went in a little bit deep. He
said Meryl.
From the high ground of Kamille, trades
That's
back
gonna
and forth.
be-
It's going well for Kamille, 3 versus 2, but Respawn
That's what I
for
mean.
Fusion.
It's
Yeah, I think Meryl heard you says, I am my own support.
right now
Why
their
is number
casting
rock
work is
and
based
Lisa's
off
on there
what's
as Meryl
happening. It's a
continues
play-by-play.
laying down. Gasman still alive.
Oh, this unit
Even though they're
shot this
bloody,
unit.
they're
Oh,
already
this unit
halfway
just did
to that
this.
point. Fusion,
But then
though,
their
got
analysis
something.
about why
Oh,
something was
immediately
done
taken
is
down.
way off.
Ledgegrave can't get started at all there. Blue Jay still in on the screen. Nimbus now gone. And is it going to be enough? Fusion oddly persistent in these fights.
Yeah,
and I
like
think
Archie,
they
there's a
might
lot
have
of
done
people out
enough
there that
to
want to get the
respond
chance,
to
and
us, but here on
just like
Gasman,
you saw that
it's
we
not all
had
yet.
Cameron, we had JJ, we got Jameson, we got Chef, we got Cyber. Like more people have shown interest and want to do certain things, and we're gonna be giving people the chance to do things, right? You know, without lowering down the quality of the actual broadcast, we're gonna give people the chance to showcase. But like I said, the only thing I'm expecting from them is they gotta come ready. You gotta know what you're talking about. Know the game, because if you just need the time to learn how to cast, I could put you with the casters we have to learn the trade, to know how to do certain things. But the game knowledge, you have to bring that.
Now looking for another way in. This time going to be going at a disadvantage. Maneuver-wise, but Gasman, decent flank coming in from the back. Gets one. Kamille up 1 unit total. This is what they're looking for to start things
But then
off.
the added
Motion,
bonus
grab
of like
another.
hearing
There
people
does
say
come
like
in. So they get
like
one
mispronounce
back on
certain
the
things.
defense
Anybody
side
can
as
mispronounce a name,
Gasman
but
is like, oh, the butterfly
when you're
top
doing it so
weapon.
many times, it's kind of weird for you to say
when they
that
need 'em most.
when it's like a
Such
repetitive,
powerful G maneuver.
like
I mean, at the
Barbatos.
point,
Barbatos
it's so
at this point,
exposed,
you can
the
call it
high
Barbados
ground
if you
looks the
prefer.
point is so
And I'll accept it. Barbados is
and
like
Fusion
it's
waited for the moment where Kamille
it's
felt
always
so
gonna be there,
comfortable,
but
Moon being butterflied
something
to
like
get 2 or
Barbatas,
3. And
really
then
irked a
Kamille
lot
had
of
Bear
people,
maybe
especially.
Hades to try and kill the butterfly, swat it down from the sky. Didn't work out, but Kamille still at the high ground, so there's potential.
All right, Kamille at 70% total. They'd like to add a little bit more. Gasman gets a pick to start this fight out. Murphy, meanwhile, lots of room to work with here in the back, not under too much pressure. Blue Jay, is he gonna fall? He's super low right
Kaiser.
now, living by the smallest margin. Able to drag it out, enough Neo now to find Kaiser. And suddenly, defense holding on just enough. Magnum's firing. But it's
Barbats.
Neo Nile on the Pale Rider, just finishing things off.
Just Kamille staggered in one by one. Devotion went in there first. Kaiser went into assist below 50% HP. They both ended up dying. And Kamille,
It's crazy. We
when you
haven't
lose
seen
that
UCC
front
today,
line,
right?
There's not much left.
Underground Command Center?
Dominoes
It was
right
picked, but we
behind
never
them.
saw it
So
played.
Kamille just need to focus on getting kills on the high ground first. But the way Fusion
Oh, wait, no, it
tried
wasn't
and
picked.
covered,
No,
played
it
their
wasn't picked.
respawn,
It was a
It was the
mistake.
it was the
Built a
mistaken. It was the
playoff
mistaken image, right?
Yeah, we've
Fusion,
never
you
seen
know,
yeah,
if they
we've
were
never
a
seen it
permanent
at all.
infestation, you'd have to pay a lot of money to get them out here building because they just keep coming out of the spawn one by one. Uh-oh, Gasman, they just got Orkin with the sword, goes on in, takes down one. It's gonna be stopped right there.
5 seconds.
Sarah's able to take down it from the back. Neo Nile with the Hades system, grabs another two, lays down more damage on top of that.
Oh wow.
And we're in extra time, and see how long Kamille can hold on the point. They're getting a little bit more here, limit. It's not over yet, but the response from Fusion should be coming in soon. Time is limited for Kamille. How much more can they get?
Oh, you've got the screaming Nimbus from the defense. Blue Jay leads the defense.
Ooh, gas with the
back on
revive.
Point B, and Kamille are pushed off.
Oh,
but you
wow,
still
that's
got Gasman
huge.
There. He repaired hero. Your Zaku 2 ranged. Does a lot of damage close, but is it enough? They need
Oh,
to
they closed it
coordinate
up.
perfectly.
Nice.
Fusion's respawns are just
All right.
too strong, and Kamille
Yeah, they got the
at
third tick, right?
75.5%. That's all
Yeah,
they're
they got
gonna
third tick, yeah.
get.
Yep, the respawns here, overwhelming in the end.
Barbataz. Yo, Barbataz was what really set me over in the last showdown. And it was like continuous, like throughout the series, like throughout the same cast. It was like different pronunciations. And all I'm seeing on the side is people just going ballistic in the chat. I'm like, wait, which one is it? Which is it? But again, everybody can mispronounce it, but it's like if
That's
you're
true. The last
new,
time we
then
saw
yeah,
this map, there was a full
it's
hold. Like,
acceptable.
some-
If you're just
some
doing this
team, like, got
consistently,
all
you
the way to
still don't
point
want to
B,
learn.
had like a minute left.
That's
The
another
other team
problem.
got full health. So
Wasn't
you're
it with
absolutely right
Golden-
that
wasn't it with
point A
Golden Boy
can
there as
be a
well?
struggle just of how
That
many
was the
Sorry.
Barbataz
things there
because
are and how
the
explosive
Barbataz
it
thing
is
was
just to be on that objective.
each
That's why
one.
it's so
Like
important to not just
Golden Boy
vote,
said it
be a
correctly, but
boneheaded
then
player
ZP
and
said
just be
it
like,
incorrectly.
"I'm on the
But then he
point,
picked
guys,
up on
and
one
I'm
this
doing
guy
my
did, and he
job."
corrected
It's like, no,
himself.
you actually,
But then
especially
she just kept on
6v6
mispronouncing
pounds
it
to kill,
different
and
ways
that
every
be your
single
number
time. I'm
one
like,
priority
okay.
is to remove units, not just sit on objectives.
I like Jameson, but I feel like amongst both of them, they're
as
very
we go
different,
into the next
and I'll
round,
put them
we'll
both in the
see
same level.
just
Jameson
what
is
the
way
attack is
more
gonna have
analytical,
here from the Fusion
but
side.
with
So
Chef,
far, this has
Chef
been a very
does he
entertaining,
compliments
match. The
what
clash of
the
styles,
seriousness of
the
Jameson
storylines
is
on both
is
teams.
it's
You know,
amazingly
anything
complemented
relating to
by
Gasman, which is just
by
entertaining
the
to
like
say
the
at best.
the
It's been a good
happy go
time, and I'm
luckiness
sad
of
that,
like
you
Chef.
know, one
Chef is
team has
very
to win
approachable,
here,
very
it brings it
like
to a broadcast
like
stand.
engaging,
You know,
and he
landed it
knows
with a
the
bang.
game from a player perspective.
what
So
I
not
like,
just like
especially on a
reading
map
something, he
great
understands
just
it. So
like
I love
this,
having both of them there. The color commentary, the
holding the
play-by-play,
choke,
like this is why I
of course,
like those
is
two working together.
extremely important, and this is where the Pale Riders, once you do establish
Cameron was
point
another
B,
one.
that's where
Cameron,
their chances to shine on that second
Cameron's
point, but
another
also
great
the Dawn
caster.
Troopers, that splash
He's like a
damage
mix
at the
between
choke
both
is
of them.
important.
He started off a little slow,
Now,
but as the
getting
cast
to the
continued,
doors,
he
about to
excelled. He got way better than
for a
the
second,
like the going into the second day.
I was like, what is that? It's like, no, we're fine. It's not just space where you can't hear it.
No
We're
one
not
can hear you
role-playing.
scream in space.
And JJ's
No,
like
we can
Chef.
hear everything.
He just
That's
needs to
the
polish a little bit more
technology.
when it came to the game, but he's
Alright, holding
he's like the
choke.
he's like
How
the
are
like
Phil
the
gonna do
approachable.
this?
He's approachable like Chef
Gasman
is.
is looming above too. You can see if Fusion choose either route. Gasman can also just jump into the back.
But
That
I could have said that
wouldn't
JJ
help
out of
him.
everybody might be the
Hold him to kinda be
biggest
more measured and, not
Gundam
be too
fan
greedy.
out of everybody,
Fusion
out of the
makes their way
forecasters.
to the left side of
This is
one
including
down Kaiser,
Gunpla,
that
the
tank
game, and all that.
unit that stands tall for Kamille. It's a 1-1 trade though, with that other Sazabi falling.
Fusion right now very happy to take trades if they can. However, they'd love to trade out this unit right here. Mr. Gasman on the back. We're just going to keep adding titles to him. The Gasman, Mr. Gasman, whatever. He's heading on in, looking for a pickup. He's going to have it this time. Enough of a distraction. That perp with 3 from the side just guns him down on the Pale Rider. And that's definitely going to hurt the Fusion attack.
Yeah, Perp's been, I think, a star on the Pale Rider. I've been wanting him to step up more and more, especially just Pale Riders are just going to put out so much consistent damage, and especially that Hades being such a selfish G maneuver, you need to be the one that shines if you're going to have a kit that's mostly benefiting yourself, and Perp did just that, so Fusion will have to go again.
All right, so Fusion take another crack.
Oh, and in honorable mentions, we got Cyber. Cyber came in the last again with JJ, and absolutely murdered it. He did an amazing job. I think out of all of them there, he has the most game knowledge.
Kick things off 6 on 5. Perp under pressure in the back. Merle able to take down one.
Like this is why he's amazing. Like overhead. Like he's amazing at the cameras because he can see things before they happen. Like he knows what's coming.
They have a unit on the point. They almost have the cap, and if you gotta touch it soon. Contest.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh,
working
gosh,
Cyber
so
in the back.
It's a little late, yeah. I was like, Kamille won the fight, but they're not on the point.
Oh
so
my
they were
God,
just so
bro.
busy
Devotion.
flanking that they forgot about the objective. I thought the
I
initial
mean,
push from Fusion was super solid.
I've
too.
never
He
seen
used
somebody get a
unicorn armor
full-on
and all
shot of
Fusion,
somebody
which was
right there
armored
face to face with the
And it
Union.
was a great charge by Either Shield, who was trying to do just that.
Sorry,
but
your
somehow
opinion.
it wasn't
That
enough
thing
for
that
Fusion
all
to
should be reworked. I think
stay
the Union should be reworked. I don't think it fits him. I don't think it's like. I really they could do something way better with that all.
They'll be able to start their campaign against Point B. Merle, though, you know, we like calling the Nimbus here as we see it, and Merle might be starting with the Nimbus this time. A little bit lower on health. May want to heal that up beforehand, but that has to be the game plan here for Kamille to hold this out. Let Merle open with the Nimbus go from there. Perp will get an early pick off, and now you're wondering, do we save it? Hades system active as Perp just continues picking members of Fusion off, and that's going to be a back to spawn for Fusion.
I think you're starting to, like, if you're Kamille, you're realizing what the strategy is of Fusion to rally around the unicorn armor and play stack together. So Kamille, in response, they light them up with Ashimar fire. They throw
it's very interesting to see teams still running. Some teams still running Uni in this meta.
Just burn down Fusion.
Especially like I said, it's a full damage meta. It's just it's so interesting. Like I said, it's just interesting to see those teams, but like it's not something you see often anymore. It's like seeing Sotoras and Devotion, who have been long time unicorn mains still on it, like shows like it can still be viable. Still work, especially in the upper since they make it to the upper bracket semis.
Check this out. What if right after this, we just do our own customs? We just have some custom bodies tonight on
What's it gonna be? Both teams just waiting to finally
Maybe
get your graphics set up. You good luck.
What?
We just open up Twitch stream, put a lobby code up, have people join in.
And it's very back and forth here so far, Lemon.
Restart, new lobby code, different people.
On this channel or yours?
The cap's still available.
Oh my God! No! Whoa!
The unicorn alive too.
Wow! What happened to Fusion? Wait, did it not count when he went to the grab?
No.
Map number 3, Kamille takes
Really?
Wait, Cyber, on your channel or this one?
It doesn't matter either.
Let's do it on yours because I don't have everything. I don't have it set up for like.
All right, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm down.
I feel like the energy might, you know what I mean? Like after people watch the showdowns and after they watch like the GNL, like I feel like there's an energy where it's like folks would just probably join in. We'll just like test the waters. You know, if everyone's in the category, if the conversation is like how teams are playing, you know, imagine like, okay, I just watched the showdown, that was cool, and then like, oh cool, I just joined a match where my stuff can either be commentated or like you can see the overhead perspective and everything. And if they enjoy that, then they might be like, oh shit, you know, maybe I'll join a team or like start a team.
Unbelievable, some of the best turn 8 play that I've literally ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, Fusion Black was doing an amazing job
Like I said, I'm down.
in dealing with Gasman, right? We saw the turn A overhead throws into the Barbatos around.
No!
Overhead throws, canceling out all of that time and again. But
You see, it's like a bad apple, bro. The Barbatos.
The greatness in Gasman when he's on that unit.
Oh, and I got
I feel like she's doing it on purpose at this point.
No, he didn't do it. No. I know him. Him, bro. Like James said, he will never let that slide, bro. He can look at his face right now. Like he did not. He's like,
more of like a side team. And Hero, this might be the first time they've actually competed in Gundam Evolution. So to make it this far and already being one of the most dominant teams, incredible showing from them.
Yeah, no, I just think that'd be neat. It'd be neat since like everyone's like, oh man, like
we know them quite
competitive
well.
Gundam
So
it
this
looks
is
pretty
just
cool.
a great team. That they're just so
You might
solid
want to watch
all
more
around.
of it.
And yeah, last time around we saw
it'd
that
be
Gasman
super
was
community
sometimes
if, like,
relegated
anyone
into
that's
the
just
main
on
tank
Twitch
arena, right, where he was
can
on the
just like, oh
zombie
yeah,
for
yeah, I'll
them
join
in the
in,
last
and everyone
competitive
plays
round, and we
together.
saw
And
for
who
them.
knows? Maybe they
But
may
now he's able
do
to play
really
to his
well
strengths
and
once
just be
again,
like,
pulling out
hey,
their
we
powerhouse
did well
again,
that last
and
match. I've never
really
played with you
being able to
before,
create a lot
but
of space, that
well, let's keep
constant
doing this.
threat. It
You
was
know?
fantastic. Lemon, ZP, what were your favorite moments from that match?
And then the 6 others can go, oh man, we suck.
You know,
Let's avoid each other.
first of all, when Lemon said Gasman Friends, I might have attached myself to it and hyped it up, but it did come from Lemon first. I need to be clear on that. No plagiarism or mistakes here, but that was just fun for me. And I mean, honestly,
Bro,
my
so-
favorite
so-
moment in
nah,
general
I
was just
can't.
watching the
Oh, no, I
constant
can't say
interplay
that.
between the two styles. I feel like that is the most
I'm
fun
gonna
in
get clipped for
any
this
sort
one.
of
I'm not gonna get
team-based
clipped for that
shooter
one.
like
Okay.
this. You get to contrast.
See,
You get to
chat,
see
these guys are
both
so
teams have their
controversial. I
moments.
can't.
And the fact that
No,
it's so
it gave
easy
somebody in the
really
chat gave me an
did
idea
make
for
both teams have their
a
moments. I
meme.
will say,
Now I was
my
gonna
favorite
say
was
something,
probably
but I'm
when
not gonna do
Controversial.
it because it'll be too
the
obvious.
repair on the gas man, because repair is one of those things you don't see every team
Oh,
fight, but can have
chat,
big
you're
impact.
so-
And gas
chat,
man, upon being
you're
repaired,
so
immediately
toxic,
walks
chat.
up and
So
smacks two units.
Bros,
That was
Jay
really
Slay just
good.
said
Yeah, I
Omni
have to
doesn't have B
agree
teams,
with
just
Chef
multiple
when it
A
came to Fusion
teams.
Black's performance on that first map, the Moonbeam Butterfly on the initial. The second point where he just, I'm pretty sure, like, single-handedly either won the defense or the offense. Honestly, he had multiple Moonbeam Butterflies that turned the fight for Fusion in these highly exposed areas, and just also knew how to be efficient with it. Although some of the other maps, I thought like he was kind of looking for his demons out there, but at least the first map, he was a fight turner.
All right, so that does it for the winners semifinals. Throughout all of that, though, we were running our lower bracket matches as well. So let's go ahead and check in with the bracket to see the games that we'll have for the rest of the tournament. That's going to be day number 2 in our upper finals matches. We've got Mafty versus Kamille. That's going to be an amazing match. But in the lower bracket, that's where all the drama is. Our upper finals have already secured themselves money. Our teams here, though, in the lower bracket. Fusion versus Goo Gang. Second win versus Sotoras. Chef, that's going to decide who makes it into the money.
Ooh, it is. This is gigantic here for all of these teams. I also want to give a big shout out to the teams that we do not get to see anymore in the tournament that have been eliminated off bracket. It's going to be TwistedSin, and it's going to be Skill Issue. I know that this tournament meant a lot to both of those teams. They performed extremely well. The competition is just gigantic in this tournament, maybe the hardest it's ever been. So I just once again want to send out my love to them, and I know that it's not the end that we're going to see of them. They are really hungry for that eventual win.
That's
Especially
right.
Skill
Gigantic
Issue.
competition means gigantic pricing. Lemon Kiwi, what are our teams playing for tomorrow?
Oh, a lot of money. $20,000 is the prize pool, and it goes to top 4. And I just wanted to say that Skill Issue, speaking of that top 4, they got to top 4.
Cyber, you wanna go live
last
now or you're
showdown,
going live
so for
later
them
tonight?
To be double knocked out like this, I know a lot of roster mania
I'm setting it
happened,
up.
but that's because we have
Alright,
some
yeah. I was
stacked
thinking,
teams,
like, should I
including
raid you?
Mafty, who were
Okay, that's cool.
cheated
That could
out
work.
of that
Oh, the
final
ending
first
now?
place out of the last showdown, and they're looking like the favorites to go
What
all the
happened?
way this time.
Are
after
there?
making
I
some
wasn't
changes
following. Is there a
themselves.
match after this?
ZP, after today,
No,
any
this
final
is-
thoughts
this is the end
on
of
what
day
team
one
you
right
might be
now.
I
rooting
thought
for
so.
for
Okay,
tomorrow?
cool.
You know, for me, I'm definitely gonna say I'm going for Kamille just because I find, their style very entertaining. I find saying Gas Man in general very entertaining, and also
I'm looking forward
I
to it,
can't
Bless.
go for
Good
the
luck.
team that has members that won last time, and
I can't wait to see you guys as Savage
Well,
Animals
I
in
think if
season
Mafty
2 of
wins, a
Pilot
huge
Academy, man.
achievement,
It's
and
gonna be
it'll
great.
super entertaining to watch them. But I always gotta go for the underdog. So for me, I want to see the Kamille run through, starting with Mafty in our. I think it might be our first match tomorrow, but either way, it's gonna be early tomorrow. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic. Chef, any final thoughts before we close it out today?
I just think it's also really cool that one of our last chance qualifiers is now in the upper bracket finals. Like I mentioned, it was kind of necessary once we saw what the winners or semis was, but it's just so cool to see how close in skill all of these teams are.
Yeah, what a fantastic start here in day number 1 for the Gundam Evolution Showdown number 3. We finally got
I'm
our
live.
map number 3, and tomorrow we're gonna figure
Let an
out
intro play
who the
out.
top 4 teams are, who's gonna place in the money, fighting for $20,000. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m.
I'm waiting for
I
Craze to
believe,
come back so we can end the
Pacific
stream.
time. So make sure you use your calendars, have your alarm set for all of that. That will do
Okay, he's
it
back.
for
Let's go.
you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yo, Craze, we're gonna raid Cyber.
Intro so good.
You live already, Cyber?
What's that?
You live?
There's no one for here.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Where? Oh, do I need to refresh? I might need to refresh my Twitch.
All right, people. So just to make sure you guys get all your quiz drops and you guys don't miss out on it, we're gonna keep the party going and our buddy Cyber Rank 10 stream. We're gonna be running some custom lobbies, some custom matches right now. So if you guys are down to run some customs, everybody here is more than welcome. So if you guys haven't joined, please follow us on our socials, follow us on our Discord, do everything possible to stay in tune with the GENL. And like always, we appreciate you guys, every single one of you, every single one of those pilots, all you new types out there. Thank you much for joining us today. Stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff coming by. We got a lot of new stuff coming for the GNL season 2. And like always, I got Lux on the left side, on my right side over here. I got my guy overhead looking over us, Mr. Guy 7 rank 10. You'll be able to possibly see his beautiful mug coming up soon. So hey, catch you guys in a bit.
Yeah. And like I said, feel free to click that button. We're going to be over to Cyber Rank 10 free customs. It's a big party out here, man. Join up. Click that link right there. Click that link. Yep. Alrighty. I didn't go to thanks for watching now.